201 Unification is the only trend second more seeking subscription after the knockout round. The 11 candidates who won the competition returned to the ring. As the fourth generation of Raikage, Fang Shuiman also appeared here. Everyone has worked hard. The next third round of 33 will be held in a month. During this period, everyone will be prepared for the arrival of the finals. Fang Mizuno smiled and raised his index finger. But before that, you need to decide your opponent. Excuse me, at this time, Chojuro couldn't help asking, if the third round 33 is also a battle elimination system, then there is only one person who can be Zongnin. This won't be true. In the third round of 33 battles, representatives from various countries will watch. Whether you can become a ninja is not only about the strength of the ninja, but also the overall quality of being a ninja. When Fang Shuiman's voice fell, Darui, the examiner in charge of the second exam, hugged a box, walked up with a yawn, and lazily said, "Okay, don't ask so much. Let's draw lots quickly." Yes. As the first to pass the exam, Hinata quickly stepped forward, put her little hand in the box, and quickly pulled out a note. Hinata opened the origami and said to Darui. The moonlight gust on the other side was holding a notebook to record, and he still muttered eloquently. Hinata immediately, Sasuke, Naruto and others stepped forward to draw lots. Sasuke is number 2, Naruto 4. In other words, if both of them are urgent in the first round, they will collide in the second round 22. For a moment, the eyes of the two people sparked unconsciously. "Don't you lose before me," Sasuke said lightly. "Cut, you are." Naruto sneered. Okay, next one next." Fang Shuiman hurriedly stopped the happy friends. At this time, Gaara stepped forward and showed his number. Everyone's expressions changed. Naruto's opponent, Raikang's son and Fennying's son. This row is a coincidence, right? Temari exclaimed in a low voice. "It's okay." Kankuro frowned, then quickly recovered his calm. "Anyway, the plan continues as usual." "Naruto guy can't win, right?" Under the ring, Yuzuka murmured. Although Naruto defeated him fairly easily, he is currently showing the strength that has appeared, and there are really no one who can stabilize him. "Hey, just what I want." "Come on, guy." Naruto shook his fist excitedly at Gaara. Gaara turned a deaf ear and left. "I am the number." He drew out the sticky note and said with a smile. It was another battle between the owners of the blood succession boundary. Soon, the drawing of 11 people ended. The order of the official competition is determined. Round 1, Sasuke Shira, round 2 22, Gaara Naruto Uzumaki, round 3 33, Ina Hinajuro, round 4 44, round 4, Temari Rui, round 5 55, 5 go. Kankuro Hyuga Najino has a bye again. This luck is no one. During the everyone's battle, Kameshimu is already after returning to Union Village again. After all the teams return to Union Village, they will be disbanded on the spot for 1 month before the finals. Fire Country, Konoha Village. It's been a long time. Jiraiya at Yuzuke's mansion. Facing Jiraiya, who hadn't seen him for a long time, Yuzuke smiled and served the other party a cup of tea. He smiled and asked, "Have you found a way to understand each other?" Jiraiya was full of black lines. "I think you are taunting me." The content of the first book written by Jiraiya is the same. Over the years, he has been traveling around the world, writing. It's just that he has already transformed Xiaohuangwen. But Jiraiya's belief has not changed. That is to hope to create a peaceful era in which people understand each other. "I can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. It's you, right?" Yuzuke laughed and said, "Do you believe this?" Jiraiya was silent, took a sip of tea, and fell silent. A few seconds later, Jiraiya also changed the subject abruptly. "Only Shane and Yanin are left. With my understanding of you, you won't stop here, right?" It goes without saying that reunification is the only way to bring peace. Yuzuke firmly believes in Daodo. This kind of peace that is obtained through violence and relied on force to suppress cannot last for long. Jiraiya also said with a sad face, Have you ever considered that once you are gone, or after you die, the peace will be immediate collapse? Are you trying to take the matter of the first ninja world war that broke out immediately after Chijima's death in those years? Yuzuke raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. Senju Junma was also worried about this issue back then, so he denied Yukai Hamadara's proposal to unify the ninja world. But what was the result? The result is that when he died, the war broke out in the same way. Isn't it bad? Yuzuke put his cheek in one hand and smiled as before. Furthermore, after I die, will peace be shattered? Will war break out? And what does it have to do with me? Anyway, it won't affect me anyway. Jiraiya, you are too unreasonably worried. Is it possible that you still learn from the old man of 3 generations? What kind of will to fire will never extinguish from generation to generation? Speaking of this, Yuzuke smiled even more exaggeratedly. Stop making trouble, okay? The old man himself is dying, and he mentioned his story. Times have changed, man. Old Sarutobi is dying of you. What do you mean? Jiraiya was also taken aback, staring at Yuzuke dumbfounded, his eyes full of disbelief. Don't get me wrong, I didn't intend to start with the old man whose loss has been buried in his neck. It was his lover who said that he wanted to send the end to my teacher by myself. I couldn't wait to agree to him. Yuzuke shrugged and looked innocent. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously jumped from the tatami. However, at this moment, a big knife was stuck to Jiraiya's shoulder from behind. It is the scalp muscle. Oh, Mr. Jiraiya, please calm down. Please don't interfere with this matter, the ghost said with a strange smile. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 202. Ready to invite you to enter the Earn First More Seeking subscription today. Union Village is extremely lively, like the new year. Wealthy businessmen, lords, and high-power mission figures from all over the world gather here. These people are also the main source of income for a shinobu village. When entrusting shinobu to perform high-risk and high-remuneration tasks, these nobles must also consider which ninja village is stronger and more likely to complete the task. And an important way for them to understand the strength of each shinobu village is the Zongnin exam. In the morning, the 11 people who passed the elimination round entered Union's martial arts field one after another, and except for those powerful who came to watch the battle, many of Union's ninjas also entered the audience. Among them is the defeat of many Xioqiang in the elimination. In addition, there are some ninjas from Konoha, for example, Hyuga Nizu and Yamanaka Keiichi. After hearing that his daughter was selected for the 33rd round of the 3rd round, he ran all the way to Union to watch the game. Look, Lord Raiying is here. At this moment, someone in the audience exclaimed. Haruno Sakura, sitting in her seat, waited for Xioqiang to look around every day. I saw that under the escort of Kakashi and Darui, Bofeng Shuiman walked to the top seat of the auditorium and sat down. And after Bofeng Shuiman took his seat, another man with the same shadow hat on his head came. Gaara's expression changed slightly in the arena, because that is his father, the 4th generation of Fu Ying Liu Osha. Yo, Master Fu Ying, welcome. Bofeng Shuiman raised his hand and smiled. Union Village is really getting more and more prosperous, Master Raiying. Rosa with a false smile. Is it because of the above teachings? Kakashi and Darui frowned subconsciously. I always feel that Feng Ying's words are thorny. Oh, okay. Bofeng Shuiman didn't care, shrugged and smiled, motioning for Losa take a seat. Soon after the two shadows took their seats, there was another sensation, because there is another unexpected comer. An old man with a face full of vicissitudes. It is the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi, who has lived in seclusion for many years. Many ninjas are very surprised. How could he come? Especially ninjas from Konoha like Hyuga Hizu and Yamanaka Hidachi. They all know that since they hit Shimura Danzo, turned to Koharu, and Maito Menyon, the 3 who once held the highest authority of Konoha with Sarutobi, died accidentally. Sarutobi Hizen is completely reclusive and does not care about the world. I haven't seen him in even a few years. However, It appeared in the period of trouble in the finals of the Zongnin exam. It's really surprising. Thank you for coming, Lord Sun / Bo Feng Shuiman hurriedly got up to greet him. Unexpectedly, Reikage-sama would invite me, this old man. I can't help but give face. Sarutobi Hizen barely smiled, and took a seat in the sub-seat next to Haifeng Mizuno. He didn't want to come, but Bo Feng Shuiman personally came to invite him, hoping that he could come to watch the finals of this year's Zongnin exam. No matter what, I have to show a face to the leader of a village. So Sarutobi Hizen, who has lived alone in her home for many years, came. At this time, as the head examiner of round 33, Shiranyue Xuanjian, had already walked into the venue. Faced with the 11 candidates who had completed the assembly, he said, "Everyone is here, so there is no need for me to explain. This game is the same as the last time the eliminated students. The battle system is adopted, except for the two in the first duel. The others will wait in the audience first." In the first round, Byakuya Sasuke, as the only 3 people left in the world who inherit the lineage of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke can be said to be one of the most watched people in this exam. And because Orochimaru hadn't given him the seal of heaven now, Sasuke entered the arena on time. Uchiha Sasuke, how much power of the Uchiha clan can he use? Now there are only three Uchiha, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. The first 2 are all level traitors in the ninja world, so he probably won't go anywhere. Don't underestimate that. The Misty White, he is a clan of snow, with blood inheritance boundary. Is it just a contest between the 2 heirs of the blood succession boundary? Before the battle started, the audience began to talk hotly. Most people think that it will definitely end in Sasuke's victory. After all, Uchiha's reputation is too great. It goes without saying that the other 2 Uchiha, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, are famous, especially Uchiha Shisui, that is the man's disciple. Outside the ring, Naruto was nervously holding on to the railing. If Sasuke wins, he will fight against Sasuke in the 22nd round of the second round. But the premise of Naruto's idea is that he can defeat Gaara. This premise has been ignored by him. However, no one noticed. On a dead tree outside the ring, a crow was quietly observing what happened in the center of the ring. In the crow's eyes, 3 gooey jades slowly rotated. The first round, Sasuke Byakuya, start. Without knowing that Xuanjian waved his hand, he immediately backed away. Secret technique Qianxian water kill. White knee-handed seal. In the next instant, the air around Sasuke's body evolved countless water vapor, and in the blink of an eye it condensed into the shape of a senbon needle, lacing towards the self in the center. The Schwang Jade writing wheel revolves extremely fast, and while jumping up, it also quickly seals, spitting out several fireballs one after another. The art of fire escape impatience. Water and fire collided, and violent water vapor erupted. But after a stalemate, the Qianban-shaped water needle spit out a fireball, pierced Sasuke's arm, and splashed blood. Sasuke, Naruto and Haruno Sakura in the audience exclaimed in unison. Is it a bit short? Kakashi frowned secretly. Sasuke's fire escape is not enough to deal with that. Cold White the teenager. Art fire escape Ho fireball. The art of water escape water dragon ball. No matter what fire escape technique Sasuke uses, he can't break through the white water escape. His current strength is simply not enough to complete attribute suppression. In this case, Sasuke took advantage of the time spent making the fireball and quickly retreated to the wall, making the seal extremely fast. Thunder broke out in the left hand. Like a flock of birds neighing, the expressions of everyone present changed. Coming. Copy the stunt of Ninja Kakashi. Chidori. 203 Itachi's disappointment. Second more seeking subscription exclamation mark. The neigh of thunder and lightning, like the screams of 1,000 birds, rose in Sasuke's left hand, and in the next second, it rushed out, turning into a swift shadow and rushing towards Byakuya. Because this trick is very fast, It is extremely difficult to accurately hit the enemy without writing the wheel and eye cooperation. That's the trick. Shuayu in the auditorium said, unhappy. That move done cracked his blood succession boundary liquefaction. But in fact, it is not only Chidori, but he can't deal with any encounter with Lulan. Water escapes the water wall. Upon seeing this, Bai changed the seal, and evolved a wall of water to block him in front of him. However, under Chidori, the waterfront wall was like a paper paste and was easily traversed. Seeing that Sasuke had already attacked Shiro Kakashi's Chidori, it seems that the outcome is already known. Prachanam, what do you think? On the top seat of the auditorium, Sarutobi turned his eyes to Feng Shui Gate. Not necessarily, Lord Sun / The moment when Bo Feng Shuiman's voice fell. In an instant, Sasuke's Chidori had already hit Bai Yuzuke Hungarian. Upon seeing this, the medical team hurriedly prepared to rush into the meeting place to save people. Even if you avoid the key, but being hit by ninjutsu head, the consequences are unimaginable. However, Shiryu Xuanjin raised his hand to signal that the medical class did not need to come in. Okay. And Sasuke also immediately realized that something was wrong. In the next second, a chill came. Sasuke suddenly realized that his left hand was frozen, and the white in front of him turned into an ice sculpture to freeze himself. Bing Dun Ying clone. Sasuke looked surprised. I didn't notice it with my own writing wheel, but Shiryu Genma, who was a bystander, could see it very clearly. When Shirai blocked Sasuke's sight with the water wall just now, he also used the seal of the shadow clone. That's why he didn't let the medical class in. Hateful. Sasuke hurriedly ran the chakra, using Chidori to break free from the ice sculpture. Secret magic mirror ice crystal. Here, rectangular mirrors appeared in all directions around Sasuke, blocking the surrounding area, and the upper direction airtight appeared. The X clan's blood inherits the limit. Uchiha's kid is suppressed. I didn't expect that the X clan still has orphans. With Shiro's use of blood succession boundary, the atmosphere was once again pushed to the extreme. Compared with the lively civilians, the minds of the ninjas are different. Many people have seen the rise of New Iron Village over the years. Of course, people like Hyuga Nizu and Yamanaka Keiichi who obeyed Yuzuke's instructions are very clear. The 5 generations of water shadows according to Mai and Yuzuke in a series. For this reason, Yuzuke takes care of New Iron. I don't want to make you too painful. Let's end it. White appears in each ice mirror, and thousands of copies will be released in the next instant. Relying on the writing wheel, Sasuke immediately take out a handful of kunai to resist. However, his pupil power is still not enough to see through which mirror the real body is in. With his current chakra, Chidori can only hit 3 rounds at most. It is impossible to break all these mirrors. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Sasuke Kai. Change strategy. Lulan can't do it. Change to Huodun. Bing Dun bursts ice crystals. However, Huodun is also not good. Sasuke's Huodun is not yet a climate, and it can't stop Bai Bing Dun. The outcome is divided. At this moment, the crow standing on the branch got up and flew away. At the same time, Itachi put down Jaiin's hands on the top of the canyon outside Union Village. How Shishui, who was sitting on the other side, asked. Too weak. Itachi sighed. Seeing Sasuke's performance, Itachi could not stop disappointed in his eyes. Although his original intention was to let Sasuke grow up in a peaceful environment. But now Sasuke has completely erased the edges and corners of the piece. Is that okay even if he wants to lose to Sasuke in the future water release battle? But at Sasuke's current growth rate, let alone release the water, even if the sea is released, Sasuke can't win. You are too persistent. Shishui frowned and said, it's not the most important thing, it just wants him to live a good life. Itachi fell silent and avoided answering this question. The Yanin people are coming. Suddenly, Itachi turned his head and said in the opposite direction facing Union Village. The ending of the first round was also the same as Itachi expected. Under the encirclement and suppression of the enhanced version of the magic mirror ice crystal, although relying on the blessing of the double-edged jade writing wheel and 1,000 birds. Sasuke destroyed half of the mirror, but in the end it was still unable to sustain it and was defeated. Shiran Yuzuke announced, "The first round, the winner, Bai. Ha ha ha. Good job, Bai. It's a sigh of relief for me." Chuayu outside the court gloated with a smile. Naruto clasped the railing tightly. Yuxin couldn't bear to say, Sasuke actually lost. As a result, his idea of fighting against Sasuke in round 22 of the second round was shattered. After the game, Sasuke walked down the ring with a gloomy face, and Zan stood alone in the corner. "You are too weak." At this moment, in the night before 4, what the man said to him reverberated in his ears. "I'm too weak." Sasuke lowered his head, his bangs covered his face. He couldn't see his expression clearly, and he could only vaguely hear the 4 words he said to himself. The second round 22, Gaara Uzumaki Naruto. Shiran Yuzuke turned his eyes to the rest table. "Come on." In this one, the popularity of goods is not inferior to the first one. Fening's son vs. Raikichi's son. It can be said that it is a face-to-face dispute between the two Dainin villages. Gaara is the young rookie of our Shane village. I don't know how far it is compared to Raikichi-sama's beloved son. Rozu asked sideways. Haha, where? Naruto, I didn't especially guide him. After all, in the peaceful era, we don't need such a powerful force. Bo Feng Shuiman smiled easily. The center of the ring. "You are Aikichi's son?" I asked Gaara abruptly. Naruto was stunned. Before waiting for him to answer, Gaara said again, "Kill you. You can definitely prove my existence." This guy, it's not good, Naruto thought with some goosebumps. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 204 Union Collapse Plan. First more seeking subscription now. Naruto, who is not the nine-tailed July, naturally can catch nine-tailed chakra and open the plug. But because of this, in his daily battle, chakra will not be affected by the nine tails and can play normally. In addition, there is an old Raikichi who has been nurtured since childhood. Compared with the same period of the original book, it is only strong or weak. When Shiran Yuzuke waved his hand to signal the start of the battle, Naruto said nothing. Both hands, index fingers and middle fingers, were erected and crossed into a 10-word. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Even if there is no nine-tailed chakra, he inherited the blood of the Whirlpool family, and the huge amount of chakra he was born with exceeds more than 95% of the ninjas in the ninja world. Shadow clone is still his best technique. More than a dozen clones were formed in one breath, and they swarmed up from all directions. The sand and dust in the gourd behind Gaara formed a long whip, which came from no dead ends. Nearly half of the shadow clones were wiped out in one breath. No way. Shadow clone can't deal with the opponent's sand. Haruno Sakura in the audience said anxiously, "Don't underestimate that idiot." At this time, Yuzuke, who had also lived in Union Village since childhood, said, although he is usually a fool, once he fights, his thinking is not simple. At this time, Naruto took out a scroll from the ninja bag, and took out a large windmill shuriken from it, and suddenly threw it at Gaara. Gaara still stood there, motionless. Sand's automatic defense keeps the wind demon's shuriken out, which is not enough to break the defense. Boom. At this moment, the wind demon shuriken held by the sand turned into Naruto. The sudden change caused Gaara's eyes to shrink suddenly. "How about this trick?" Naruto gave a weird laugh, then bit her finger and put a hand in front of Gaara's face. Psychic heart. The toad, which has always been half the size of the liger, appeared. "Please, Toad!" Naruto shouted. Water escape toad iron cannonball. The toad not imprinted out of the channel spit out blisters and bombarded Gaara's sand shield. When I encountered the water escape mixed with the fairy magic chakra, the sand condensed at once. "Remember to treat your guests for a snack next time, Naruto." After leaving this sentence, Toad returned directly to Mioma Mountain. This is the end. On the periphery, the remaining 666 shadow clones formed a Team 1, and the 3 spiral pills condensed in their hands and called Gaara. The sand condensed by water has reduced its speed to the extreme and cannot form a defense in the first time. And Gaara, I also felt a strong sense of crisis. Naruto 1. Union's group of Xier and Xiaoqiang shouted in surprise. In the corner, Sasuke's face flashed intensely unwilling. Naruto. Has he already walked in front of him? But at this critical moment, suddenly a white feather fell from the sky. Originally, the 6 shadow clones of Naruto who were about to release the spiral pill were affected by the illusion, and one by one turned into white smoke and dissipated. The deity's Naruto was also dizzy. In the audience, those nobles, wealthy merchants, and weaker ninjas tilted their heads and fell down one by one. Illusion. Ape on the top seat of the auditorium. Hiruzen's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, a hidden part of Sha hidden next to Luo Sha burst out and rushed towards Bo Feng Shui Gate with a heavy blow. Bo Feng Shuiman turned into a flash of light to avoid it. However, the other party was unrelenting and made a seal with one hand. Earth escape Earth Alice cudgel. Numerous columnar soil thorns rose from the ground, pinching the wave Feng Shui Gate. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was even more shocked. With a knee-handed Kyuin performing such a powerful ninjutsu, this sand-hidden dark part is. Do you have time to care about others now? Former Naruto-sama at this time, Rosa Sarutobi has been subdued from behind. The 2 smashed the ceiling of the martial arts arena above their heads and landed on the roof at the top. There were 4 Otonin and 4 people who had been on standby for a long time. Oh, no, they are not Otonin now, and they are wearing sand protection foreheads. Since Orochimaru took over the position of Feng Ying, he has arranged some of his confidants into Shein village. The original 5 Otonin 5 people and 5 people also wear sand to hide their foreheads. 4 purple flame formations. The purple inflammation rising on the 4 sides of the roof form a huge rectangular parallelepiped shape, enclosing the entire space. In the lower ring, Kankuro and Temari jumped into the venue to check Gaara's situation. Gaara is not on the verge of running away like the original book, but Naruto, who fainted and stared at the illusion in his body, suddenly controlled the sandstorm and formed an arm to grab him. Chidori. Sasuke crushed from the sky, cut off Gaara's sand, quickly put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, and made a seal with one hand. Solve. Hey! What happened to Sasuke? Naruto forced. You idiot, haven't you learned self-explanatory illusion? Sasuke scolded. Using Chidori continuously, he has run out of chakra. Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara yelled and controlled more sand to attack Naruto. Compared to the passive runaway in the original book, this time he seems to be active runaway. What happened? This guy. What's the situation now? Naruto and Sasuke separated to avoid Gaara's attack, and now the auditorium is already in chaos. Shane and Iwayan ninjas disguised as civilians revealed their true colors at this time. Fight with Kakashi, Metkai and others. And Bo Feng Shuiman, staring at the sand-hidden Anbu in front of him, said coldly, with such strength, you are not a pure hidden Anbu ninja, right? Oh, it's Rei Ying. My eyesight is really high. The other party slowly took off the mask from his face. Bo Feng Shuiman's expression changed. It turned out to be the 4th generation of Mu Yinying. Lao Ziyanin is really a stud this time. Actually let Ying pretend to be an Anbu and mix into Union village. It seems that you are determined to start a war this time, Master Tu Ying. Bo Feng Shuiman said solemnly. Rumble. At this moment, bursts of blasting sound came from the outskirts of Union Village. Bo Feng Shuiman's expression changed again. The barrier has been cracked. This time we hired an expert, someone who used to be the captain of the dark part in Union. Old Z said proudly. Itachi. Bo Feng Shuiman instantly guessed who Lao Tzu was talking about. 205 not deep enough. Second more seeking subscription. In the center of the martial arts field, Gaara's skin began to sand, and a deep purple pattern was born. Kankuro and Temari looked shocked. They had all seen Gaara's tail beast when they were young, and they would naturally recognize what was going on at a glance. But I didn't expect Gaara's mood swings to be so exaggerated. In such a short time, he has already begun to enter this mode. Naruto Uzumaki, I want to kill you. In this way, I can prove my existence. Gaara waved abruptly and released the sand shuriken. Under the additional layer of tail beastization, Gaara's sand speed has increased several times faster than before. Naruto ran away in a hurry, and didn't even use Helix Pill in neutral. Damn it, what the hell is that guy? Naruto screamed hard. In addition, the whole village is now a mess of porridge. No matter how stupid he is, he can guess what is going on. That's Renzulai. Naruto. Kakashi looked for a space and appeared in front of Naruto, using the earth flow wall to help him temporarily block Gaara's attack. Bang bang bang. The sand shuriken hit the earth flow wall and made waves. Kakashi quickly grabbed Naruto and took advantage of the gap to avoid it. At the same time, he looked solemnly towards the upper right of the martial arts field, and said solemnly, there is more than one. Naruto was taken aback, followed Kakashi's gaze and looked upward. I saw Lao's body was wrapped in a blood-red chakra coat, and four tails dancing in the wind rose behind him, fighting with his father Bo Feng Shuiman. Dad! Naruto yelled worriedly. Leave me alone. Go and stop Shane and Yanin messing around in the village. Bo Feng Shuiman shouted. At this time, the half-tailed beast of Laos opened his mouth, and a deep purple and nearly black high-density chakra sphere condensed in front of him. Use tail beast Jade. Damn it. No way. Bo Feng Shuiman flew in front of Laos, squeezed the opponent's shoulder, and disappeared in place with him. Boom. A second later, there was a huge noise in the direction of the northern back mountain of Union Village. The gunpowder smoke rose up into the sky. Obviously, Bo Feng Shuiman used Flying Thunder God to transfer himself and Lao's to Haoshan. Why is the barrier of the village broken so easily? Kakashi was thinking about another question, and now, there is no time for him to think. A large number of Iwayan and Sandian ninjas have already entered the village. Gaara's tail beastization has become more serious. The mission is over. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from above the martial arts field. Sasuke, who had just avoided Gaara's attack, looked up like a lightning strike. When a large number of Yanin and Shane attacked, a man wearing a red cloud and black robe was standing on top of the wall of the martial arts arena, staring coldly below. When he met Sasuke's gaze, he left his gaze for a second and then looked away again. You, Zippo. Itachi. Sasuke roared every word. Without saying anything, he rushed towards Itachi. You are the one who broke the barrier. Kakashi's expression also changed drastically. At the same time, understand why Yanin and Shane's sneak attacks are so smooth. Uchiha Itachi used to be the captain of the dark part of his teacher. He knows how to crack the barrier. At this time, Sasuke had already rushed to Itachi. Stop, Sasuke. Come back soon. Kakashi shouted anxiously. Kakashi didn't know the truth about Itachi's extermination. In his eyes, Itachi is a frenzied lunatic. His parents have killed, and his younger brother is even more unlikely to be soft when he kills. Boom. However, Itachi didn't even look at it, and hit Sasuke's side face with an elbow. Sasuke's whole body suddenly fell to the ground, and the teeth in his mouth were almost broken. Puff. A mouthful of blood was spit out from it. Sasuke got up unwillingly, and stared at Itachi with endless anger in his eyes. The mission is over. There is no need to stay here anymore. Itachi made a cold voice, turned around and was about to leave. Stop. Sasuke yelled furiously, got up from the ground again, and rushed towards Itachi. Now, I am not interested in you. Itachi looked the same. When Sasuke punched him, he shot faster and more fiercely than the opponent. He grabbed Sasuke's neck and said indifferently, you are too weak. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred is not deep enough. The three-hook jade in Itachi's eyes spun wildly and suddenly turned into a triangular windmill. Then I will let you think about it. In the world of moon reading, time and space are all freely controlled by Itachi himself. For the outside world, This is just a moment. In the next instant, Sasuke's collapse screamed through Yunji. The Xioqiangs who were fighting against the enemy village ninjas nearby, even if they didn't know what happened to Sasuke. But after hearing his scream, he couldn't help but feel a little chill in his back. What exactly happened? Sasuke's face was as grey as death. Although his eyes were still open, his pupils had lost focus. Itachi had to leave Sasuke behind as if he was still rubbish. Seeing this, Naruto didn't care about other things, and rushed to catch Sasuke. "You bastard! What are you doing?" Naruto raised his head and yelled at Itachi. However, the other party has already left without looking back. His business has ended. At the same time, the four purple flames were in the formation. The doctor of Ninja World back then is now a dead old man about to be buried in the ground. Saruto Biticha. When the plan progressed to this point, Daishiwan stopped pretending, restored his original voice, and tore off the human skin mask on his face. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hitoshi's eyes were splitting. The enemy who killed his two sons reappeared in front of him, and Sarutobi Izaki could not continue to remain calm anyway. He heard that Mr. Sarutobi, you paid a lot of money to search for my news, and I will come to my door to ask you to deal with the student. Daishiwan said with a smile, but unfortunately, after inheriting the two sons, you will also go to that world yourself. The three old men in Tuanzang have been dead for so long, so it is time for you to accompany them. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 206. In the end it was also calculated first more seeking subscription. Sure enough, Danzo and the others were killed by you. Hearing Orochimaru's words, although Sarutobi Rizchi had expected it, his emotions still fluctuated strongly. During the Yōai rebellion a year ago, ordinary villagers in Union thought that the three elders died in the Yōai riot. This is officially announced news, and civilians will naturally believe it blindly. However, a little bit of brains, and ninjas in the political circle can see that this is not easy. Shimura Danzo, turn to bed. Xioch-hun, who is Maito Menyan's thorn in the eyes of Yuzuke, the ruler of the alliance. I have long wanted to kill them. It's just that I didn't find an opportunity. After all, it is not so easy to put a death charge on the elder who has been in charge of Konoha for 30 years. But taking advantage of the chaos in the village, kill them, and then buckle the pot on the head of the eight-tail. That's the simplest and rude, and it's still a direct and effective method. This is an open secret in Union's political circle. It's just that there is no direct evidence to prove it, let alone no one dare to say. Could it be that he planned this war too? Sarutobi Hizen suddenly thought of a possibility, and cried out inconceivably. Planning another Shinobu village to carry out his own village. Sarutobi Hisaki can't believe it. There is actually such a way. But think of Yuzuke's acting style so far. I feel like he really did it. I thought you were already demented, but I didn't expect your mind to turn so fast, teacher. Orochimaru smiled and said, yes, after all, even if the party that initiates the war on the initiative wins, but it will rule in the future, the risk will be much greater. But if the enemy takes the initiative to fight and fight back, it will be even more ruling. Convenient. As he said, Orochimaru turned his eyes across the walls of the four purple flame formations, and looked at the ninjas of the five great nations in Union Village who were fighting fiercely, and said with emotion, after this battle, the five great nations must be unified into a complete nation. It's not far away. Halfway through, Orochimaru turned his gaze back to Sarutobi Hitoshi, and sneered, unfortunately, you can't see it anymore. He asked you to kill me. Sarutobi Izaki clenched his fists unknowingly, and asked fiercely. No, 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 Yuzuke-kun has already decided that you are a dead old man who can't lift the slightest storm. He didn't want to care about you. But I, a student, thinks that after sending your two sons, I should send you a trip to the teacher. So I take the initiative to ask you to be handed over to me. When the voice fell, a sword hilt emerged from the throat of Daishiwan. Daishiwan stretched out his hand and drew out the entire sword, grinning and said, the chat is over, I will send you to that world. teacher. Sarutobi slashed down his stool, revealing the black armor inside. This is a habit he has maintained for many years. Once he goes out, he wears this armor that has followed him for decades. It seems that today I cannot escape death. Sarutobi Risen knew it himself. Orochimaru said so many secrets. It was obvious that he was determined not to leave the four purple flame formations alive. And Sarutobi Hitoshi moved slightly, found the dark parts wearing masks outside the walls of the four purple flame array. They didn't mean to rescue at all, but seemed to be observing. It was definitely not a subordinate of Heifeng Suizumi, but Yuzuke's subordinate. After 30 years of being Hokage's Sarutobi Hitoshi, I guessed it. They are preparing to kill themselves if the Orochimaru fails to kill themselves. But that's okay. The murderous enemy is already in front of my eyes, and I can pull the Orochimaru to the end. And Sarutobi Rishang is also dead without regret. Rumble. With a loud bombing noise, a bottomless chakra that ordinary ninjas would never reach suddenly descended in the center of the martial arts field in Union Village. Just like the shape of a civet cat, a body made of sand, and a violet pattern. Completely tailed beasts, Anitailed Morizaru, Temari and Kankuro have long been scared to hide in the corner. Appeared completely. Originally, Sane's plan was to let Gaara transform into a tail animal in Konoha village and destroy Konoha. From this perspective, the task is achieved. But Temari and Kankuro knew very well that Gaara couldn't control Shuzura's power at all. What's more, he now has no intention of performing tasks. At this moment, on the roof of the martial arts field, Orochimaru Sarutobi is cut. In the northern mountainous area of Union Village, Bofeng Shuiman is old and purple. Around the village, there are Darui Lois and Samui Terracotta. It has been completely battled into a group. When Shu came, Naruto, who had lost the Nine Tails plug-in, was completely panicked. What kind of joke is this? Naruto, run away. Kakashi, who was in a fainting state, hurriedly shouted. I don't know why. That Gaara seems to be very attached to Naruto. Even though he tried to attract his attention, the other party was chasing Naruto. Damn it. I don't have chakra and use spiral pills and psychic techniques anymore. Naruto gritted his teeth secretly and was driven into desperation by Shu. The remaining chakra in the body, whether it is a spiral pill or a psychic technique, can no longer be used. I didn't expect me to be like this to deal with you. But this is the end. Sand Waterfall Funeral. Shu's right palm faced Naruto. A large amount of sand and dust rolled towards Naruto's trouser legs, and he kept trying to wrap his whole body. Secret technique King Kong Blockade. At this moment, countless golden chains burst out of the ground around Shui's feet, and they tied Shui's fat body tightly. The tail beast has a natural chain for making it, and it immediately loses its strength. Naruto was also able to escape. Seeing the red-haired Baku appeared in front of him, exclaimed, Old mother, how did you get up? The one who came here was Uzumaki Kushina. It's useless, Naruto. Kushina knocked Naruto's head fiercely, and shouted angrily, after I go back, I have 1,000 consecutive seals. Naruto wants to cry without tears. Damn it. Vortex sealing technique. Shu roared and wanted to break free of the chains. Roar. Before Shu could get rid of his restraints, a cat demon burning with green flame crossed the ring, rushed to Shu, and instantly knocked it into flight. Two tails and another trip. 207 Run to steal home second more seeking subscription. The Back Mountain location in the north of Union Village. In the half-tailed animal form, Laozi looked towards Union Village. Anitailed Shu and two-tailed monsters fought into a group. Every time the huge body collided with each other, it could destroy a large area of Union Village. However, Laozi was not excited about it. The information is wrong. According to the information provided by Cheyenne, the persons Yulai of Union Village, the two tails and the brigade, that is, the two Yuma people, at this time because they are out of the village to perform a mission. How could it appear here? You know, as long as it doesn't reach the level of super shadow. Even the pinnacle of a shadow rank like Bofeng Shuiman. You must be afraid of the three-pointer of the nuclear weapon of the Tail Beast 3, originally, the four-tailed man's Yulai and Gaara, the inner-tailed man's Yulai, went into the war. The hidden Sandstone Coalition can occupy a considerable advantage. But once the second and second tails returned, the situation became extremely uncertain. Have you noticed, Master Tukage? At this moment, Bofeng Watergate suddenly opened. The whole body was wrapped by the four-tailed chakra, and the outline was like an orangutan, with four tails dancing in the wind behind the old Zi, frowning and looking at Bofeng Shuiman. You don't know if you are calculated. Do you really think that Yuzuke-sama's intelligence? He really doesn't know that you will take advantage of this Zongnin exam to attack. While Bofeng Shuiman spoke, he did not move. Slow down, and copied out 6 flying thunder god Q with his hands. There was even a hint of pity in his eyes. You can't attack Union Village. Even if you do, I will soon receive news that Yannian Village and Shein Village have been captured. Lao's face changed drastically. Difficult. Could it be said that Yuzuke, the country of grass, has a very unlucky geographical location, located between the country of soil and the country of fire? In other words, once the country of fire and the country of earth go to war, the country of grass will inevitably suffer from the disaster of pond fish. However, this position is much better than the land of rain. That Xungtai was really unlucky. It is adjacent to the 3 major countries, the country of fire, the country of earth, and the country of wind. As for the power of Kusaka country Fear and Yuzuke, as early as the end of the Third Ninja World War, he declared surrender to the fire country. Therefore, Yuzuke arranged for a vanguard of 500 people led by Gyu. It has been settled in the country of grass long ago. Although the country of rain is also one of the options. But now Yuzuke is not interested in taking care of them. Moreover, Pen has sent Yi Weasel and Zishui to accept Yannian's commission, and in all likelihood, he will not cooperate with him. The territory of the country of grass, and in with only a few dozen miles on the eastern border with the land was guarded by 500 Konoha vanguards headed by ghost sharks. Yuzuke sat on the pavilion alone, quietly waiting for news. Today is the final day of the Zongnin exam, and it is also the Oshimaru, or the Union collapse plan planned by myself. Launch day. A few days ago, Yuzuke had already arranged the army here, letting the ghosts lead the army to guard it in advance. As for himself, okay, called to Yumim from Yuin village. After rolling the sheets for several days, it was late this morning. Yunyin's war over there. It's already started. At this time, next to the pavilion, Kyubi, who was summoned by Yuzuke's psychic, said suddenly, "The Tail Beast can autonomously enter the call space shared by the Tail Beast." After Yumuran hurried back to Union, he understood that the second and second tails in his body sent the news to 9 tails. The expressions of the ghost shark and those Konoha ninja army suddenly changed. Yuzuke also put down the bamboo stick with a leftover ball in his hand, got up and said, "Go." HMPH. From today, the 5 nations will be unified, right? Lord Yuzuke, Gyu said with excitement. The other Konoha ninjas flushed with excitement. Once the remaining 2 villages are taken, it means military exploits and a better life after the war. The land is unified, but if people want to be unified, they have to hand it over to time. Yuzuke strolled to the forefront of the team and smiled again. But this is enough. March on. Yes. The Konoha army behind him roared back with great morale. On the other side, the country of Kawano-Kuni, located in the geographic center of the country of fire and the country of wind. This country, like the Nami country, does not have a ninja village, and uses merchants as the main source of economy. At the same time, it is also a subject of the kingdom of fire. The 5 generations of eyes and water shadows Zaume Iming, leading the 500 Misty 9th Army to guard here. To be honest, this number is too small. After all, if there are too many people, they will definitely be discovered by the ninjas of the Kingdom of Wind. However, Tayumi was left behind. Hey! In the respectful eyes of other Misty ninjas, Terumi Ming suddenly bit his finger, and his hands quickly became imprinted. Psychic art. Terumi pressed her right palm to the ground. This uncle is the eight-tailed bull ghost. Humming the weird tune Yatsuo and appear in the smoke of gunpowder. Terumi Mei's psychic beast, Yatsuo Ox Ghost. That's right, when Yuzuke also took the Misty Village, and let Terumi take their role of Water Shadow, I moved from Union to Yuin and signed a psychic contract with Terumi Ming. Terumi Ming took the initiative to bite him that night when he was happy. Cow Ghost, how's the situation on Union's side? Terumi Ming raised her head and asked. Hearing this, Yao fell silent for a while, and entered the communication space of the tail beast. Soon I got information from Two-Tail, and hummed. The war has begun. The guy at Two-Tail said that the army of the old man can also enter. After singing, Yao made a pistol gesture with both hands. As Yao, who doesn't hate humans, even though he and Terumi are not as connected as the original Kairabi. But it's pretty good. Of course, there is a more important reason that is afraid of being beaten by Yuzuke. Thank you. Then, let's go. Terumi happily smiled. I wonder if I will officially marry Yuzuke after this battle is over. I really want to get married. The home stealing operation has officially started. To see the ununderlined version, please download Fellow 208 Council before hitting first. More seeking subscription. Can it really go so smoothly? The eastern border zone of the Land of Earth. The 16-year-old Black Earth held his face and said to himself, she was ordered to lead the troops to guard here, but it was not so much a defensive force as a logistics support force. As the daughter of Yanin's second commander, she is also a complete second generation of shinobu. It's just that for the Union collapse plan that both Du Yinglaos and his father Huang Tu agreed to, Haita has always had a feeling of anxiety. She has never communicated face-to-face with Yuzuke. But even from the rumors, you can know the horror of this man. Was he so easy to deal with? Even if Shane and Yanin were lucky, they captured Union Village. I am not afraid that the opponent will come back. And what makes the Black Soil feel more uneasy is that in the planning time of the past few months, everything has gone too smoothly. Even for the Zongnin exam, Yuzuke did not go to Union Village to watch. You know, when the Zongnin exam was held in Yuin Village last year, Yuzuke gave Terumi Ming face and went to see it. And this year he didn't go to Union Village, which is also an important reason why Lazi made up his mind to join forces with Shin. Haita really wondered how this all went so smoothly, or that it was so coincidental for so long. It felt like it was arranged. If Yuzuke knew what Haita was thinking in her heart, she would definitely lament that this girl was really keen on her mind. Although after she became the Earth Shadow in the later stage, her strength was about the same level as Luosha, barely reaching the threshold of Shadow Grade. But the mind is much calmer. Boom. At this moment, the corner of the small town where the Black Soil was waiting was suddenly exploded. Sitting on the black earth on the eaves, he was taken aback, jumped up suddenly, and shouted in surprise, "Why? How did it happen? What happened, Master Black? Look there." At this time, the lower Yanian Shinobu pointed to the right front position. Haimu looked in the direction of the opponent's fingers, and his eyes suddenly tightened with fright. About 2 miles away, between two mountains, a monster fox exaggerated like a hill, with 2 front paws on the mountains. The ominous and ferocious gaze stared at them fiercely. "9 tails!" Black Earth exclaimed. Obviously, the attack just now was made by Kayabai. Everyone knows that 9 tails are Yuzuke's psychic beasts. The reason why Kayabai appeared here is easy to explain. At this moment, on the top of 9 tails' head, Yuzuke's eyes showed a star-like luster, and the fluctuating eyes slowly rotated like the eyes of a writing wheel. The stationed by the Black Soil 2 miles away, without the slightest omission, came into my eyes. The leader of the team is the daughter of Huang Tu, Haitu, who is an elite of forbearance. Besides, there is no opponent worth preventing, Yuzuke said coldly. With the current strength of Master Yuzuke, how many people in the world are worth guarding against? the ghost said with a strange smile. Just wait until Yannian village is taken down. Yuzuke retracted the reincarnated eye and ordered, even the reinforcements don't need to be adjusted, so I can push to Yannian village in one go. Oh. The morale of Konoha is as high as a rainbow, and one brain leans from the cliff to the next. A hungry wolf, like a hungry wolf, rushed towards the Yannian ninjas in the small town camp. I'm here to attack. Is it a coincidence or it was planned long ago? The black heart couldn't help beating wildly. 4 generations of Tuiying Laos and her father Huangta had just led over half of Yannian village's combat power to attack Union, and Yuzuke brought Konoha a ninja on his back to kill. Hita didn't believe that there would be such a coincidence. Then there is only one conclusion: Laos and the others were deceived. But now, there is no idle time to pursue accountability. As the scene, the black soil of the highest commander shouted, "Block them. Never let them approach the village." The Yannian ninjas killed Konoha's army, and naturally they resisted desperately one by one. Earth escape, earth ingot wall. Hundreds of Iwara ninjas performed the earthen ninjutsu together. A semicircular wall was created on the periphery of the valley, trying to block the advance of Konoha ninja. 9 llamas. Yuzuke spoke calmly. Always let me do such annoying things. Can't you make me relax? Kyuubi said, unhappy. Don't talk nonsense. It has allowed you to live a stable life for 10 years, and it is time to collect the rent. Yuzuke is not polite. Cut. The tone of Nine Tails was even more unhappy than before, and there was no time to accumulate energy. Lian for Tail Beast Jade. A dozen Super Smile Tail Beast Jade were launched one after another. Because there is no charge, the more normal Tail Beast Jade has been reduced too much. But each one still has the destructive power of ninjutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, the moment the Tail Beast Jade touched those stone walls, the stone wall is as fragile as tofu, and the front wall is blown into pieces and splashed to an altitude of hundreds of meters. Damn it. How could it be possible to win? One of the ninjas in the army of Yannian shouted desperately, and not only him, but the entire ninja army, instantly fell into this desperate atmosphere. The gap is too big, and most of the combat power in the village was taken by Lars and the others to attack Union. Not to mention the Konoha army who is now rushing towards them. It was the demon fox who was staring at them in the distance. Yanyan knew he couldn't win. Don't give up. You must persist until Master Tuiying and Dad come back. Seeing that the war had just begun, the morale of his ninja army had dropped to the extreme. Black Earth shouted anxiously, trying to save morale. You really have the backbone, but I'm afraid they won't be able to come back, let alone save you. The ghost shark leapt up, and the big sword shark muscle in his hand slammed heavily into the black soil. The black soil was shocked when he saw it, and made a seal with one hand. The art of Earth Onion Fist. The surrounding stones quickly closed on the fist in the black soil, forming a huge round of stone fists. Soil escape adds to the art of rock. The toe strike combination ninjutsu used, and the black rock fist and shark muscle slammed together. 209 Too easy aggression war. Second more seeking subscription. What's going on? This feeling of powerlessness the moment the black soil's fists and shark muscles wrapped in rock hit together, a strong sense of weakness surged over the body, and his feet became soft uncontrollably, and the ghost sharks suppressed it even more. It doesn't matter if you didn't investigate me, but it's a bit stupid if you don't know the ability of the shark muscle. The ghost sneered and said, no one dared to fight close to the shark muscle, it can eat your chakras. The ghost shark increased its strength again, and the suppressed black soil had to kneel to the ground. Stop playing, Gyu. At this moment, Yuzuke walked past Gyu as if taking a walk, and was startled by the unsupportable black soil on one knee. When did he come here? This kind of war without suspense, there is no need to delay it. Get the matter out quickly, maybe it's too late to go back to dinner in the evening. Yuzuke walked leisurely towards Awagaki village. At this time, Several Iwagaku ninjas rushed towards Yuzuke from all directions, and the kunai in their hands was reflected by the sunlight, and the fierce light bloomed. Shenluo dancing, Yuzuke spoke calmly. The repulsive force erupting from Yuzuke's body instantly knocked out the surrounding rocky ninjas, disappearing into the sky. The Black Earth's eyes stared like a copper bell. What happened just now? What kind of ninjutsu is that? Bear. At the moment of distraction in the black soil, the ghost shark's wrist pressed harder, and the barb of the shark muscle sank into the shoulder of the black soil. In the next second, it suddenly pulled, and directly tore off a piece of flesh on the shoulder of the black soil. My scalpel muscle is not for cutting, but for cutting, the ghost said with a grinning smile. Keep her alive, maybe it will work, Yuzuke said again. Hey, understand? The ghost shark gave a dry laugh, retracted the shark's muscle behind his back, and quickly formed a seal. The technique of water shark bullets. Yuzuke looked at the hundreds of Iwagaku ninjas in front of him, secretly feeling funny. It is worthy of being a big country of minerals, and there are so many people. The next moment, Yuzuke's palms were facing each other, and a grey energy ball that looked like a spiral pill was getting bigger and bigger between the two palms. But a closer look, it is not a spiral pill, but a silver vortex. The silver wheel bursts. Yuzuke smiled even more and stretched out his arms. The silver storm turned into a soaring dragon, and burst out with howling. Wherever it went, the strong hurricane engulfed the rocky ninjas and smashed them into pieces. On the other side, Shane Village also staged noodles. Shane Village is the weakest among the 5 ninja villages. As early as the moment Liu Xiao was killed by Orochimaru and Yuzuke many years ago, Shane Village actually had no shadow class powerhouses. From this alone, it is enough to know how weak Shane has become. Gaara, the only one known as the ultimate weapon of Shane, was transferred to Union again. You can imagine how weak Shane Village is at this moment. The technique of melting monsters. Tsurumime suddenly spit out a burst of hot lava of orange and red, caged the puppet that came in and corroded it. Sure enough, it's reached this point. Thousands of puppet manipulators had to put away those miscellaneous puppets and replace them with their strongest weapons in people from nearly 10 people in the Song dynasty. At this moment, the fogging speed is faster than the speed of Konoha led by Yuzuke, and it has reached the gate of Shane Village. And under the full line of misty pressure, even the old lady of the 1,000 generations who had been retired behind the scenes for many years had to go out and defend Tsurumime and the others. Stop it, old lady of 1,000 generations. Tsurumime, with one hand on his hips, charmingly erased a touch of lava-hot liquid from the corner. You have no chance of winning at all. With the 8 tails behind Tsurumime, it is full of momentum. Just such a pair of combinations is not something that Shien can resist today. Don't speak too early, little girl. Shio manipulated 10 people from Jinmatsu to rush towards Tsurumime, yelling, "When I participated in the Ninja World War, you were not born yet." What kind of toy is this? Yao bowed his head curiously, and slapped it down. Click. With a cracking sound, 2 of the 10 people in the near Song dynasty announced that they were scrapped in the palm of Yao. The face of Chio, who was beaten in an instant, went black. Is there really no hope? It seems that I can only use force to open the door of Shane forcibly. Tsurumime jumped to the top of Yao's head, and Yuin said at the same time, "Xiahaki. Use that." Oh yeah, understand. Yao twisted his neck excitedly. Numerous chakra bodies formed into small balls and condensed on the mouth of Yao. Could it be Tail Beast Jade? Chio's face was shocked. The sandy ninjas who guarded Shane were also frightened and stunned in place, not knowing what to do for a while. When Gaara's shoe ran away, he also tried to send a Tail Beast Jade. At that time, it was stopped by Liu Washer's place of gold. But even so, everyone can feel the horror of that power. Not to mention that many of the people present have experienced the Third Ninja World War. The Tail Beast Jade used by Yuzuke is so terrifying that it is a shadow they will never forget for a lifetime. Billions of anger and count annoying Liu slaves. The art of boiling escape skillful fog. Fortunately, what Yao released was not the Tail Beast Jade. but a large amount of ink. It was mixed with the white mist that Ryuming spit out. One black and one white blend into one body, covering the surface of thousands of sand-hidden ninjas. What is this? Okay, it's painful. Body can't move anymore. Seal technique. The ninjas of Sane quickly noticed the abnormality of their body and shouted in horror. Billion anger counts trouble you knew. Yo's masterpiece is a large-scale sealing technique that can seal thousands of people at once. The disadvantage is that the sealing time has a gap of several seconds, and Triumim used boiling escape to make up for the gap in this trick for Yao. Looking at the thousands of sand-hidden ninjas on the battlefield who were sealed and unable to move, Triumim smiled with one hand on his hips. This is the end. Well, it is also expected. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. 210. Your home has been stolen. In the 4 purple flame formation, the battle between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hisaki was almost a one-sided situation. Unlike the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been abdicated for more than 10 years, plus the deaths of 3 old comrades, including Danzo, and 2 sons. Under the exhaustion, the whole person is exhausted physically and mentally, and the regression is more serious than the original. Although Orochimaru was not reincarnated due to the reincarnation of a corpse, its body and strength were not as good as its speak. However, with the cells transplanted from the Datongma family, the first generation of Naruto Senjima, the second generation of Naruto Senjima, and the 4th generation of Fang Kijlyuosho were reborn from the dirty soil. When the 3 shadow ranks are in the battle, Orochimaru only needs to command the knife from the rear. It was completely hitting against Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4 generations of fenying are also given by Sarutobi slashed his severely injured forehead to prevent the blood from continuing to flow down, and gritted his teeth. Oh, this, indeed. Dashi once said with a smile. This is indeed easy. After being driven out of Union Village by your old man, I was in a wanted state. It is really hard work to change my bases around. At that time, Yuzuke-kun gave an excellent proposal to kill the 4 generations of fenying, and I will take his place, allowing me to stay in Shane Village for several years. Of course, this is also for me. The preparation of this plan provides a research platform. What you do will definitely pay the price. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. When you die, you still have to ask for some verbal bargains. Forget it. Dashimaru changed Jian. At the end, I will send you on the road, sir. Although the fighting inside the 4 purple flame formation was one-sided, but the outside is very tragic. After all, both Shane and Yanin crushed most of their villagers' family in this battle. Laos and Gaara went crazy. It also made both Feng Shuiman and others feel pressured, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a time. In the original work, it was because Orochimaru was killed by Sarutobi and was sealed with a ghoul and seized his hands. In addition, Shane discovered Yuosha's entity and realized that he was being used. So the war was not over yet. Otonin and Saiyin chose to retreat one after another. But right now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no chance to seal up the ghouls against Orochimaru, and Yanin also intervened in this war with an endless attitude. In a short time, this battle is impossible to ended. At this moment, one end of Union Village, joining forces with Kushina to deal with the completely violent Morozuke Shitaji Two-Tailed Brigade, or the completely tailed beast like Mujin made a loud shout, which immediately attracted the attention of all the ninjas in Union Village. Whether it's Spofeng Shuiman, Laozi, Darui, Huangtu, and Xiaoqiang who are fighting against the enemy's village, Jimnin. Attracted by the shouts of the 2 and 2 tails, they turn to look at the demon cat all over. Just listen to the second and second tail shouting again. Master Yuzuke and Master Shuiing have captured the 2 villages of Yanin and Shane. They will come with reinforcements soon. The outcome of the war is determined, and there is no need to fight again. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the ninjas of Shane and Iwayan changed drastically. How could their own village be occupied? How could they choose to attack their own village at this time? You need to know that crossing the sea from Iwayan village to Shane, even if it is a ninja It will also take at least a week. And now, the war is only half a day away. They haven't taken Yunyin yet. On the other side, he heard that his village was occupied by Konoha and Mizuki. Temari and others just feel that their worldview has collapsed. Don't believe it, old Zerord. It's just that the enemy is trying to paralyze our tricks. How could they take our village down so quickly? The tail beast has the ability to communicate through the heart. Don't lie to yourself. At this time, the second tail's voice sounded in old Z's heart. But it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Just now, Master Yuzuke issued an order, and Duiying needs a new candidate. Old Z gritted his teeth. Before he could answer, a hand of Fulshin was in front of his eyes. The golden light suddenly appeared, and the wave-wind water gate that had condensed to one helix pill in his right hand flashed in front of Lao's spiral pill. Fang water gate hit Lao's abdomen with one blow, knocking it out. Secret technique King Kong blockade. Kushina once again launched his strongest sealing technique, and firmly tied Motora's limbs. Yomurenjian, do it. Kushina turned his head and shouted at Nituo, who was the size of a hill beside him. Fire escape, fire at flame ball. A giant burning sphere of one was condensed in the mouth of the second two-tail, and it spewed out and hit Shuhei hard. Well, in pain. Shi's body quickly receded and shrank, turning into sand and gradually scattered. Damn it. You are here again. Before returning to Gaara's body, Shu was unwilling to let out a roar, and finally returned to Gaara's body completely. In the middle of the devastated ruins, Gaara fell alone in the middle of the sand. It's okay. Juxina ran up anxiously to check Gaara's situation. Mom, be careful. That guy is very dangerous, Naruto reminded anxiously. Juxina squeezed, looking at Gaara with a hint of pity. I can understand why this child became like this. I was like him at the beginning. If it weren't for your father. The 4 purple flames are in the array. The outcome of the war has been revealed, and it is the same on our side. Dashimaru's Kizuna sword has now pierced Sarutobi's heart. His eyes turned back to his teacher from the outside world, and he sneered, it's a pity, teacher, it's us who won, but don't worry, Yuzuke-kun has already said it. After you die, we will arrange a grand funeral for you as a hero, and the Sarutobi clan will slowly come down to accompany you. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hitoshi's eyes were splitting. He understood that these two people not only wanted to let themselves die, but also wanted to wipe out the entire Sarutobi sun. Since the fall of Thousand Hands, your Sarutobi family has dozens of supreme powers in charge of us. Enough, teacher. Orochimaru joked. Many people will not be able to reach your height in their lifetime, and finally gave you a beautiful way to die. Don't be too greedy. Then, finally, goodbye, my beloved Sarutobi-sensei. 211 Why didn't you kill him? As Shu was sealed again and returned to Gaara, Laozi was defeated by Fang Shuiman. The 4 purple flame array also faded at this time, and the elites headed by Kakashi and Darui discovered the body of the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi. The occurrence of 3 major events led to the failure of Yanian and Shain's joint trade on Union this time. At the same time, Union and Buu, who had been arranged by Yuzuke long ago, also declared to Shain that the 4th generation of Fenying was a fake. It was pretended by Konoha Rebellion Orochimaru. This is what they judged by the rebirth of Luosha from the dirty soil of the Big Snake Pill. After all, Luosha's corpse had long since turned into ashes. Yuzuke can only send someone to tell them. After hearing this shocking, even some creepy truth, all of Shain, especially Temari and Kankuro's biological sons and daughters of Luosha. It's silly, although they rarely meet with their father Luosha in recent years. But suddenly I knew that my father had died a long time ago. In a few years, the person I faced was not my father, but when he killed his father's enemy. How could Temari and the others not be surprised? You are the brothers and sisters of this child, right? At this time, Kushina carried Gaara on his back, walked with Naruto to Temari and Kankuro, and handed the little panda to them. Take good care of your younger brother, I don't have enough strength. Gaara's inner emptiness can only be filled with love. Juxinai asked. The two of them were stunned when they heard the words, and they didn't understand what Juxinai meant. Gaara actually woke up at the moment Kushina was entrusted to Kankuro. And when he heard what Juxinai said just now, his eyes trembled fiercely. I don't know what I am thinking. It's just that the tyrannical aura on the body has been released a lot. Whoosh. At this moment, a crimson shadow suddenly flashed beside Naruto, and the boy collapsed to the ground in fright. Master Yuzuke, Juxina exclaimed and bowed quickly. Hearing this name, Temari, Kankuro and others also changed their faces drastically. The supreme decision-maker of the Confederacy, the strongest man in the ninja world. Naruto rubbed his skin, looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, bared his teeth and said, "What's the matter, you guy? You suddenly appear in front of others. Don't you know it will scare you to death?" Naruto, pay attention to politeness. Kushina slaughtered Naruto's head severely and rewarded him with a chestnut, holding Naruto's yellow hair and bowing continuously. "I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. This kid has had problems with his brain since he was a child." Naruto wants to cry without tears. Does anyone say that about his son, but also secretly curious, why is his mother so nervous? It seems that it's over on your side. Yuzuke raised his head to face the devastation, but gradually returned to the calm union. And Gaara was dying after fitting. It is enough to judge that the war is nearing end. Speaking of this kid, Yuzuke glanced at Naruto with interest. If you want to compare the childhood of the original, the current Naruto is a second-generation official. I don't know if it will become the original ... virtue of his son Bobenwai. To be honest, if my son becomes like that. Without saying anything, Yuzuke delivered it with one mouth. I'm sorry, Yuzuke-sama. Naruto is so small, don't be angry. Juxina was extremely nervous. Don't get me wrong, I'm not angry. Yuzuke smiled indifferently and walked towards the inside of the village. Even if Naruto really became Bobenwai's virtue, it has nothing to do with him. The premise is that he doesn't make a lot of mess for himself all day long. Seeing Yuzuke's back gradually disappearing in his eyes, Kushina was relieved again. "Mom, what are you afraid of?" Naruto said curiously. Long-winded. Kushina was so angry that he rewarded Naruto with another burst of chestnuts, and went into the red pepper state and shouted angrily, "You kid, let me be careful when you speak. Next time, your luck will not be so good." Naruto held the two big bags on his head, feeling aggrieved. Did you do something wrong? The terrible feeling of oppression is genuine. Teju also placed his hands on Xun's breast, which was almost asphyxiated just now. He will come here. It means that Yanin and Arshain are over, right? Kankura gritted his teeth unwillingly. Damn it. What will our village look like in the future? When Yuzuke passed by the roof of the martial arts field, he stopped here for a while. At this time, a group of people, headed by high-level Konoha ninjas such as Hyuga Hizu, Yamanaka Keiichi and Konoha, were forming a group, looking at the body of Sarutobi Hizen, who was lying on the eaves with complex expressions. Master Yuzuke. Hyuga Nissa was the first to notice Yuzuke's arrival, and bowed his head in panic. When others saw this, they followed and bowed. Yuzuke walked up and looked at the body of Sarutobi Hizen for a long time, and finally faintly uttered two words. Finally everyone's expressions changed. For them who are more or less in contact with political circles, they can hear that these two words in Yuzuke's mouth contain too much hidden meaning. Move back to the morgue and prepare for burial, Yuzuke calmly ordered. Yes. Yamanaka Kei leaned down and lifted the body of Sarutobi Hichi with several other ANB members. At this moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Bo Feng Shui men appeared. And on his back, it was Laozi, who defeated the fourth generation of Mu Ying, who had fainted. Master Yuzuke. Seeing Yuzuke, Bo Feng Shuiman hurriedly bowed his head in salute. Perceiving the flow of Laozi's chakra, Yuzuke raised his eyebrows, and his tone was full of displeasure. "Why didn't you kill him?" The faces of all the staff, including Feng Shuiman, were embarrassed. Opening your mouth is about to kill a shadow of a village. You are too straightforward. This old is the earth shadow of Yanian village after all, so if you kill him like this Fang Shu him entangled. Anyway, after this war, he can no longer be a shadow of the earth. It is more convenient to die. Yuzuke waved his hand impatiently. Then, Yuzuke-sama, are you going to kill him now? Hyuga cautiously asked for instructions. As soon as he said this, Yuzuke immediately looked at Hizuka with an idiotic look. Can you kill again in this state? Please download fellow if you see the underlined version. 212 What is he doing? Tombhead jumped. Time came 2 days later. The battlefield has basically been cleaned up. The clear sky of Union Village, which was originally cloudless, was covered with a layer of haze. It's not just the villagers of Union's village, including Konoha and Uin, who are allied nations, sent many representatives to come, such as the Konoha Hyuga group, the Pig Deer Butterfly family, and the Misty Ghost Lamp family, etc. They all put on a suit of black clothes, and under the leadership of the large army, before they came to the cemetery, they prepared to lay flowers for the people who died in this war. This is also the tradition after each Ninja World War. The monthly reading of Itachi in Sasuke himself is on the verge of collapse. After learning about this, Heifeng Mizuno specially asked Tsunade, the master of contemporary medical ninjutsu, to come and be healed. Tsunade also easily repaired Sasuke's trauma. But the trauma is cured. Psychology. Trauma is not necessarily Yukai Itachi. To be honest, let Yuzuke evaluate it, but he feels hard to say. I won't mention anything in the original work. At least after the arrival of the butterfly, Yuzuke gave him the choice not to kill his parents. Although in the end, Yukai still couldn't escape the end of annihilation. The only choice is to rebel against the clan and die in the hands of Yuzuke and others. Just like the Misty Huii clan. Either the clan defected and died at the hands of other shinobu villages. Anyway, the ending is death. So Itachi chose the Handblade family. Yuzuke didn't want to comment on this. But at least he wouldn't do it. Sasuke, who just came out of the hospital's gate, saw the other 3 people in Class 7 who were also wearing black clothes standing at the gate waiting for him. Kakashi, Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Because your hatred is not deep enough. At this moment, Itachi's words echoed in Sasuke's ears again. Peace, have you made yourself lazy thinking about this? Sasuke's teeth clenched, his lips, turned his head and wanted to leave. However, at this time, Naruto had pulled Sasuke's sleeves one step ahead of time, and said, silly, what's wrong with Sasuke? Hurry up and go to the funeral together. Seeing Naruto's silly smile, Sasuke struggled for a few seconds, and finally went to the cemetery in silence with the 3 of them. Along the way, I heard the discussion from the villagers from time to time. Hey, have you heard that it is said to be the former Reikage-sama? No. Dashimaru disguised as Fenning and planned this war. The 3rd generation of Hokage also died in the hands of Dashimaru. The 2 sons of Lord Wuzan died in the hands of Oshimaru during the war, but he did not expect him now. Oh, it's terrible. Don't talk about this. Do you guys know that Yuzuke-sama has captured Yanin and Shain? It seems that the era of the unification of the ninja world is finally coming. I want to live in the land of the country. I heard that it is very rich and prosperous. I didn't meet the 7th class of Oshimaru in this Zongnin exam, but I heard Oshimaru. When the name was given, they were all taken aback. Ms. Kakashi, Oshimaru is Naruto couldn't help asking curiously. His name is a taboo. It is the predecessor of Mr. Watergate, raking. Kakashi Shinyi for a moment, lowered his eyes to answer. Tao, predecessor Reikage. Then why has he become the rebel of the village and also launched a war against the village? Kozakura couldn't believe it. This matter is a bit long to explain. If you are really interested, I will have time to tell you slowly in the future. Kakashi shook his head. The Oshimaru thing is quite complicated. It will not be clear in a short while. He's very strong, right? Sasuke, who had been silent all the time, asked abruptly. Ah, it's very strong. Kakashi nodded. However, someone is better than him. Yuzuke, I met my mother before, is he really going to unify the ninja world? Naruto asked again. Kakashi's expression stagnated again, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, perhaps, although it was by force. Sasuke fell silent again, thoughtful. Unknowingly, the four of them had arrived at the gate of the cemetery. It was already full of villagers who came to mourn. Strange, there are too many people here, right? Naruto kept jumping up curiously, trying to look forward. After all, this number is too exaggerated. I am afraid that everyone in the village ran over. At this time, the 8th class of Konoha led by Urong walked out of the cemetery. Red, what is this? Kakashi turned his head and asked Jiraiya who came out. Yuzuke came to mourn. A lot of people came to watch. With one hand on her hips, Jiraiya shook her head with a wry smile. It's all here to flatter. Right now, the 5 ninja villages have almost completed the same rule, and many people are rushing to get vacant decision-making positions. The man came back to mourn. Kakashi was dumbfounded. He only knows that Yuzuke is unrelenting in killing people, but apart from his father's white teeth, he has never mourned anyone. Later, from Yuri's red mouth, it was learned that Yuzuke was here to mourn Sarutobi Hisaki. Kakashi was even more speechless. Sarutobi Kakashi felt that Yuzuke wished him to die. Why did you come to participate in his memorial service? What happened to the world? When Kakashi felt that the 3 views were broken, there was another noise in front of him. All the villagers who came to the memorial service quickly let out a path. Immediately, with the support of the Anbu, Yuzuke walked out of it impatiently. Damn, there are too many flattering people, and my ears are calling out. That is, the people in charge of the 5 ninja villages are unified. Kozagura swallowed nervously. She didn't even have the guts to breathe loudly. However, at this moment, a figure next to Kozagura jumped out and stood in front of Yuzuke. Okay, seeing the short one standing in front of him, Yuzuke raised his eyebrows slightly. Sasuke, Sakura and others were completely frightened by Sasuke's sudden actions. Even Kakashi's eyes widened nervously, sighing that this kid is crazy and not for what. Yuzuke didn't get angry, but calmly asked the little guy in front of him, 213 let's open up the branches and leaves. Kid, you are the teacher of Uchiha Shisui, right? Sasuke gritted his teeth. The hatred in his heart suppressed his anger, and summoned the courage to shout, train me too. I want strength. As soon as Sasuke said this, Kakashi fell silent for an instant, and said inwardly, is revenge? Yuji stared at this little demon with imaginary eyes. To be honest, for Sasuke, the pretended heir of the second, I hate it myself. It's not really annoying, but I definitely can't like it. His begging attitude alone makes people uncomfortable. Sister, I don't know if I thought I was begging him. Boy, give up revenge, or you will regret it. Yuzuke walked past Sasuke without hesitation, and at the same time patted him on the shoulder, and said indifferently, rather than thinking about how to kill his brother all day, it is better to get married early and open up branches and leaves. This is also a kind of revival. Uchiha's method. Regarding Sasuke's question, Yuzuke thought the same as Shisui. There is no need to make this kid a hero. Be an ordinary person and spend his life in union safely. That's enough. However, Shisui was sincerely standing in Sasuke's point of view, putting himself in the position for the sake of the other person. And Yuzuke just wanted to save something. After all, the messenger attribute of the second 2 pillar is still above Naruto. If he could be quieter, he would be able to relax a lot. I heard Yuzuke's remarks about driving. The number 1 female licking dog Kozagura on the 2 pillar on the side of the cemetery suddenly blushed. Opening the branches and loosening the leaves sounds so exciting. Sasuke turned around with unwilling eyes to look at Yuzuke's back. Give up. The decision made by that man can never be changed. Just as Sasuke wanted to say something, Kakashi suddenly stood up and said, power. I need more power. Even if I sell my soul to the devil, I have to get power. Sasuke obviously didn't listen to Kakashi's words, He just kept repeating these words in his heart. And among the people who came to the memorial service, a dark shadow's gaze has been locked on Uchiha Sasuke from beginning to end. It was not until he was rejected by Yuzuke that he was submerged in the crowd again. Why didn't you accept him, Yuzuke? As he walked out of the cemetery, Yuron's skillful arm asked curiously, have you ever instructed Shishui before? The eighth, who was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food, turned his head to the other side. Only Hinata said that he was used to it and looked at Yuzuke with curious eyes. Unlike other Hokage doujin, forcibly opening Hinata. At this moment, Hinata can only say that he stands at the top of ninjas of the same age. But after passing this Zongnin exam, Hinata was very compelling in his heart. It can be seen that the two talents of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are above their own. Since Yuzuke kept himself here, why not accept him? Because I don't like that kid so much, and he is not as cute as Hinata. Yuzuke touched Hinata's pretty face, and made the other face small. Flushed. Yes, he is so honest. Jiraiya was a little speechless. She should have guessed that was the reason. Talking Red, Yuzuke suddenly remembered something, and asked Yurong, do you want to be a movie? What? Yurong and the three girls in the 8th class were shocked by Yuzuke's words. Jiraiya quickly understood, and asked, it's the wind shadow of Shane and the earth shadow of Yanyin, right? The last two 5 ninja villages at the moment. Shane and Yanyin have also been captured by Yuzuke. Then the choice of film has become the #1 problem. Saiyin doesn't need to say much. The 4th generation of Fengying Liuosha is dead long ago, and now we need to choose a new Fengying. Although Lao's is not dead, but Yuzuke doesn't trust him at all, and it is impossible for him to continue to be a shadow. Just like Konoha's Tsunade, Union's Watergate, Misty and Misty Trumim. Yuzuke would only allow someone he absolutely trusts to sit in the shadow. No, he'll forget it. Although I know that Yuzuke's words may not be joking. If he said he wanted to be, he might actually let himself sit on it. But Jiraiya knew in her heart that she was at this level. Whether it is their own strength or political experience, it is impossible to secure this position. And Jiraiya herself does not have this ambition. She just wants to be a good wife and mother. Unlike Hyuga Nizu, thinking about how to be in position all day. Is that really a shame? Yuzuke expressed regret. But in fact, I was just joking. He is not the King Zuyu of the Beacon Opera Lords. How could he do such an idiot thing? As the 4th generation of Mulying AI in the original work mistakenly thought that Kairabi was arrested and convened the 5 Shadows Conference. After capturing Iwayne and Sane, Yuzuke also sent out an invitation, convene the big names of the 5 big countries and claim that they hope to hold a meeting of the big names, discuss the future development plan for the next 5 ninja villages. Among them is not only the unity of combat power between ninjas, but also the unity of economy and resources. The names of the country of the earth and the country of the wind dare not fail to come. You must know that the army led by the ghost shark and Tumim, as well as the 9-tailed and 8-tailed beasts, are still in their country and staring at them. But in fact, Yuzuke did not offend the big name. These people are gold masters. Wars can indeed be suppressed by force, but things like money still rely on them. But the premise is that these big names don't know good or bad. Like the 5 Shadows Conference that took place 2 years later in the original work. Yuzuke decided the place of the 5 famous conferences in Iron Kingdom. After all, if the venue is set up in the country of fire, it will inevitably arouse the suspicion of other daimyos. No way, politics is such a twisty thing. Each daimyo is limited to only 3 guards. This is more relaxed than during the 5 Shadows Conference, where each shadow can only lead 2 guards. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 214. Please be a little bit forced to count, okay? This morning, the sky was hazy. Yuzuke, who had been tossing with Tsunade and Yuihong all night, had already developed the habit of getting up early. As soon as the sun climbed over the horizon, his eyes opened spontaneously. This is a habit for many years and cannot be changed. Master Yuzuke, Good morning. Please come to the shop as a guest when you are free. Walking along the streets of Konoha, many villagers and ninjas who passed by took the initiative to greet them. Looking back on it carefully, the days when he once walked on the street like a plague god, and others were afraid to avoid it, seemed to be a long time ago. With the expansion of power, the attitude of the villagers is also changing. Yuzuke laughed secretly. He didn't care about it anyway. Mr. Yuzuke, long time no see. A vigorous call came. The petite figure who hadn't reached Yuzuke's waist rushed wisely, and a beautiful figure followed behind. It is the sisters of Hinata. Dialogue. Haku, excuse me, where are you going? The fireworks, which is almost completely opposite to Hinata's character, rushed to Yuzuke, and his pure white eyes revealed curiosity and blinked and asked Yuzuke, I'm sorry, Yuzuke teacher. Haku ran over when she saw you. Hinata chased up immediately and said apologetically, go to be a bodyguard for the daimyo, and prepare for the daimyo meeting of the 5 major countries. Yuzuke squeezed his fingers on the sides of Haku's cheeks and started to press. Following the original 5 Shadows conference, the big-name conference of the 5 great nations was decided to be held in the Iron Country. The 5 major ninja villages of the 5 major countries are jointly discussed for the alliance countries. This is the product of Yuzuke imitating the way the world government and government join countries in one piece. But after all, the conditions of the 2 worlds are very surprised, and the specific regulations have to undergo many changes. Originally, Yuzuke didn't bother to do this job himself, but as the nation of fire, as the center of the alliance, it must provide sufficient deterrence. I can only make a trip myself. It's amazing. So the 5 ninja villages will unite with one village, and there will be no more wars in the future, right? Haku asked in admiration. Before, she followed her father Hyuga to Union Village to watch this session of the Zongnin exam. And she also experienced the Union collapse plan. Aware of the cruelty of war. If the war can be eliminated, then it will definitely be able to record achievements. Who knows, it's limited to my death. Yuzuke nodded and smiled lightly. After all, this so-called peace was suppressed by force. Things are going to be reversed, and once you are gone, it is likely to cause a situation like the Kaienzao's Eugene back then. As soon as Senjujima died, the First Ninja World War broke out immediately. But Yuzuke didn't think so far. As long as you can ensure stability while you are there, it is enough. Miss Yuzuke will go alone? Hinata curiously said. My red teacher said that each big name can lead 3 people. The guards. It's not going to travel. Why do I take so many people? With his current strength, he is not afraid even if the dead spots run out. Traveling with the old man of the country of fire daimyo is just to frighten the country of earth and the country of wind that have just been defeated. So that means there are 2 places left free. Yuzuke's words made Haku find a gap, and raised his hand and shouted, so can we go with us? We also want to see what the daimyo meeting is like. Fireworks. Hinata was startled when he heard the words, and hurriedly pressed his sister's shoulders from behind. How can I trouble Mr. Yuzuke like this? Yes, I'm sorry, teacher. Haku is too wayward. Hinata hurriedly pulled the fireworks and bowed to Yuzuke. Looking at the 2 sisters who bowed their heads, Yuzuke said coldly, you too. It's not the Japanese foot guy who told you to stick to me. Hinata and Haku's expressions suddenly stagnated, and then they appeared full of embarrassment. Haku said, hey, have you been discovered? Now that Chien Village and Yanin Village have been captured, many people are thinking about the location of the 2 controlled shadows. Not to mention that Hyuga Nizu is a man who wants to grow his family and makes Hyuga the #1 clan in the ninja world. If he can sit in the shadow position, the status of the Hyuga family will surely increase. This behavior was demonstrated by Yuzuke when he captured Yuin Village 5 years ago. It was just that Tumim was killed at that time and he directly cut the position of Shui Ying. Now it's finally vacant 2 positions. How could his Hyuga Nisan not be able to fight hard? But this man really doesn't have any compelling numbers in his heart, not to mention your strength. Your political level is also hard to say. Just tune in at the end of the collapse plan, in response to Laz's phrase, "Do you want to kill him now?" With this sentence, Yuzuke can see the political level of Hyuga Nissa. 80% of them saw that Yuzuke liked his two daughters, so he came to play the emotional card. To be honest, although the two girls, Minato and Hwahuo, are still young, they are from a big family after all, so I don't know what my father is doing. Although a little unwilling, he obediently followed the instructions of Hyuga Hizuzaka. There is another reason why they can't say it, that is, they do have such a little strange feeling towards Yuzuke. If they were replaced by a disgusting old man and told them to die, they would not be willing. To be honest, do you think your father is qualified to be a film? Yuzuke said that he has been a little annoyed by Hyuga Nissa's show operation. You said that you want to let your eldest daughter grow up to the level of 91 and then come back again. But even then, Yuzuke absolutely chooses to use prostitution. Things are absolutely not given. Although the position of the 5 major village movies is basically that Yuzuke can choose whoever he wants. But it shouldn't be too ridiculous. Let a Shinran elite go to the Shadow Village without messing around with Hinata and Hwahuo and look at each other, and lower their heads tacitly. Well, in fact, they also know it in their hearts. 215-day meeting. Ms. to Yuzuke, what's the matter with the lineup you brought at the gate of the Daming Mansion in the Land of Fire? In the sedan chair, the wrinkle-eye-faced daimyo of the Fire Country looked at the two little dolls Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanu beside Yuzuke. Even if he tried to hide it, his eyes still couldn't help flashing a hint of dissatisfaction. In the Country of Fire, and even the entire ninja world, dare to call Yuzuke not adult for suffixes. I can't find a few. After all, it's a rich man. No matter that being said, face is still to be maintained. It's just that I brought these two girls to meet the world. Don't worry, what can happen to me, Master Daming? Yuzuke laughed. According to the rules of the Daimyo Conference, apart from the servants, there are only 3 garden ninjas that can be led. 3. Yuzuke originally planned to go there alone, but it happened that Hinata and Hanaho got together, and they just got together. Anyway, being empty is also empty. But the daimyo was a little bit upset. He always felt that Yuzuke brought such 2 little ghosts, and he really despised the importance of this meeting. It's not tourism. But considering Yuzuke's current status in the ninja world, the daimyo wouldn't turn his face against him because of this trivial matter. Without further arguing about anything, he pulled down the curtain of the sedan chair and said sharply, "Go." In the next moment, 4 sturdy servants picked up the sedan chair and sent the daimyo from the mansion to the carriage. Drove away. Minato and Hwahuo followed behind Yuzuke, following the carriage that daimyo was riding all the way, secretly protecting behind. At the speed of an ordinary ninja, it took less than a week to rush from the Country of Fire to the Country of Iron. But press this speed to speculate. I'm afraid it won't be there if there is no time for half a month. After a while, Hwahuo, the little girl who had just enrolled in the ninja school, became impatient. Nuke Xiang asked, "Is it really boring to move forward so slowly?" Boom. Yuzuke directly rewarded the girl with a thump, pulling her face and saying, "I told you it was not a fun thing. It was you who had to come with me, right? The reason why Yuzuke brought these 2 girls is because of this reason." Hwahuo puffed his cheeks and stopped refuting. But it lasted for a long time. Hwahuo couldn't help being lonely, and started to look for topics again. "Mr. Yuzuke, now that the positions of Fenying and Tukage are vacant, who do you plan to let them take up?" Along the way, Minato and Hwahuo knew better. It's impossible for my own old man to be a shadow. No matter how much Yuzuke does what he wants, it is still mediocre to this level. It's useless even if you send your 91st son over. It is easy to fight the country, but the truth is that it is difficult to keep the country, and the mountain is difficult. Give up one for a woman. That is a plot that frequently appears in brain-disabled women. But this issue was mentioned by Hwahuo. Yuzuke himself is also a little worried. He is not without shadow rank powerhouses. Ghost Shark, Stop Water. They are all masters of the shadow level. But the Ghost Shark can only kill man. Daming, he can't do it. Not to mention Shishui, it's still there. Betrayal. Even if the identity of a normal ninja is restored, refer to the original work of Uchiha Sasuke after the end of the Four Wars. He is also unlikely to be a shadow. If you insist on choosing, Jiraiya is also a good candidate. Even if this person is not Yuzuke's own confidant, he has nothing to do with him, so he can be trusted. But after offering a bunch of flowers to Sarutobi to cut the grave, Jiraiya left again and embarked on the journey. It is impossible for him to be a shadow. Therefore, although Shane and Yanin were beaten down, but who is going to take up this position? Yuzuke Zoro is quite ignorant. There will always be a way. Yuzuke smiled. Anyway, when I was alive, these 5 major villages would never dare to make trouble, and it was not a big deal that the candidate of the film was decided later. To be honest, if Uchiha Fudake is still alive, there may be a chance to fight for it. Unfortunately, this idea can only exist in imagination. The country of iron, with the decline of the samurai, the rise of ninjas. This country, which was originally a big country, is now gradually declining. But it still retains considerable power, known as the permanent neutral state. Although it has the strength of the 5 major powers that has never been underestimated, it is also limited to before the Fourth World War. During the Fourth World War, there was no super shadow level strength. All of them were outstanding. Yuzuke didn't pay attention to the country of iron at all. The reason why the daimyo meeting is held here is just because it is called a neutral country. Not to mention that, like the original book, the right to vote was handed over to the leader of the Iron Kingdom. Alas, forgive him for crossing over for too long. I can't remember the names of those high-level dragon sleeves. Just walking into the border area of the Iron Kingdom, a blizzard ushered in. However, the daimyo's troops had been prepared long ago, prepared in advance a blanket made of high-quality deer velvet, put it on the carriage, and moved forward slowly. But after all, the snow is too deep, and the carriage is really difficult to move. The speed was more than twice as slow compared to when he was in the country of fire. Shenluo dancing, Yuzuke walked forward impatiently, raising his hand. The violent repulsion slapped the snow in front of him to the sky, forming a white tsunami, which directly triggered a natural disaster-grade avalanche. At the same time, the snow in front of him was cleaned up. Yuzuke jumped to the side of the car and said impatiently, "Okay. Let's go." It took a long time for the groom to come back to his senses, screaming and pulling the reins, and rushing to the samurai base in the center of the Iron Country. Soon, a tall tower similar in shape to the Iron Tower of the main base of Pain-in-Yu Iron Village came into view of the Fire Country. At the door, a few warriors wearing armors and gas masks similar to the Warring States period came forward and asked for the identity of the visitors. The organizer, the country of fire. The guard, Yuzuke. Even if he covered his face with a mask, he could still see his inner fear from the obvious shake of the samurai army just now. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 216 The Way of the Dragon. Damn it. Why did the avalanche suddenly occur just now? It didn't take long after Yuzuke and his party, who were the representative of the country of fire, arrived. The team headed by a white-haired old man walked into the round table discussion hall cursingly. The name of the water country. The guard who follows behind, is the charming temperament, the body is coquettish. Every time I do sports with Yuzuke, I like to talk about marriage. True-memeing on this topic. Following True-meme, there were 2 others, King and Bai. Although there were only 2 finals of the ninja exam this year, and the second Naruto Gaara battle has not yet finished. However, in the first round, he defeated Sasuke, and he was in the limelight, replacing Shikamaru as the first ninja to be promoted to Nikunin. Terumi-ming followed the name of the country of water into the chamber, and when he saw Yuzuke, his eyes lit up. But because of official occasions, he didn't rush into the other party's arms, but just cast a charming look at the other party. The Yuzuke who was watching had a little itchy. I don't know if there are rooms available here. Then, the third name of the land of the country arrived. The ninjas who followed were Yellow Earth, Black Earth, and Laozi, who was defeated by Hafeng Watergate but did not kill. To be honest, It is really not easy for Huang to survive as Yuzuke's enemy, although the main reason is that Yuzuke hasn't missed him at all. Anyway, this person can't make any waves. Yuzuke is not as stupid as the nerve villain in the city to speak badly about the daimyo of the land. These people will be their own gold masters in the future. Not to please, but at least there is no need to offend. The fourth guards of the daimyo in the Land of Thunder are the Bofeng Watergate, the Flag, Kakashi, and Darui III. They all brought their own shadows. It is not only for security considerations, but also for the face among major powers. In comparison, the last name of the Wind Nation to be present seemed a bit shabby. Maki, Temari, Kankuro. Tut tut, no way, now they cannot bring Shadow Village level ninja. Sorry, I'm late, I don't know what's going on. An extremely exaggerated avalanche happened on the road. After the arrival of the name of the Kingdom of Wind, he bowed his head to the name of the Kingdom of Thunder. The matter of starting a war against Union Village, although it was caused by the disguise of Orochimaru as the fourth generation of Fengying, the country of the wind is the one who is in the wrong after all. More importantly, the Kingdom of Wind is now too. You can only bow your head and pretend to be grandson. Seeing the attitude of the country of the wind, the name of the earth is not easy to say nothing, and he apologizes to the name of the country of thunder. The name of Thunder Country snorted softly, but didn't go further. The expression of Bo standing behind the daimyo of Thunder Country was a little weird. It was different from the others, although Yuzuke didn't tell him. But Haefeng Mizuman can almost conclude that Orochimaru's Union collapse plan has some connection with Yuzuke. But this secret must be rotten in his stomach. After the five major powers took their seats one after another, the three ships as the head of the Iron Nation did not arrive. His coffee position is not enough to sit in this position. Although Yuzuke stood in the center, he didn't sit down directly. Instead, he kept standing, which was a face to the group of old men who gave money to Shinobu. First of all, I represent the country of fire. To be precise, it is the Confederate Nation. Thank you for the arrival of the five famous adults. Although the defeated country is not qualified to talk about any conditions, we still want to know what benefits will it bring to our country by joining the Confederate country. The daimyo of the Land of the Earth spoke first, and after looking around the four daimyos present, the corner of his eyes finally fell on the Land of the Wind without knowing it intentionally or unintentionally, and then said, I heard that the four of the village of New Ain with the assistance of Mr. Yuzuke, Shimizuke regained the mist from the wicked Gaara, and made great help to the reconstruction of the country of water, and even gave financial support. But our land country is very peaceful and we don't need financial support. If we are asked to provide money to assist weak countries, then it's not appropriate. The country of the earth is the country with the strongest economic strength other than the country of fire. The daimyo of the land is afraid that Yuzuke will deduct money from him to help a poor country like the country of wind. Everyone knows that the country of wind is really poor. Kanjira's face turned black behind the daimyo of the kingdom of wind, and he immediately wanted to refute. However, Maki and Temari were able to hold them in time. Please don't worry about this. Although you need to pay a part of the tax to Konoha every year, there is no need to collect additional money from you. Yuzuke laughed. The annual tax payment is based on a method of that and long run. Although I have to pay a lot of money at once, I heard that it is only once a year, and the name of the land country still accepts it. After the country of the wind is merged into the alliance, Konoha, who is the headquarters for the ADSU, will pay for it, and there is no need for the daimyo of the country to worry. Hearing what Yuzuke said, the name of the land country has nothing to say. Then next, it is about the newcomers of Tuaing and Fengying. Choose. Yuzuke quickly moves on to the next key topic. The expressions of everyone present changed slightly. The choice of the film, no matter what period it is placed in, is a crucial issue. But everyone knows the unspoken rule, that is, they will definitely choose someone whom Yuzuke trusts to be the shadow. Lazi, standing behind the daimyo of the land of the earth, has heard about it. Yuzuke was planning to kill him after losing to Bofeng Shuiman in the war to attack Union, but he didn't find a chance. It's not bad that you can save your life. Don't even think about the position of the shadow. In other words, my subordinates are still based in your country. As if suddenly remembering something, Yuzuke asked the daimyo of Tsuchigo, although he is a strange character, but he is not strong enough. What do you think of letting him be the 5th generation of Dokage daimyo? Although Gin, regardless of his own wishes or personality, is not suitable for being a shadow. But now Yuzuke's staff can't find a more suitable candidate. Put him in this position first, and wait for a more suitable candidate to replace him. This is also a method. 217 Don't give a woman any more. The daimyo of the soil country was stunned by Yuzuke's question. As for Laozi, Lois, and Celadon, the three of them with their guards behind him, 3, although this result might have been expected for a long time. But when Yuzuke really said this, his eyes widened. They are no strangers to the dried persimmon ghost shark. When Yuzuke led the ninja army to raid Iwayan, among the leaders, the dried persimmon ghost shark is the most conspicuous. Until now, the man still stared at their village like a shark with an army. If this person becomes a soil shadow, can they have a good life in Yanin village? This dried persimmon ghost shark is not from the country of my soil, and I am not familiar with the management methods of Yanin village. I think I should choose from within Yanin village. Isn't it more appropriate to have a new shadow? The landlord daimyo laughed and tried to refute. It was basically impossible for Laozi to continue to be a Tuying. He also knew this very well in his heart. However, the daimyo of the Earth Country tried to control the candidates of the Earth Shadow within the Yanin village itself. Experience can be accumulated. It won't be enough if he slowly learns after he takes over. Wasn't the Watergate also born in Konoha before? Now he manages Union village well, right? Yuzuke returned with an impeccable smile. The name of the country of Linta couldn't find a rebuttal for a while. It is true that the Bofing Watergate has killed all the shadow ranks of Union village back then, and then put Orochimaru on top. After Orochimaru defected, it was Bofeng Shui men who had no choice but to take over. The name of the soil country has also heard of it. In Union's previous collapse plan, Yuzuke planned to kill Laozi. It just didn't succeed. If he thinks of this against him, the landlord daimyo is a little scared, and almost agrees. Seeing this from behind, Laozi hurriedly put a hand on the shoulder of the daimyo and shook his head severely. In any case, you can't let the dry persimmon ghost shark, the murderer, come to be the jade of the village of Yanin village. It's not going to work. If we really let that shark be the shadow of our village, then it's fine. Seeing that his own great name was speechless, the black soil couldn't help thinking quickly about coping strategies in his heart. At the same time, the face of Wind Kingdom on the other side was not very good. You know, their situation is lower than that of the Land of the Earth. Who will Yuzuke look for to replace Rosho, who has been dead for many years, as his shadow? This is also a question that makes Maki and the others nervous. At this time, Magi noticed Ryumim, who was standing behind the daimyo of the water country with a look at the play. Suddenly remembered, when Yuzuke broke through the Wuian village back then, Ryumim had no turn to be a water shadow. She and Yuzuke had no intersection before this, but later let her be. As for the reasons for this, you can tell if you see it through. Everyone knows it. Reminiscent of the recent period, Gaara has started to learn how to control Shu. There was a secret in Maki's heart, and the name of the Wind Country whispered a few words in his ear. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind heard Magi's whisper in his ear, and his expression was a bit startled. A few seconds later, the Lord. He interrupted the conversation between Yuzuke and Tsuchigo. Mr. Yuzuke. As soon as the name of the country of the wind said this, the eyes of everyone present turned to him. We are the candidate for the shadow of Shane village. I think Gaara is a suitable candidate for the son of the late 4 generations of Fenning Liuosho. Gaara. The 2 small transparent Hinata and Huahuo who were shrunk inconspicuously were taken aback. It's the kind of weird person who exudes a cold air that no one can get near. During the Zongnin exams can also be Fenning Gaara. Yuzuke raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, There is no one from his staff. After a ghost shark inserted into Yanin village, Cheyenne village called for someone to take over, and Yuzuke also had a headache with this problem. Compared with the performance of Gaara's original work, he can be regarded as an upright person. Don't worry about being stabbed in the back. It is not unacceptable to insist on choosing him. But if you can't agree to make it so easy, you have to talk about the conditions. Just when Yuzuke was planning to strike a stroke in the Kingdom of Wind, the name of the country of the wind has spoken again. Our princess in Cheyenne village, Temari, is almost the age to talk about marriage. Mr. Yuzuke is the #1 in the ninja world. I think there is no more suitable candidate than you. Today I am here. Congratulations to you two for 100 years together. Aha. After the words of the name of the country of the wind, Temari was stunned, and after a long period of time, he slowly raised a question mark. What do you mean you are selling my old lady Temari? You have to think about the overall situation. Maki whispered in Temari's ear. That's right, Maki's hand was copied by miming. Isn't you miming that you rely on your body to get the upper hand? Anyone with a bit of a brain can guess one or two things. Since you can use this trick, I also use it. Of course, to make it harder is to send a woman to be a hostage. Once Gaara took over, Temari was Fukige's sister. This will also dispel Yuzuke's suspicion. After all, we have all sent Fennying's sister to your pillow, and you have any doubts about Temari's mind, and you immediately understand the reason. But I still can't help but scream in my heart. Is there any mistake? The old lady is only 16,1616 years old. And Yuzuke is old enough to be my father. Thinking of this, Temari looked at Yuzuke quietly. Well, because of the relationship between yin and yang and chakra, the man still looks like he is less than 30 years old. But the problem was that Temari turned his gaze to Triumim, who was behind Daimyo, the country of water on the other side. This woman has an unclear relationship with him, and Temari is more or less hurt. Her own dignified Princess Cheyenne also wants face, so she can't accept such things as serving her husband. It's really a hero who sees the same thing. Before Temari could express his opinion, the daimyo of Tasugo spoke in advance and said to Yuzuke, we hope to recommend Lois as a shadow of the 5 dynasties, and his daughter and Black Soil have reached the age of marriage and marriage. I also think that Yuzuke Mr. is the most suitable person. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 218. This is all for the country. Triumime's expression at this time became a little exciting. When the daimyo of the Land of the Wind and the Land of the Land proposed this proposal one after another, she always felt that the eyes of this group of people intentionally or unintentionally looked at her. Although she was young, she was still mixed in the political circle. I don't know what this group of old joysticks are thinking. Clearly is to use themselves as a reference object. I copied the way I used to be a water shadow. When she mentioned this, she became angry. All Ninja World seemed to think that he had taken the initiative to climb onto Yuzuke's body to get Shui Ying's position. But she's the one being ridden, so I didn't have to be a shadow of the water at the beginning. He was half pushed by that man and handed it over for the first time. As a result, the topic of marriage was talked about 6 or 7 years, and the year did not come up with a result. And Hinata and Hwahyuo beside Yuzuke were completely confused. This hand-operated operation of the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth has too much impact for a 12-year-old and a 7-year-old girl. It's nothing more than marriage, and also expressed on the spot that he was willing to buy one get one free. The daughter of the 4th generation of Fennying, the granddaughter of the 3rd generation of Tuiying, putting it in the village. The children of the big clan who are not first class turned out to be the same as the defective products that could not be sold in the store, and they were directly sent to Yuzuke, and now Yuzuke himself is somewhat speechless. Are you guys saying okay? I feel that since Hyuganizu, there are always people who like to stuff women around themselves. Oh, they are not women yet. And some of them are still suckers. He even suspected that if Uchiha Sasuke was a woman, Uchiha Tomitake would give her to himself in those days. Thinking of this, Yuzuke had a chill. Forget it. Leave this blessing to Naruto. Lozi will be sealed if he doesn't make copper, but to be honest, the proposal made by the two daimyos of the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth is actually good. The words of Gaara's superior Fenning. Temari is Fukage's sister. If Huangta served as the 5 dynasties Tuiying, then Haito changed from the granddaughter of the deceased Tuiying to the daughter of the current Tuiying. The identities of these two people are simply suitable to be used as hostages. Just like the Warring States period in the history of the previous life, the monarchs of various countries sent their sons to the allies as protons. Let's talk about the specific terms. Yuzuke finally spoke. Hearing the ground, the other party did not refuse, and the two great names of the country of the wind shined in front of the eyes. The black soil subconsciously hugged himself in front of Yuksung and cried. When Yuzuke happened to see her watch, a few black lines appeared on his face. You can see what is good about the ribs in Pingchuan. The 1-year-old Hinata is better than you. I really thought that Lozi had a similar expression when I saw you Temari, but she took the initiative to look at Yuzuke more. To be honest, as a child of the great ninja clan, she never thought that she could marry the person she liked since she had the consciousness of men and women. The target of the intermarriage is not a nobleman, it must be the child of another ninja clan. So as long as you don't hate objects, Temari is basically acceptable. And when this day really comes, the object is the strongest in the ninja world, but also the highest in charge of the ninja village. Although I was getting older, I had a whole round, but in appearance, Temari, a girl with some color control attributes, couldn't fault it. But the problem is that Temari's gaze turns to Tsurumi, who is behind Daimyo of Water Country. Then I thought of the one far away in Konoha. Tsunadeheim. Recall that in the later part of the war, I accidentally saw that ... named Zairi Hongshanran is very close to him again. Temari is not a taste in my heart. I am the princess of Shane anyway. I am so young, it took another 2 hours to snatch men from other women, and a series of treaties of the alliance countries were determined to avoid wars and economic disputes. Although Sarah was the country that provoked the war this time, Yuzuke still paid them a huge sum of money, used to make up for the economic losses of the poor and windy countries over the years. Although it was something that would happen in the original book, Union's collapse plan was indeed Yuzuke and Dashwin, and Shane was overshadowed. Now that the princess is given to you, I still have to show it. Thank you, Mr. Yuzuke. We Shane will definitely do our part for the peace of ninja world. After getting the money, the great name of the country of the wind smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Hee, just listen to this. In the 3 wars of the ninja world, your wind nation is the one who provoked each time. Of course, Yuzuke just thought about this in his heart. In such a political situation, face must be maintained. Temari, don't follow us back to Cheyenne, go directly to Konoha with Yuzuke-sama, Maki shouted. Temari's eyes stared like copper bells. Is there a mistake that doesn't need to be solved so thoroughly? Why don't you just throw me at him and create it? You don't have to go back to Yanian village in black soil. Just follow Mr. Yuzuke to Konoha. The land of the country daimyo immediately said to the black soil. And then he ignored the attitude of the other party at all, and said to Yuzuke, Mr. Yuzuke, about the ninja army of the dried persimmon ghosts in our country I will return immediately. Notify the ghost shark to withdraw his troops. Yuzuke responded with a smile. Good. The earth country daimyo nodded excitedly, seeing that the black soil hadn't passed. He couldn't help but shouted with a cold face, Black soil, why don't you go away? While still stunned, Haito wanted to cry without tears, and glanced at his father Huangtu. And Huangtu silently turned his face to the other side. To be honest, he is the one who feels the most uncomfortable in his heart. Will he give his daughter to kill his father and enemy Yanian? Which figure in history has such an aggrieved one? But Huangtu dare not say anything. If he dared to resist, Yuzuke, who was not pleasing to his eyes, would have 100 ways to kill himself. Then let that the dried persimmon ghost shark take the position of Dokage, whether it's public or private. There is only one choice for Huangtu, and that is to send his daughter out. Everything is for the country. 219 Revelation. Yuzuke imitates the practice of the world government in One Piece. The 5 great powers unite, and the 5 great shinobu villages are unified. It may be a method of peace that treats the symptoms but not the root cause, and is accompanied by major hidden dangers, but at least it can guarantee peace for decades. In his opinion, it is much more reliable than Nagato's Tail Beast plan and the Earth-carrying Infinite Dream plan. After the daimyo meeting ended, Yuzuke took Minato and Haku again to escort the daimyo back to the daimyo mansion. But this time I followed 2 other little tails, Temari and Black Earth. Even if it was Yuzuke, he didn't know what to do with these 2 16-year-old girls for the time being. If it is a simple hostage, then after returning to Konoha, he will directly arrange a residence and send Anb to monitor. And the handoff operation of the country of the wind and the country of the earth really caught him off guard. In this way, it is a bit difficult to arrange. Think of it with your toes. The group of Cheyenne and Yanin will definitely promote the marriage after they return. The shit follow behind the daimyo's carriage. After more than half a month, I finally sent the daimyo back to the daiming mansion again. You can officially return to Konoha. However, given that it was too late, the daimyo kept Yuzuke and his party from staying at the residence temporarily for one night, and then set off tomorrow. Tonight is the night of the full moon, but except for a full moon, there are no other stars around in the night sky, which looks lonely or even a little gloomy. In this way, it can be stable for a while, but unfortunately, I haven't found a chance to solve the black the 1,000-year-old bastard. After dinner, Yuzuke did not immediately. When I fell asleep, I sat on the aisle of the mansion on the side of the mansion arranged by Daming himself, admiring the lonely bright moon above his head, and muttered to himself with some regrets. A footstep suddenly came from the left. It's really unexpected that you came to see me. Before the other party came into sight, Yuzuke spoke. Princess Temari Kianing walked into the corner for a while, and finally walked out after a few seconds of hesitation. Master Yuzuke, Temari said with embarrassment. Although she belongs to a female ninja character similar to Tsunade, she has a so-called fiancé for the first time in her life. I really don't know how to deal with it. Don't be so nervous, I can't eat anymore. He has always looked sturdy and timid like a small Tsunade. Temari. Yuzuke couldn't help but laugh secretly, stretched his hand to his side and made a pleased gesture. Temari smiled and sat down on Yuzuke's left side, but he was still sitting like pins and felt straight, his waist straight, and motionless. Don't worry, I don't plan to do anything, or from the beginning, I was going to let Gaara succeed in the position of fennying. To be honest, your name sent you as a political bargaining chip. I was a little surprised. Yuzuke didn't deliberately conceal anything, and told the truth. Really? Temari's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she is young, her experience as a ninja is already quite sophisticated. Especially after hearing about the Union collapse plan from his teacher Margie. He made a series of investigations on Union Village and Yuzuke behind Union Village. Everyone knows that after Yuzuke captures a village, he will definitely let the person he trusts the most as a shadow's position. And my brother Gaara doesn't seem to have any contact with Yuzuke. Naturally, it is impossible for Yuzuke to say that he is a traverser. It can be concluded that Gaara will not do anything like Onoki or Reikage 4. He can only use Naruto's mouth escape stunt forcibly. He's Renzulai, right? It's normal for his mind to become distorted. But after the first battle, Yin seems to have begun to change. I would like to believe him once. He can become a great shadow different from his father. Yuzuke himself is a bit disgusting. Isn't this kind of mouth cannon skill the favorite saying of the old man Sarutobi Hichi? And he glanced at Temari, and found that the girl's eyes were full of stars, flashing, and her eyes were full of worship and gratitude. Color. Yuzuke couldn't help being even more speechless. And I believe this kind of words. No wonder that old man Sarufi can fool so many people, and his routine is so popular. After a wave of good feelings by Yuzuke's words, Temari remembered the relationship between the two, and his face flashed subconsciously. Then, that, Yuzuke-sama, about me and you, oh, what about the marriage contract? That. You don't need to care too much. Yuzuke smiled and said, Xian Konoha and Seijian are the same power, so you should change your residence, and Konoha will continue to be a ninja, and everything else will remain the same. However, it's a pity that you can't mess around with relationships, otherwise the relationship between the country of fire and the country of wind will be endangered. Just in case, Yuzuke gave Temari a vaccination. I really didn't think about what to do with her, but Temari must never forget his identity. To put it nicely, she is Yuzuke's engagement party. To put it harder, it was a canary in a cage given to Yuzuke by the Kingdom of Wind. It's good to raise you with delicious food, but don't get any crooked thoughts. I will be good. When Temari heard this, he hurriedly shouted, and then his cheeks began to redden again, always feeling that this was a bit ambiguous. Then, when will the wedding be held? After a short silence, Temari asked abruptly. As soon as he said this, Yuzuke seemed to see Terumi Mei's figure superimposed with the Temari in front of him. Why do you women always like to talk about the topic of marriage? The next day, we departed from Daming Mansion, and approaching dusk and evening, everyone arrived at Konoha. Master Yuzuke, Master Hokage said to ask you to come back, please immediately. Go to the office building. As soon as he stepped into the gate, the Wanyan gatekeeper duo, Asuma's two teammates, and the two people whose names came from quickly leaned forward to report to Yuzuke. It's been too long since I crossed over, and I can't remember the name of the advanced dragon set. Gangtsai and Shinryu Izumo could not help but look slantingly at Temari and the Black Soil at the same time they reported the report. The daughter of the fourth generation of Fenying and the third generation of Tukage's granddaughter, how did they come to Konoha? See the underlined version. Please download Felu. 220 Escape Sasuke defected. As soon as Yuzuke walked into the Hokage office, Tsunade rushed up and shouted, this morning there was a message from Union Village that Sasuke Uchiha was deceived by Orochimaru and defected from the village and left Union. Oh, Shinji took about 2 seconds. Yuzuke gave a new word answer, not light or heavy. Looking at Yuzuke, who was calm, Tsunade said angrily, what is your reaction that the kid has defected? Defected. So what? Yuzuke looked indifferent and pulled Tsuna on the sofa next to him, and fell directly onto the opponent's lap. That kid is now a ninja in Union Village. It's all some human's business to deal with it. What do you care about so much? Do you have a conscience? Tsunade squeezed his arm irritably, and said, that kid Itachi slaughtered the whole clan with his own hands, in exchange for the peace of Union, and even the entire ninja world. He entrusted his only brother to us. But now he has defected. How can we explain to others? Yuzuke stroked his forehead. Hey, didn't he want to leave by himself? How can I tie him up and put him in jail when he catches it? Otherwise, just notify Itachi and let him make his own decision. Yuzuke yawned. Whenever we contacted him, the two of them took the initiative to send information back. Tsunade glanced at him. For the concealment of spy work, Yuzuke and Tsunade never actively contacted Itachi and Shisui, who were in Akatsuki. When they joined Akatsuki, the two parties had already severed contact. Whenever there is a major action, Shisui will send crows to deliver the news. And Yuzuke and the others can't contact the two unilaterally. Don't worry, with Itachi's younger brother's control level, he will know this right away. If he doesn't want Sasuke to go to Orochimaru, he will personally stop it. Let's just leave it alone. Yuzuke stood up and suppressed Tsunade. Come on, do something business first. You guy, come back again. Tsunade hesitated to speak but stopped, because immediately her gaze was blocked. When Yuzuke wants to come, as long as Itachi doesn't interfere. Even if Naruto and the others can bring Sasuke back this time, can they prevent him from leaving next time unless you tie the kid with a rope? Otherwise you will never stop him from leaving. Anyway, Indra's reincarnation seems to have the attributes of leaving home and causing accidents. Hey, can't stop it after returning to Union Village. Fang Shuiman heard about the defect in the first time. After learning about this, his first reaction contacted Yuzuke. After the Union collapse plan, Fang Shuiman concluded almost 100% that Orochimaru must still have some kind of contact with Yuzuke. Although I'm not sure of the specific relationship, I can guess that it's not far from 1089. At least, it is impossible for Yuzuke to not know the specific location of the Orochimaru stronghold. But when Fang Shuiman gave birth to this idea, he rejected it in his heart in the second. Many political matters are enough to think in your heart, and you can't say it publicly on the table. If you contact Yuzuke on your own initiative at this time, you are not simply saying I think you are in contact with Dad. Sasuke defected. What should I do? Just as Fang Shuiman was in distress, one foot suddenly kicked open the door of Raikichi's office, jumping and shouting. It wasn't his son Naruto who looked at the entire Union village, and there were not many who had the courage. Fang Shuiman took a deep breath, folded his hands under his jaw and meditated for a while, then decided to say, Naruto, Union has just gone through a war now. You can't allocate too much combat power because of a ninja. Set up a chasing team next year, and bring Sasuke back. Fang Shuiman finally chose the same approach as Tsunade in the original book. In other words, he only has this way. 2 days later, Fang sent a message back. What's more surprising is that while Fang Shuiman dispatched a pursuit team composed of Naruto and other Xioqiang to chase Sasuke, it also requested reinforcements like Mist and Sander. The 5 of Otoninu were unable to resist, and Sasuke was brought back. However, only 4 days have passed. The reinforcements of Yuin and Shain just left. Sasuke ran away again. Naruto, who lacks the 9 Tails plug-in, is obviously not the opponent of Sasuke, who has received the Curse Seal plug-in granted by Orochimaru. After being beaten up, he failed to stop Sasuke for the second time, and could only watch the opponent leave. Yes, it really didn't exceed Yuzuke's expectations. This time, Naruto and Sasuke's top-licking dog, Sakura, must have been hit harder. It's hard to bring people back, but they just don't appreciate it and just want to leave. Now the wave of feng shui is gone. Sasuke can only be regarded as a rebel and issued a wanted order. At this time, the crow of Shishui flew back. Regardless of hearing the meaning of Shishui and Itachi from the crow, Tsunade couldn't believe it. Yes, that means Itachi. Crow grumbled and replied. He said that after testing Sasuke's strength in Union Village last time, he thought that his current strength was not enough to rejuvenate Uchiha, and the most suitable target for training Sasuke was Orochimaru. His brother is not crazy, right? Tsunade was dumbfounded in astonishment. I'm not afraid that Orochimaru will occupy his body. You know, the reason why Sasuke was able to defeat Orochimaru in the original work was because the souls of his hands were swallowed by the god of death summoned by Sarutobi Hichi with a ghoul. As a result, most ninjutsu cannot be used. Unlike Union's battle, Dashwin almost defeated Sarutobi with an overwhelming advantage. His hands are good. 2 years later, it is impossible for Sasuke to want to kill Orochimaru. So please watch Mr. Yuzuke and don't let Orochimaru take over the body. The crow turned to look at Yuzuke, who was lying on the sofa. A few black lines appeared on Yuzuke's face. As expected, what kind of calculations the kid was doing? I have a connection with Orochimaru, he can see it too. 221. Don't you just want the newspaper? The ninja village of the 5 great countries is unified, and it is not clear what the future will be. At least for now, there is still considerable peace. With the ninjas of the 5 great nations, they all changed to ninja, the forehead of the word. After Sasuke defected for 2 months, the small shinin villages such as Kuzakin village, Yugen village, and Takigak village also took the initiative to join the ranks of the allied powers. Replace all the forehead signs in my village with the same nin as in the 5 great ninja villages. Protect the forehead. And there is a more powerful Shinobu village. Although it has repeatedly received invitations from the alliance from Konoha, it has repeatedly refused. That's right, this ninja village was the Yuin village, the country of rain, which was the country of 3 big nations, with the power of 1 village during the Second Ninja World War. Still refused? Yuzuke took the scroll from Narakajiu in front of him. After pulling it apart, it was found that the signature was still blank. At this time, Yuzuke asked Narukaiser's team to hand over the alliance agreement to the leader of Uain village. When he saw that the signature place was blank, he knew that Uain village had once again refused the invitation to join the alliance. Master Yuji, you have repeatedly sincerely invited Uain village to join the alliance, but these guys have never known what is good or bad. A ninja from the Hyuga family standing next to Narashikajiu, Hyuga Tokima filled with outrage and said, I think it is better to send troops directly and go to war with Uain village. Are you a pig brain? Yuzuke glanced at the other person and cursed mercilessly. This Hyuga Tokima looked stunned, unable to understand. Wasn't Iwayne and Cheyenne shot down by force? Why don't Uain do it? Naruto scratched his head for a long time, and looked at him with an idiotic look, and explained, Saiyan and Iwain is an active offensive. What we have done is just a counterattack. Now the 5 major countries of Ninja Village are all in one. We must set an example for the peace of Ninja world. If we take the initiative to launch war, then we will not attack the peaceful environment that is hard to maintain. Self-breaking. Narashikuiza was also surprised, whether the Hyuga clan's brain nutrition has come to the eyes, and such a simple question can't be figured out. Master Yuzuke, according to our investigation, the leader of Uain village is no longer Sanjiao Hanzo, but 2 mysterious people called God and Angel controlled by the villagers. Naruto remembered one thing for a long time and reported again, it's just that we didn't officially meet with them, we just entered Uain village, and their men stopped us and directly expressed their rejection of the alliance and kicked us out. The title of God Angel is pretty good. Second, Yuzuke couldn't help smiling. You, Lord Yuzuke, then, would you still invite Uain to join the alliance? Hyuga Tokima, who was scolded by Yuzuke, was a little bit afraid to say it. Forget it. Their attitude is already very clear and don't need to worry about it anymore. The Yuzuke alliance agreement was collected. There will be opportunities in the future. After Narukisa and the others left, Yuzuke got up and walked to the window, looking at a peaceful Konoha village, and muttered to himself, I keep saying that it is for peace, but isn't it already peaceful now? But I don't want to accept what I bring. After all, are you not just for the newspaper's peace? Nagato, bring soil. Yuzuke himself understands. The peace that I bring is not a long-term solution. It may only last until he died or left this world. But at least it can last for decades. Moreover, wherever there exists in this world, there will always be peace and the future, that can only be left to future generations to decide. But even so, Nagato and Ito seem to be reluctant to give up the Tail Beast capture plan and the Moon Eye plan. In Yuzuke's view, they keep saying that they are for peace, but they are not really for peace. The former is because he has lost his best friend and wants to retaliate against society. The latter is losing her favorite woman and wants to create an illusion of the other's existence. Forget it. When you come out, I will pack you up again. Now these 2 goods and the black The 1,000-year-old bastard has been shrunk in the tortoise shell and can't come out, and Yuzuke can't help it. It will be about 2 years before the Xia organization will officially start to act. During this time, it's rare to take a break. Go home. Yuzuke was surprised to find out in the kitchen where the smell of rice was bursting, standing 2 shadows. In addition to Uriong, who has been serving as a good internal helper at home, there is also a younger figure. What are you doing, Temari? Yuzuke sat on the cushion, a little speechless. Bring the black soil and Temari back to Konoha. He arranged separate residences for the 2 of them. The black soil lived alone. On the contrary, Temari always likes to run to oneself. I just want to learn more from Sister Hong to do this. Tejuyan Kailing Ran's face was slightly red, and she lowered her head to explain. Yuji is really, he doesn't give girls face at all. Do you know this kind of encouragement? Red put his hands on Temari's shoulders, and Yuzuke was buried in anger. As for the arrival of Princess Temari, Cheyenne, Yuren was also surprised at first, but immediately relieved. Hong knows very well that what she likes is the strongest and most powerful person in the ninja world. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to mess with flowers and grass, there will be countless lives who are afraid that he will not want to send his daughter to him. If you want to accept that you always care about this aspect, you will definitely be pissed off. In that case, it is better to be relieved. Thinking that you can have a place in the other's heart, that's enough. Yuin Village. Pouring rain washed over this steel town. At least half of the time each year, the village is bathed in heavy rains. In an iron tower at the highest point in the center of the village, Xiaonan's expression was complicated, and he buried half of his body in the container, and his body was so thin that there was almost only a layer of skin left. Nagato said, "Why do you insist on achieving this step of peace now? Isn't it the same as your inner vision gate?" "No, it's not right." Nagato closed his eyes suddenly and opened his eyes with a grim expression. Such peace is wrong. Only when the world really feels pain, they will understand what peace is. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 222 Akatsuki section. In the 62nd year of Konoha, 2 years have passed since the Union collapse plan. Naruto and other Xiokiyang have also risen from 12 to 14 years old, and some of them have an earlier birthday, and they have reached 15 years old. And small villages like Kain Village, Tainin Village, Takin Village, etc., have also joined the ranks of the Ninja League one after another, turning the original different symbols into a forbearance. Words protect the forehead. Although the alliance of the five powers pursues a peace treaty, it will never allow active wars. But Xiaogo couldn't help but worry whether such a behemoth would kill them one day. So with the idea of joining if you can't beat it, within 2 years of the end of Union's collapse plan, small ninja villages in small countries have also joined the Ninja League. The only hard bone is Yuin Village. Of course Yuzuke also knows the reason. Nagato is stinky and hard, and 80% of them are still holding his set of a bag of rice. Don't let go of the second peace concept. However, Yuzuke did not take the initiative to launch an aggressive war against Yuin Village. After all, he himself said that the establishment of the Ninja League was to maintain peace. If he took the initiative to launch a war, wouldn't it be slapped himself? Unknowingly, this year's ninja exam has also begun. Since last year's Zongnin, Hinata, Naruto and others have become Zongnin, and there is no need to continue participating. That's right. Naruto became Zongnin. It's not like jumping directly from ninja to Ying's position like in the original book. He did not go out of the village to practice with Zilei, but followed his father to practice in Union Village. In last year's Zongnin exam, he passed the test and became Zongren. Poor Sasuke. In this way, he is the only one left in the original 10,000 years shinobu. However, I heard that Haefeng Mizuman once wanted to hand over the God of Thunder to that kid, but it is a pity that Naruto's ninjutsu talent is limited to rubbing balls. He just couldn't learn space ninjutsu, but in desperation, Feng Shuiman could only give up and let him continue to rub the balls. Since the establishment of the alliance of the 5 ninja villages, every year, the ninja test is switched between the 5 big ninja villages. Annual rotation. The year before last was Union, last year it was Konoha, and this year, it was Mistian. In this year's exam, Shuayu, Liliuok and other Xiokiyang were promoted to the position of Zongren. However, just when everyone thought that the Zongnin exam was about to come to an end, but something happened that moved Yuzuke all the way. Nanauren's Yulai from Takigahara was taken away. However, it has not been investigated to find out who did it. And there was news that the 3 tails who were in a state of unmanned and free power were mysteriously missing. Suspicion was also caught. In the original work, Shinobu will not slander when encountering such embarrassing things, but choose to hide it. And now except the Yuin village, the other ninja villages have formed alliances. Renzulai was arrested, and the person in charge of Gaara naturally immediately report to Yuzuke. It means that they have investigated and found that the person who took Zulai from the 7 tails of their village was a person wearing a red cloud robe with a black background. The specific identity is still further investigation, but in fact, there is no need for Gaara. Yuzuke already knows which 2 people in Akatsuki's organization did it. Late at night, Yuzuke sat in the moonlight corridor of his home. Standing on his arm was the crow, a psychic beast that stopped water. Master Yuzuke, the one who arrested the Takegaru Nana and Zulai, was Akatsuki's undead duo named Hidden and Kaku. Their abilities are needless to say this kind of intelligence. Who is their next target as a traverser? Yuzuke doesn't want to know Akatsuki's abilities at all. He even knows pens. All he needs to know is one thing, and that is Akatsuki's next move. After all, even if you have precautions, every place is so far apart. If Akatsuki suddenly made a move, it would still be a question whether she could catch up. I don't know. The leader does not trust the core members of the organization 100%. But Master Shishui and Master Itachi are responsible for capturing Yanin's 4 tails and 5 tails. Whoever is responsible for the other tail beasts got it. The crow replied, "It's quite smart to bring soil." Yuzuke secretly stroked his brows. "Okay, you have worked hard, you can go back now." Yuzuke set his hand. Then Yuzuke-sama, Shishui-sama asked me to ask if you really want them to catch 4 tails and 5 tails. The crow asked. Yuzuke thought for a while and said, "It doesn't matter, let them act like this, anyway. The 4 tails and 5 tails are not important to us." Yes. The psychic crow spread its wings, dissipated in the smoke, and returned to the psychic world. It would be too obvious to summon Zelita Konoha for the rest of the people. Yuzuke has no interest in being an Annie, but he can't let Xiao continue to catch him. Akatsuki is a team that grabs 2 people, right? Nanao and two people are in charge of the immortal duo, right? That's the girl from the wooden man. After thinking for a while, Yuzuke decided to say, in this case, let's look at her tightly for now. Wow! At this moment, the paper door of the room behind Yuzuke was opened. A Temari with shoulder-length short hair came out of it. According to Yuji's suggestion, since she moved in 2 years ago, she hasn't helped that. The durian hairstyle that Yuji thinks is ugly enough. Instead, let the brown hair come down naturally, very similar to her and Gaara's mother, Kaora. Yuzuke, why didn't you sleep so late? Temari knelt down beside Yuzuke and asked softly. Although the character is very heroic when performing tasks, even a little sturdy, but in front of Yuzuke, Temari couldn't lift his head anyway. Nothing, just a few small things. Yuzuke picked up Princess Temari, walked into the room, and smirked. Do it a few more times, it's already recovered, isn't it? Temari's cheeks flushed, buried in Yuzuke's arms, gently. Yes, there was a sound. She handed over herself a year ago. How should I say, accept my fate. Anyway, as a Fenning's sister, his spouse is destined. It's better to take the initiative instead of complaining. 223 Undead Duo. After the entanglement between the Kingdom of Wind and Temari, Yuzuke intends to go to Union Village in the Kingdom of Thunder. Hey, Zhao, are you sure you are taking this road? Union Village is not here, right on the road to Union Village. Fedyuan was carrying a sickle, and when he saw the corner walking in front of him, he suddenly changed his way, with an expression of impatientness on his face. Go to the gold exchange first and pick up a few tasks at random. Zhao, I didn't even bother about the impatient flying section, and briefly explained it, and walked forward without looking back. Really? Fedyuan sighed. And Zhao, it has been a long time since we have cooperated. Zhao, Fedyuan is also very familiar with it. But Fedyuan can't stand the smelly gold exchange, and I don't know it is. What is the smell of corpse? But Zhao, as long as you talk about money, you will definitely not look back. Fedyuan can only go to the gold exchange with Angle. This taste corner, you can go in by yourself. I don't want to enter this kind of place. The gold exchange office was not far away. As soon as Fuan arrived at the door of the gold exchange office, he almost fainted with the smell, and looked at the corner with disgust. Up to you. Seeing Fuan's face full of disgust, Zhao. Both are a little unhappy, but there is no way to kill Zhao. He directly opened the door and walked in. I really have to come to this place every time. Fuan shook his head. He couldn't bear the pungent smell. He found a place next to him and sat down, waiting for the corner. All came out and then went to Union Village. Not far away, Yuzuke is heading towards Union Village. Although the undead duo may take a little longer to move, it is better to hurry just in case. Okay, when Yuzuke was advancing in the woods, he suddenly saw a black and red figure not far away. A closer look, isn't it Akatsuki's clothes, plus the iconic scythe? It is estimated to be a flying section, and that corner should be the same. It's nearby. Yuzuke raised his brows, and he just saved himself waiting for them to catch two. So let's solve it here. Salad. Fuan was sitting idly in a daze. A sound suddenly sounded not far away. Fuan raised his head and looked over there. Brother, we are really destined to meet here. For the sake of our destiny, should we join the Cthulhu cult? Yuzuke just walked out of the woods, and Fuan immediately. The hippie greeted him with a smile, started his old profession, and pulled people into the Cthulhu cult. From Fuan's point of view, Yuzuke should also be a horn, the one who exchanged money for gold. Just the horn hasn't come out yet. It is better to run over and get a few people to teach. If you don't enter, then God is. Oh, is it good for me to join the Cthulhu? Yuzuke was stunned, and he was about to cause trouble. He didn't expect Fuan to come up and wanted to pull himself into Cthulhu, but he just gave Yuzuke some time to observe the surroundings. Looking around, although it is a forest, there is no hidden place nearby. There is only a simple small house. According to the original text, this should be a gold exchange. Of course there are benefits. As long as you dedicate your body to Lord Cthulhu, you can get everything you want. Fuan's face staring at Yuzuke with a wicked smile, he asked, how do I join the Cthulhu? Forget it. I don't dare to be interested in such a small church. Besides, I think my strength is strong enough. Yuzuke shook his head. Although he was a little interested in Fuan's immortal body, Yuzuke had no plans to hand over his body to some evil god, and directly refused Fuan. Hey, boy, you just said that Cthulhu is a small church, right? Seeing Yuzuke's decisive refusal, Fuan was furious in an instant, turned the three-bladed sickle against his shoulders, pointed at Yuzuke with a sharp blade. As long as Yuzuke dared to say yes, Fuan would cut Yuzuke's neck. The same thing. I don't want to say it a second time. If you want to kill me, just do it. Yuzuke sneered coldly. Although Fuan had weird abilities, as long as he didn't get the blood, he was just an ordinary person carrying a sickle. Hey, it's quite arrogant. Then send you to the Lord Cthulhu as a sacrifice. Fuan was full of anger, and with a wave of the sickle in his hand, Yuzuke's neck was cut open in an instant, but there was no trace of blood, which made Fuan stunned. Done. Tenlyin. Boom! A huge thunder struck down from the air and accurately bombarded the flying section. The flying section was instantly swallowed by thunder and lightning, and billowing smoke rose up around it. Yuzuke walked out from the side. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the situation inside. The ground has been cut out by a huge thunder, and the black stuff lying in the pit is extremely conspicuous, and can barely be seen. Create a human form. Little devil, I clearly cut your neck. Why? The tuft of coke in the pit made intermittent noises, making Yuzuke a little surprised. He didn't expect to split the flying section into this way, and he could still talk. If you can't even distinguish between the afterimage and the person, then I suggest you check your eyesight before you come out to catch the tail beast. Yuzuke pulled out the white tooth blade, and unceremoniously cut the flying section that turned into black charcoal into 8 pieces. but no matter how many pieces are cut, the flying section can come alive. So Yuzuke prepares to use soil to escape the flying section and bury it in the ground in the original work. Shikamaru also handled it in the same way. Suddenly, Yuzuke felt a loud wind in the back of his head, so what to wait? Fly towards him. Just as the white tooth blade had not retracted, Yuzuke slashed behind him with a backhand, and a severed hand flew out from behind Yuzuke. Oh corner, it looks like everyone is there. Yuzuke raised his brows slightly, and looked behind him. Zhao. They were all standing at the gate of the gold exchange, and the tentacles in his hands were slowly retracting. It was obvious that it was Zhao, that attacked Yuzuke just now. I just heard a loud noise, and then I came out. I didn't expect it to be you. You are quite famous in the underground black market. After all, some people are offering a reward of 1 billion for your head. Zhao. They all stared at Yuzuke closely. His eyes were full of fire, and suddenly he found that in the huge pit behind Yuzuke, several black objects were constantly moving. Look like Zhao. Both frowned and looked at the black objects, with surprise written on their faces. It's just careless. The black object makes a sound, but the sound is very weak. The average person is already dead. It is a miracle that the flying section can still talk like this. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 224 The Five Life's Corner Capitals. The flying section is completely a dead duck with a hard mouth. Even if it is careless, it will not be beaten like this. It only shows that Yuzuke is really strong. Horn. I was silent for a moment, and I looked at Yuzuke carefully. Although Yuzuke's brilliant performance, Horn, I have heard of it, but Horn, I always think that those are just bragging. Horn, I have fought with the ninja god Senjujima. As for the real battle or throwing a shuriken 800 miles away, there is only Horn. I know. At least, Kokaku, I have been in contact with Senjujima, and probably know the strength of Senjujima. Judging by Yuzuke's record, Yuzuke's strength may be similar to Senjujima. Such a powerful ninja, how could there be a second one in this world? So in the corner, in the eyes of Yuzuke, Yuzuke is just a junior with a mere name, and it is not worth mentioning. In fact, if Senjujima is now allowed to fight Yuzuke, it is estimated that Senjujima will also be rubbed back and forth on the ground by Yuzuke. But now, Zhao, all have slightly changed their views on Yuzuke. The rumors are not groundless. Yuzuke has a certain strength, but it is estimated that it is only about the shadow level. Boy, we shouldn't know each other. Why do you want to shoot at us, Zhao? I thought for a while, even the cage class himself couldn't deal with it. If he could. Zhao, I didn't want to fight with Yuzuke. To be honest, Kokaku, I have also killed a lot of shadow ranks, but every time he fights against the shadow ranks, his 5 lives are almost not enough. But your goal is the tail beast. Right now, our ninja village is in an alliance state. I can't just sit by and watch if you catch the tail beast. Yuzuke sneered, and the implication was that he would not let him go, waiting for someone to leave. Really? Then you have to be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Kokaku. As soon as the voice fell, the ground under Yuzuke's feet suddenly exploded, and several slender tentacles stretched out from the ground, tightly entangled Yuzuke's arms and ankles. Although you say that, you are already prepared. Yuzuke raised his brows slightly, and glanced at the corner of his eyes. Shoes, a few tentacles have reached the ground at some point, and it seems to be the corner of the conversation. Is already ready to fight. Duo done. Work hard. Kokaku, I didn't answer Yuzuke at all. A huge fireball hit Yuzuke, and the flames pierced the ground, and the grass instantly burned, showing that the temperature was extremely high. The scorching breath spread over the face, and Yuzuke smiled slightly. Although his hands and feet were bound, he wanted to break free, but it was easy. Behind Yuzuke, Fusion's special Kuma was affected by the magnetic escape, and it flew out in an instant, and Yuzuke also disappeared in place. Boom angle. Although Yuzuke dodges the fireball, The fireball still flies forward along the path. Behind Yuzuke is the flying section lying on the ground that was cut into pieces, and the flying section instantly burned. Zhao, I didn't even bother with Fuan. The last companion that Xiao cooperated with was killed by herself. For Zhao Du, Fuan is just a companion that can't kill. Flying Thunder God. Looking around the corner, I didn't see Yuzuke's figure, so there is only one direction left. Yuzuke is on it. Ha! A blade of light with dazzling lightning smashed from the air. The horns with rich combat experience. They all reacted quickly, and quickly leapt back to avoid Yuzuke's attack. Well, suddenly, a thunder and lightning knife air came from the corners. They all drew behind them to the corners. They all came, and the horns, they were cut in half by the waist in an instant. At the same time, the mask behind the waist of the horn was also shattered, and the horn, only 4 lives were left. Flying Thunder God's drop point, the horns of the half of the body, they all fell to the ground. Looking at Fulcian Straits of Kuanu not far away, it should be Q thrown out by resentment just now. Don't blame the angle. I didn't expect that Magi Q didn't seem to have any direction just now. But what Yuzuke did casually lost was that he was magnetically escaping the direction in midair. 5 lives are a bit troublesome. Yuzuke frowned slightly and looked at the horns. Yuzuke picked up his body again, and even the hand that was cut off by Yuzuke just now didn't know when the horns were back. It seems that you know my abilities very well. Since the decision is difficult, it's better for me to give up catching the tail beast, so don't live it. Even if it was cut into 2 halves just now, I didn't panic, but found that the other party already knew his abilities. Zhao, panic instantly. After all, the ability is seen through, and from the temptation just now, you can know that your own strength is no match for Yuzuke. If you continue, you will undoubtedly die. No, no, no. The trouble I'm talking about is just to kill you 5 times. Don't you think your strength can cause me trouble? Right? Yuzuke sneered coldly, and these words were in the corner, in the eyes of Du. It was the greatest mockery. You bastard Zhao. The pupils are all round, and I haven't experienced this kind of anger for many years. But what is helpless is that my strength really does not cause problems for Yuzuke. Since there is the words of Flying Thunder God, then I can't run. So between the electric light and flint, the corner has made a choice. If you run away, you can't run away from Flying Thunder God. Then you can only fight to the death. Horn. Dusk Xiao robe suddenly exploded, and the monster formed by 3 grievances instantly burst out of Horn, Dus body, with strange masks on his face. Those masks are Horn, Dus heart. Oh, I separated the heart by myself, so I will save it time and again to kill it slowly. Yuzuke raised his brows slightly, looking at the horns that separated his heart. In that case, he only needs to destroy all the hearts at once with a relatively large attack. Done. Walk on the ground. Qo done. Work hard. Wind escape. Vacuum Jade. Water escape. Water Dragon Bomb. 3 3-dimension monsters with horns. 2. All of a sudden, 4 different ninjutsu attack towards Yuzuke from different directions. In this way, even if Yuzuke wants to throw kunai in a certain direction to use Thunder God, kunai will be destroyed by ninjutsu, making Yuzuke unavoidable. Boom! Yuzuke did not evade. 4 different types of ninjutsu exploded, and instantly swallowed Yuzuke's figure, raising a large cloud of smoke. Did you make it, Kokaku? Looking at the smoke and dust, he instinctively told him that the guy was not eliminated so easily, but the ninjutsu just now really blasted Yuzuke. If you want to solve me at this level, then you should wait to die. Call out. Yuzuke's voice sounded in the smoke. Ling Zhao. His pupils shrank, and at the same time, the smoke was torn apart in an instant, and a black and red tail beast jade shot out from it. Feeling the chakra volume erupting from the tail beast jade instantly, the horns, all face changes drastically. If you don't get out of the way, you might be buried here. Boom! The power of the tail beast jade is not much worse than the level of ninjutsu. At the time of bursting, the horns, The three monsters and the three grievances were instantly involved, and the masks of the three monsters shattered directly, representing three hearts have been destroyed. Zhao Du also carries a heart of the water system on his body. This is a heart he got in the country of water. It comes from the heart of the Ghost Lamp clan. Therefore, Zhao has the hydration ability of the Ghost Lamp clan. At the moment when the tail beast Jade exploded, the Horn knew that he could no longer escape the explosion of the tail beast Jade. At the last moment, the Horn used the power of hydration, and whether it was dead or alive, it was resigned. However, it turns out that the horns are alright. After turning into water, the damage they have suffered is greatly reduced, and they can barely survive the bombardment of the tail beast Jade. The horns of the prototype were restored. They were all lying in the deep pit of the explosion. Originally in the Horn, the gold exchange beside the capital was also destroyed by the tail beast Jade, and the flying section not far away did not know where it was swept by the airwave. Up, who is Yugai and why is there such a powerful force than the god of being Kokaku? They were all lying on the ground, looking weakly at the tailed beast. Yuzuke approached him, his eyes full of fear. After all, I have lived for more than 90 years, and no one has ever forced myself to such a degree, and I can't help the other party. Horn. The chakra in the body is empty. In the tail beast Jade that exploded at close range, the Horn, all of its strength has been used to defend, and now the Horn, it is a lamb to be slaughtered. If you don't have to defend it, I guess Zhao, you don't even have a chance to lie here, right? You should know my name. Yuzuke lifted his tail beast, holding the white tooth blade in his hand, and piercing it precisely into the Horn, to's heart without expression. Cock. They all rounded their pupils, and fought back to raise their hands, but they were already unable to raise their arms. As soon as they were raised in the air, they fell weakly. Crack. The last mask shattered, representing that this the undead ninja who had lived for more than 90 years had finally ushered in the end. After the battle was over, Yuzuke burned Kakuto Tsu's body on fire to prevent this guy from getting up and cheating on the corpse in the future. After all, this guy, as long as he has a heart, he can live. As for the flying section that was blown up, Yuzuke didn't take care of it. But even if these two guys can still get up, for Yuzuke, it's just another killing, and it's not a threat at all. A few minutes later, confirming that Yuzuke had left, Haiju slowly crawled out of the ground, and glanced at the horns that was about to be burned to ashes, Du's corpse, and some blood and flesh splashing out on the ground. Haiju fell into thought. Yuzuke's strength has grown too amazing. It seems that the plan to resurrect his mother has to be stepped up. Haiju shook his head, found the finger of the undead duo, and then slowly merged into the ground. Yuzuke didn't know that Haiju had run over. At this time, Yaozuke was heading to Union Village, and the girl from Muren was still there. Chapter 225. Killing Jiodu. Feeling the amount of chakra contained in the tail beast Jade, the horns all secretly said, "It's not good. If you don't get out of the way, you may be buried here." Boom. The power of the tail beast Jade is not much worse than the level of ninjutsu. At the time of bursting, the horns, the three monsters and the three grievances were instantly involved, and the masks of the three monsters shattered directly, representing three hearts have been destroyed. Zhao Du also carries a heart of the water system on his body. This is a heart he got in the country of water. It comes from the heart of the Ghost Lamp clan. Therefore, Zhao has the hydration ability of the Ghost Lamp clan. At the moment when the tail beast Jade exploded, the Horn knew that he could no longer escape the explosion of the tail beast Jade. At the last moment, the Horn used the power of hydration, and whether it was dead or alive, it was resigned. However, it turns out that the horns are alright. After turning into water, the damage they have suffered is greatly reduced, and they can barely survive the bombardment of the tail beast Jade. The horns of the prototype were restored. They were all lying in the deep pit of the explosion. Originally in the Horn, the gold exchange beside the capital was also destroyed by the tail beast Jade, and the flying section not far away did not know where it was swept by the air wave. Up, who is you guy and why is there such a powerful force than the god of being Kokaku? They were all lying on the ground, looking weakly at the tailed beast. Yuzuku approached him, his eyes full of fear. After all, I have lived for more than 90 years, and no one has ever forced myself to such a degree, and I can't help the other party. Horn. The chakra in the body is empty. In the tail beast jade that exploded at close range, the horn, all of its strength has been used to defend, and now the horn, it is a lamb to be slaughtered. If you don't have to defend it, I guess Zhao, you don't even have a chance to lie here, right? You should know my name. Yuzuke lifted his tail beast, holding the white tooth blade in his hand, and piercing it precisely into the horn, toe's heart without expression. Cock. They all rounded their pupils, and fought back to raise their hands, but they were already unable to raise their arms. As soon as they were raised in the air, they fell weakly. Crack. The last mask shattered, representing that this the undead ninja who had lived for more than 90 years had finally ushered in the end. After the battle was over, Yuzuke burned Kakuto, Tsu's body on fire to prevent this guy from getting up and cheating on the corpse in the future. After all, cock, this guy, as long as he has a heart, he can live. As for the flying section that was blown up, Yuzuke didn't take care of it. But even if these two guys can still get up, for Yuzuke, it's just another killing, and it's not a threat at all. A few minutes later, confirming that Yuzuke had left, Haju crawled out slowly, and glanced at the horns that was about to be burned to ashes, the corpse, and some blood and flesh splashing out on the ground. Haju thought, Yuzuke's strength has grown too much. It seems that the plan to resurrect his mother has stepped up. Haju shook his head, found the finger of the undead duo, and then slowly merged into the ground. Yuzuke didn't know that Haju ran over, but Yuzuke was heading to Union Village, and the girl from the Muren was still there. The tail beasts of Kyubi were also nearby. If Akatsuki wanted to catch the tail beast, Yuzuke would become an impossible thing. As for the tail beasts in other villages, Yuzuke didn't bother to take care of it. After all, whether he was a nanny, he couldn't take care of so much. On Union's training ground, Sasuke sat alone on the ground, touching a three-hook jade mark on the back of his neck, which was Orochimaru's curse of heaven. During the Nakanon exam, when Sasuke was separated from the others, he was attacked by the disguised Orochimaru and planted the imprint of the heavenly curse. If you want to become stronger, come to me. That's what Orochimaru said. After thinking about it for a long time, Sasuke gritted his teeth and made a silent decision in his heart. Orochimaru, do you like that guy? Orochimaru was staring at Sasuke in the dark, and suddenly a voice rang behind her. Orochimaru looked back, and it was Yuzuke who had just arrived in Union Village. Isn't this normal? Who calls Yuzuke's bloodline so attractive? Orochimaru stared at Sasuke, departed back, licked his lips, and said, moreover, this child is still young, and he's Yuzuke Itachi's younger brother. The future potential is huge, and it is perfect for me. Yuzuke glanced at Sasuke. In the original work, Orochimaru also took a fancy to Sasuke. It seems that some things cannot be changed. Forget it, Sasuke will leave it to you. Anyway, if it can grow up, it's not bad. Yuzuke nodded, and didn't have any opinion on Orochimaru taking Sasuke away. If he could grow up like the original, it would be a good thing. When it came time to fight Kaguya, Yuzuke could also relax. Kaguya's combat power is still unknown, and Yuzuke's strength does not dare to say that he can completely defeat her. If Suoming and the two can hang up, then it should be stable. Although Naruto doesn't have 9 tails, he is admired by 6 old men, and Yang's strength should not be much worse. Then, I retire first, and I have to prepare something for Sasuke. Orochimaru retires first, and Sasuke should defect, so Orochimaru must go to meet Sasuke. Yuzuke shook his head, ignored Orochimaru, turned and walked towards the office of the Reikage building. In the office, Bofeng Shuiman is still there are constantly reviewing documents, and because of the alliance with other countries, There are more and more things, which makes Confronting Hiruzen work overtime constantly, and sometimes it is impossible to return home. Bang bang bang, coming. There was a knock on the door, and Confronting Hiruzen did not raise his head, and said while reviewing the documents. It seems that Reikitsuma is also very busy recently. Yuzuke's voice suddenly sounded, and Confronting Hiruzen was shocked. He raised his head and looked forward, and Yuzuke slowly walked in. Master Yuzuke, I didn't expect you to come here. May I ask what's the matter? Confronting Hiruzen quickly got up and said to Yuzuke respectfully. It's okay, I just came over to ask if any strange people have appeared in Union Village recently. Yuzuke glanced at Confronting Hiruzen, and Akatsuki had started to act recently. Although he killed the undead duo by herself just now, there might be other members who came to catch Nitum. This shouldn't be there. Confronting Hiruzen thought for a moment. There hasn't been much business in the village recently. The matter is mainly about diplomacy, and Confronting Hiruzen has not seen any strange people enter the village. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 226 The Defection of Uchiha Sasuke. In the evening, Sasuke Uchiha walked out of the house and walked towards the gate of Ungin village. Hey, the little ghosts of the Uchiha clan, it's not time to leave the village, so hurry back. The two ninjas guarding the gate of Union village were chatting, and suddenly saw Uchiha Sasuke walking towards this side, and loudly reminded them. Zitsi. Suddenly, the chests of the two ninjas were penetrated, and the arms carrying thunder and lightning stretched out from the heart. This was the last scene that the two ninjas saw. Can't you even see the shadow clone? Sasuke didn't know when he appeared behind the two ninjas, pulled out his arms, and the two ninjas slowly fell to the ground. Sasuke glanced at Union Village. No one had any nostalgia, and walked out of the gate. As everyone knows, there are a pair of eyes staring at him closely in the dark, and when Sasuke leaves, a dark shadow also follows out the door. Half an hour later, the shift worker found the body at the gate, immediately informed the Bofing Watergate. Sasuke Uchiha killed his companion and then left the village to defect. Confronting Hiruzen stood at the gate, looking at the corpse on the ground, frowning, took out the flying thunder god kunai in his hand, and prepared to go back to Uchiha Sasuke. Wait, Watergate. Yuzuke suddenly appeared behind Mizuno, and stopped the Confronting Mizuno who was about to use Flushin. Originally, Yuzuke didn't intend to take care of Sasuke's affairs, but he heard that Confronting Mizuno had already passed by, and he hurried over. What's the matter? If you don't quickly chase Uchiha Sasuke back, I'm afraid it will be too late. Confronting Mizuno was stunned. Uchiha Sasuke had been away for half an hour, and it would be too late if he didn't chase after him. It doesn't matter, just let him go. One Uchiha defected. Don't bother. Yuzuke shook his head. Uchiha Sasuke's defection had been discussed with Orochimaru, and if Confronting Mizuno chased him, it might be a mistake. Well, Itachi has chased a few people with him, I will call him back now. Confronting Mizuno nodded, preparing to use Fushin to bring Naruto back. Oh, Naruto has chased him out. Then there is no need to call him back. I will go and see for myself. Yuzuke raised his brows slightly, and suddenly became interested. In the original work, Sasuke also defected. Naruto directly chased him out, and then fought a battle in the Valley of the End. For this kind of thing, Yuzuke can't miss it. After all, going to the theater is also a big fun. Water escape, the technique of water dragon bombs. Shulking Snake Hand. Boom. On a hill not far from Union Village, he was fighting Sarutobi Hitoshi. The water dragon bomb collided with countless snakes, and then scattered on the ground. Hey, it seems that the teacher is old, but his strength hasn't regressed much. But it's a pity that he can't keep up with his physical strength. Orochimaru sneered and looked at Sarutobi Risen. Sarutobi Risen was wearing a battle suit, panting slightly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her head. Fuck, you don't deserve to call me a teacher. Looking at Orochimaru, Sarutobi Rizchi felt anger in her heart. His two children died at the hands of Orochimaru. How could Sarutobi Rizchi bear this anger? It's just that they are too weak. But I am a little curious. How did the teacher know that Sasuke's defection is related to me? Orochimaru raised his brow slightly, and Sasuke defected. It is estimated that only he and Yuzuke knew about it. But how did the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen know? It's just that I accidentally saw the curse mark on Sasuke's neck in the afternoon. It is the same curse mark as Asuma. This shows that Sasuke has something to do with you. I didn't expect to catch you so soon. When Sarutobi Hitoshi said of Asuma, he stared at Orochimaru with fire-breathing eyes and took out his golden cudgel. That's the case. It seems that it is too obvious to plant the curse on the neck. I will pay attention next time. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke, who had passed out of a coma, and there was no clothing blocking his neck, which was indeed obvious. Before the battle between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto had already caught up with Sasuke. The two fainted after the battle. Orochimaru came out to take Sasuke away and was intercepted by Sasuke Hiruzen. Now that Yuzuke is away, no one can keep you, Orochimaru. I will send you to see my son. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed a few seals in his hand, and 444 shadow clones appeared beside Orochimaru, plus the main body, surrounding Orochimaru. 5 escapes. The art of Dalian bombing. 555 Sarutobi Hiruzen's quickly sealed their seals. In an instant, Puo done, Shui done, Fang done, Thunder done, and Earth done. 5 different chakras appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen and 444 points. Are you serious? Then I will give you a big gift, Sarutobi teacher. Daishiwan licked his lips, smiled in a shady way, and quickly formed a seal in his hand, and then pressed his hand to the ground. The art of psychic rebirth. The 4 coffins slowly rose from the ground, with the numbers beginning 2, 2, 3, and 4 written on them. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5 ninjutsu bursts instantly, blasting towards Orochimaru in different directions. However, 1 second before Orochimaru was involved, 2 lightning flashes flashed, protecting Orochimaru behind him. Boom boom boom, with Orochimaru as the center, 5 powerful ninjutsu exploded, instantly swallowing Orochimaru and the 4 coffins. The ground burst open, and the air also made an overwhelming blast. Puff puff puff, the 444 clones dissipated, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was panting heavily while using 5 different types of ninjutsu at the same time. For the old and frail Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is very reluctant to be able to use it now. HMPH, Sarutobi teacher, it seems that you are already old. Can you no longer fight so soon? Amidst the smoke and dust raised by the explosion, the cold voice of Orochimaru came out, making Sarutobi Hiruzen startled and looked up into the smoke. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of Orochimaru. In addition to the figure of Orochimaru, there are 2 strong shadows. That's 3 generations of Raikage, and there are 4 generations of Raikage. Sarutobi Hiro looked at Orochimaru in surprise. The 3rd generation Raikage and the 4th generation Raikage. You didn't know how long they had been dead, why they suddenly appeared here and protected the Orochimaru. Well, the eyes are reincarnated from dirty soil. You actually study this kind of play. Forbidden soul of the dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly noticed that something was wrong with the 2 Raikages, and suddenly remembered the foul soil reincarnation invented by the 2nd generation of Hokage Senzujian, the cracks on the face, and the color of the pupils. It is exactly the same as the characteristics of the reincarnation of the dirty soil. Chapter 227. The Thunder Shadow reincarnated from the dirt. What is playing tricks? Dead. I just pulled them out of Huangquan and let them come to the world again. They should thank me. Orochimaru smiled coldly, and glanced at the 2 piles of shattered wood nearby. The 1st and 2nd generations were not summoned, and they were destroyed before the summoning, which is a pity. But to deal with the old 3 generations of Hokage, the 2 Raikages plus themselves, Orochimaru thinks it is enough. Oh, by the way, if the teacher wants you, I can bring your 2 sons to see you. After all, I still have a lot of blood samples on my hand. Orochimaru smiled. The last time he did an experiment for Asma Sarutobi, there could be a lot of samples. Cheeky, shameless, die. Sarutobi Rishan was furious in an instant, and the seal was quickly formed in his hand, and the earth-based chakra rushed out frantically, condensed on his hands. Soil escape. Dungeon pillar. Sarutobi Rizchi pressed his hand on the ground, and a large amount of earthen chakras flowed into the ground. Countless soil pillars rose up, trapping the three people of Orochimaru three separately, and then rushed towards Orochimaru. Want to solve me first? Orochimaru looked at the Sarutobi Rishang that rushed towards him. This was indeed the right choice. The person who reincarnated from the filthy soil was immortal, so he had to find a way to let the spellcaster release the reincarnation of the filthy soil. But, do you think these soil pillars can trap two Reikiges? Orochimaru stared at Sarutobi Rishan coldly, and the two Reikiges easily broke through the dungeon, blocking the way Sarutobi Rishan was advancing. Sarutobi gritted his teeth and chose to make a frontal breakthrough, holding the big golden hoop in his hand, and hitting the two Reikage fiercely. Done, like explode. The fourth generation of Reikage greeted him head, with the thunder chakra on his fist, and slammed his fist towards Sarutobi. With the extremely powerful thunder chakra attached to that fist, Sarutobi's Sun-Slash didn't dare to use his body to harden it, and raised the golden hoop to resist. Boom! The fist hit the golden hoop fiercely, and the chakra contained in it burst out, and the surrounding air was also distorted by this force. Sarutobi High-Slash did not have such a great effort, and was blown out in an instant. Wow! Sarutobi hit a tree, and the trunk was directly broken by Sarutobi's body, and Sarutobi hit a mouthful of blood. Teacher Sarutobi, it looks like you are going to die today. Orochimaru coldly looked at Sarutobi Hisaki, without any expression on his face, as if he was just killing another animal that had nothing to do with him. HMPH-1, don't be too happy. You must pay for the blood debts of my two sons. Sarutobi Risen gritted his teeth, barely got up, and silently formed a few marks, and a semi-transparent phantom slowly appeared behind him. The technique of sealing. The ghouls are all sealed. The semi-transparent phantom behind Sarutobi Rizchi's body stretched out, and it slammed at Sarutobi Rizchi's soul, dragging the soul of Sarutobi Rizchi and tied it with herself. Unseen technique. Orochimaru frowned. Although he hadn't seen it before, it was undoubtedly the last move of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was definitely powerful. The three generations of Reikage and the fourth generation of Reikage moved, and a few after images flashed out, and they instantly closed the distance with Sarutobi Risen, and slammed out a punch. Ape Demon. Please. Got it. Ape. Frozen threw out the golden cudgel turned into a demon, and tightly entangled the fourth generation of Reikage, while Sarutobi greeted the third generation of Reikage. Since the consciousness of the reincarnated filthy earth was controlled by the big snake pill, Sarutobi Risen drew a punch, and then the phantom behind him stretched out his hand and easily pulled out the soul of the three generations of Reikage. The three generations of Reikage who lost their souls slowly disappeared into fragments, revealing the corpses that became sacrifices inside. A forbidden technique that can extract souls. Orochimaru felt a bit of a bad thing, and used the Shulker snake hand to attack Sarutobi. Done. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. A fire escape from Sarutobi Rizchi wiped out all the small snakes that came. The fourth generation of Reikage was tightly entangled by the Sarutobi. Sarutobi Rishan easily pulled the soul out, and the fourth generation of Reikage also turned into fragments and slowly dissipated. Although there is no consciousness, it is not an easy task to extract the soul. Sarutobi Rizchi is panting, and now Sarutobi Rizchi is exhausted. The aura on Sarutobi Rizchi's body is constantly weakening. Originally, Sarutobi Rizchi's aura is an elderly man, but now he can feel the aura in his body, as if he will die in the next second. teacher Sarutobi, it seems that you are no longer good. Orochimaru sneered at Sarutobi Rizchi. Now Sarutobi Rizchi should have no strength to continue to act. Even if she doesn't do anything, Sarutobi Rizchi will die soon. HMPH, Orochimaru, even if I die, I have to drag you down first. Sarutobi slashed his teeth, and the strength in his body rushed towards the Orochimaru. It stands to reason that Sarutobi Rizchi should not have any strength to act, but the pain caused by the pain of losing a child allows Sarutobi Rizchi to rush towards Orochimaru again. Hateful Orochimaru didn't expect that Sarutobi Rizchi still had strength. Unpreparedly, Sarutobi Rizchi caught him, and the ghost behind him slammed towards Orochimaru. That's it, old stuff. At this critical moment, a knife light slashed over and directly cut Sarutobi in half. Yuzuke, you half of Sarutobi Hisaki fell to the ground, and in the last scene, Yuzuke was seen holding the white tooth blade, and the blood on the blade slowly flowed to the ground. After Sarutobi died, the ghost of death behind him also slowly dissipated with the newly harvested soul, and returned to his own space. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to be almost killed too. Yuzuke raised his brows slightly and glanced at Dash-1. In fact, Yuzuke arrived a long time ago, just watching the two fighting nearby. Yuzuke thought that Orochimaru would be able to defeat Sarutobi. Hey, I didn't expect that he still had such a strong forbidden technique, and suddenly he was unprepared, and he almost lost his way. Orochimaru shook her head. This technique Orochimaru had never seen it before, and I didn't expect that Sarutobi Risen had such a big move. If Yuzuke hadn't appeared just now, and Orochimaru was pulled out of the soul by the phantom, I guess it would be hard to die. Forget it, it is not too late. You take Sasuke and leave. I have told Watergate not to send people to chase him, and I have to take the son of Watergate back to him. Yuzuke nodded to Orochimaru, and looked at Naruto and Sasuke who were lying together. The two had fainted before, and they seemed to be tied. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 228 Sign in to send Dragon Veins. Is he okay with my child? After Yuzuke returned to the village, he handed Naruto to Bo Feng Shui-men who was in Raikichi's office, and Bo Feng Shui-men received the unconscious Naruto and asked with concern, "Don't worry, he just fainted, nothing serious." Yuzuke shook his head and said, "Also, no one knows about Sasuke's defection. You try to suppress him. This matter has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan." Yes, Haefeng Mizuman nodded. Although I don't know why Yuzuke wanted to cover Sasuke Uchiha, there is no doubt that there must be an inside story. However, Bo Feng Mizuman didn't want to know. If he dared to investigate this matter, if he let Yuzuke know about it, it would be impossible to save his life. Yuzuke nodded in satisfaction. He didn't mention Sarutobi Risen's matter. Just as Sarutobi Risen was missing, the corpse was also taken away by Orochimaru, and Mizuto wanted to find it but couldn't find it. Ying's armor. About the Lulan ruins. As soon as Yuzuke was about to leave, he heard an ninja coming up to report to Haefeng Mizuman, seeming to be exploring a certain ruin. Ding! Open a new Sinin location. Lulan ruins. Sinin reward dragon vessel. Yuzuke was stunned, and unexpectedly opened a new Sinin location, which was related to the ruins just now. Ruins of Lulan. If Yuzuke remembers correctly, Naruto was chasing the defected puppet master hundreds of from Sand Ninja Village and accidentally broke into the place. There, Naruto went back to the past and met Haefeng Mizuno who was performing the mission there. However, that should be an event that should only happen in another 2 years. How come so much earlier? Shuiman, tell me about the Lulan ruins. Yuzuke raised his brows slightly, and turned back to ask Bo Feng Shuiman about the Lulan ruins. The reward of the mission is Dragon Veins, and Dragon Veins seem to be a large number of chakras. Although there are already a lot of chakras in Yuji's body, there are not too many things for anyone. That is the ruins of a defected ninja from Sand Ninja Village who broke in with 100 feet, but that... The guy disappeared after entering, and our ninja didn't find him. Feng Shuiman took out a document, looked at the information on it, and explained it to Yuzuke. Is that so? Yuzuke was lost in thought. Baizu should have returned to the past, and it is normal to find it. What's wrong, Yuzuke-sama? Are you interested in this matter? Feng Mizuman looked at the information on his hand. Since he asked, he should be interested in this matter. There shouldn't be anything interesting to Yuzuke here. Well, it's very interesting. You don't need to send a ninja to this task. I will go there myself. Yuzuke took the information in Feng Shuiman's hand and glanced at it. It was a description of the mission and the location of the Lulan ruins. I see. Now I will cancel the task of catching the feet. Feng Shuiman took the unconscious Naruto and disappeared into Reikichi's office in an instant. Dragon veins. There are a lot of chakras comparable to the tail beasts. If you can get them, it will undoubtedly be a big help. Yuzuke looked at the dragon veins on the mission reward, and when he hit Huai in the future, he estimated that chakra would not be enough, so he can add as much as he can. In a black cave, the ferret and the water stop are sitting on the stone, chakra surging on their bodies. The two injected chakra into the ring on their hands, and then the ring fluctuated, and their spirits were pulled into a strange space. Suzaku, Nandu, you two are really slow. Big Brother Xi is impatient. The two had just appeared in this space. A voice sounded, and the two looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a teenager with a single ponytail sitting on the ground, playing with a handful of clay in his hand, and wearing a green dragon ring. There was another person next to him who couldn't see what it was like, leaning against the wall in a daze, with a ring of jade girl in his hand, which was called a scorpion by Deidara. Since what appears here is not the body, but the spirit, even if you see the face, it is very vague. Then, Baiyu and Xuanwu have something to do. No, now everyone is there. Next, not far away from a few people, a dark shadow slowly opened his eyelids, revealing those rippled purple eyes, with a zero burial ring in his hands. It was obviously Akatsuki's leader, Pain. Wait, boss, the two guys Sandai and Bidu, they haven't come yet. Shanmore was startled. His hands holding the clay stopped, and looked at Pain suspiciously. Shut up, Deidara. Scorpion glanced at Deidara. Since Pen said that everyone is there, it means that everyone is present. At least Santai and Bida have been removed. You can't see such simple things, and the Scorpion doesn't know why Deidara can be his companion. This is what I'm going to talk about next. The flying section of the 3 stations, the corner of Bidu, was killed on the way to capture the second tail. Pain's tone was cold, as if he was talking about things that had nothing to do with him. Oh, those two guys who claim to be the undead duo actually died. Deidara looked at Pain in amazement. The two guys had 5 lives, one could not be beaten, and they were killed by others. Eternal beauty is true art. Those two people can barely reach eternity. Who has that ability? Kill them. Scorpion was also a little surprised. Although the two of them were of average strength, relying on their tenacious vitality, Scorpion did not dare to say that they could defeat them. No, eternity will only continue to decay, and fleeting beauty is the real art. When Scorpion talked about art, Deidara immediately, refuting the Scorpion. He looks like a real artist. I guess you know the people who killed them. The famous butcher, the leader of the Ninja Coalition army, Yuzuke. Pain ignored Deidara, the living treasure, and said a headache. Yuzuke is very good. This guy will definitely disappear in my art. Although Deidara has also heard of Yuzuke's fame, he only has art in his eyes. How can he be afraid that Yuzuke has already taken a shot? Itachi and Shisui looked at each other, and they saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It's just right for Yuzuke to be so fast, and this is in line with Yuzuke's resolute personality. He didn't say a word. After hearing the name of Yuzuke, he lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. Since Yuzuke has taken action against our Akatsuki, then he will be the enemy next. But I will not force you to kill him. After all, His strength is indeed strong. Pain had a cold tone and put Yuzuke on his blacklist. Chapter 229 Lulan Ruins in a Desert. Yuzuke brought a crow forward, and not far from the front was a ruin. There was Yuzuke's destination, the Lulan Ruins. According to Shishui's information, did Akatsuki regard me as an enemy? As Yuzuke wanted to advance the ruins, he listened to the information brought by the crow on his shoulder. In addition to being regarded as an enemy, because Yuzuke killed the undead duo, the two positions of Santai and Bidu were vacated, and there was also the empty Chen, which had a total of 3 vacancies. Originally, Akatsuki's elite team didn't have much combat power, and Yuzuke killed 2 of them at once. Although it was not a serious injury, he had to recruit 2 people to take the position and captured the second and second tails. In this case, Akatsuki shouldn't have made any big moves recently, so she can be quiet for a while. Yuzuke nodded, and the crow on his shoulder turned into a cloud of smoke and returned to the land of psychics. Then, there is time to explore Lulan. Yuzuke walked into this ruin that had been destroyed for more than 10 years, and looked around. In this ruin, there are broken houses and yellow sand flying all over the sky, full of desolate atmosphere. The scope is quite large, and it seems that Lulan was also a big power in the past. Looking at this desolate ruin, Yuzuke secretly said in his heart. However, Yuzuke has no interest in the desolate scenery, and Yuzuke's purpose is to sign in the dragon veins, and the other has nothing to do with Yuzuke. Strange, this is the ruins of Lulan, why the system hasn't signed in yet? Do you really want to go back to the old Lulan? Yuzuke frowned and walked around the entire Lulan ruins, but the system sign-in prompt did not sound. In the original book, Naruto and his party returned to the old Lulan. Do you have to go back to sign in? Yuzuke thought for a moment. Since Lulan can't sign in here, then go back to the old Lulan first to see if you can sign in there again. After searching for a while, Yuzuke quickly found an entrance to the underground, because there is yellow sand everywhere. The entire entrance has been exposed. This should be the entrance of that return to the past device. Yuzuke walked in. It was dark everywhere, and it was barely possible to see the surroundings. However, because it was closed for a long time, it was well preserved. After more than 10 years, the patterns on the walls still exist here. Walking all the way down the stairs of the entrance, Yuzuke quickly came to the end. This is a large room. There is nothing in the room, so the only lever on the ground is particularly conspicuous. There is no doubt that this is a machine that can travel to the past, and the people such as Baizu and Naruto traveled to the past by this thing. Crack! Yuzuke stepped forward and grabbed the lever, pulled it gently, and pulled the lever down. Then nothing happened. Yuzuke frowned slightly, pulling it again, and nothing happened. Suddenly, Yuzuke noticed that there seemed to be a text on the lever, which was a bit similar to the rune on the storage scroll. Do you need chakra? Yuzuke raised his brows, gathered chakra on his hands, and gently pulled the lever. The chakra in his hand was instantly absorbed by the rune on the lever, and the ground began to tremble, and then a white light lit up, wrapping Yuzuke in. In the next second, the white light slowly disappeared, and there was no one in the entire room. The figure, it seems that no one has been here before. Yuzuke only felt a flash of white light in front of him, and the ground under his feet became illusory, making Yuzuke a little dizzy and couldn't help closing his eyes. After closing his eyes, Yuzuke only felt that the soles of those feet were empty, and then he was on the ground again. The time in between did not even last for a second. Yuzuke slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and now he seemed to be in a dilapidated house with a big hole in the roof. Looking at the big hole in the roof, Yuzuke made a slight leap and jumped onto the roof. Oh, is this Lulan before it was destroyed? Yuzuke looked around with interest. The current Lulan and that. The ruins are too far apart. There are tall buildings everywhere, much better than that. The place full of yellow sand. Yuzuke jumped down and stood on the road. He didn't see anyone at first glance, but there were a few shops opening this door. Yuzuke walked into a shop casually. There was no one in the shop, and there were many masks on the wall. This shop seemed to sell masks. There has been a lot of dust on the mask, and it seems that there has been no one for a while. Yuzuke took off a mask, patted off the dust on it, and walked to other shops along the road. There was still no one. Don't talk about people, ghosts can't be seen. Well, is this a puppet? While Yuzuke was wondering, he suddenly noticed that a mechanical humanoid puppet came out in a house not far away. While Yuzuke was stunned, the puppet seemed to spot Yuzuke, who was stunned on the road, and he didn't know where. He took out a knife and stabbed Yuzuke. Yuzuke frowned, pulled out the white tooth blade, and slashed at the puppet that rushed towards him. Ding! The puppet that looked like a wood, the white tooth blade cut on it, but it was as if it had cut metal, leaving only a shallow mark. Yuzuke showed a slight surprise. Although the white tooth blade is not a good knife, it only left a white mark, which surprised Yuzuke. Interesting. Yuzuke smiled slightly, and avoided the puppet's blade. The white teeth in his hand emerged from the thunder chakra, and there were waves of electric arcs jumping on it. Yuzuke saw once again that this time, with the white tooth blade of the chakra, slashing on the puppet like tofu, instantly cutting the puppet in half. Yuzuke retracted the white tooth blade, squatted down and looked at the puppet that was chopped in half. It was indeed made of wood, but it seemed that there was no strength to bless the appearance, which made it extremely hard. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded, and Yuzuke looked at the source of the sound, only to see a room in the distance that was constantly emitting black smoke, and it seemed that a battle was taking place. It seems that in the original world, Bofeng Shuiman will appear in Lulan to perform tasks. Is it the Bofeng Shuiman who is fighting over there? On the other side, Bofeng Shuiman is facing a group of puppets, and there is a young girl behind him. Spiral pill. Boom! Bofeng Shuiman held a one helix pill in his hand and pressed it against a puppet. The chakra contained in it instantly exploded, and the puppet flew out and slammed it on the ground. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 230. Bofeng Watergate and Princess Lulan. There are so many people. Bofeng Shuiman frowned. Although he knocked off a puppet, there were hundreds of puppets in front of him. Haefeng Mizuman is also not good at large-scale attack ninjutsu. Basically, he puts his energy into Helix Maru and Flying Thunder God, which makes him not good at other ninjutsu. The sound of the battle was heard, and the surrounding puppets were also attracted, and more puppets were approaching here. Princess Sarah, it is not suitable to stay here for long. Let's leave first. Bofeng Shuiman felt a little bad, thinking about the girl who was called the princess behind him suggested. When Princess Sarah saw this, she sighed and nodded helplessly. Shuiman, can't you even beat a few puppets? Bofeng Shuiman was about to take Princess Sarah to leave. Suddenly a voice came from above, and Bofeng Shuiman looked up suspiciously. A man with a mask stood on the roof of the hole with a short knife on his back. He looked like a ninja from Anb, but there was no sign of shinobu on the mask. This is exactly Yuzuke, who saw someone rushing over in battle. Since this is the past, it may cause trouble if he is recognized by Haefeng Mizuno, so Yuzuke put on the mask he just took. Done. Pseudo Dark Zitsi. Yuzuke jumped down, and several seals were quickly formed in the air, and a large number of thunder chakras poured out of his body, forming a chain of lightning that was counted as thick, and instantly pierced the hundreds of puppets. Each of the puppets was hit by the thick lightning and hit the ground heavily. The body was weakened due to the lightning and directly broke apart. Bofeng Shuiman looked at the scene in front of him, secretly surprised. Pseudo-dark. This ninjutsu is only a level of ninjutsu, which can swing a ninjutsu to the level of strength. That. Who is it? Thank you for your help. I don't know which ninja from Ninja Village you are, although he doesn't know who the other party is. Bofeng Shuiman still thanked the other party. After all, the other party helped him. You don't need to know who I am. I am not here to help you. The one behind you is Princess Sarah from Lulan. Right? Yuzuke ignored Haefeng Shuiman, but instead turned his attention to the girl behind Haefeng Shuiman, Sarah, who was called the princess. Before coming to Lulan ruins, Yuzuke had already read some of Lulan's information. Lulan's last princess, Sarah. Yes, I am Lulan's princess, Sarah. Sarah did not hide anything, nodded to Yuzuke, and admitted her identity. Then it will be easy. Tell me where Lulan's dragon veins are. I want to go there. Seeing that the other party confessed his body generously, he didn't go around and asked Sarah for the direction of the dragon vein. After coming here, Yuzuke received a Sinin prompt from the system. Since the Sinin location is in Lulan, it should be here. And the most important place in Lulan is Dragon Vein, and the place to sign in should be Long Vein. Dragon Veins. Do you also come for the Dragon Veins? Seeing Yuzuke mentioned Dragon Vein, Sarah suddenly showed a sense of defense in her eyes. Almost, I need to find the location of the Dragon Veins. But I don't think you need to be so wary of me. I have no interest in dragon veins. Yuzuke nodded. He was only here to sign in, as long as he found the location of the dragon veins. And the dragon veins were not Yuzuke's goal. Okay, I believe you. Sarah thought for a moment. Immediately, he gave his own answer and said, however, in exchange, you have to promise me one thing. Tell me. Yuzuke raised his brows slightly and stared at Sarah's eyes. In fact, Yuzuke had probably guessed what Sarah wanted to offer. It is nothing more than defeating Baizu. The dragon veins are in the center of the city, and our purpose is to go there. But now a person called Baizu has occupied the dragon veins. These puppets were created by him with the power of the dragon veins. Sarah explained to Yuzuke, it's no wonder that these puppets are so hard, because they were made from the high purity chakra of dragon veins. Then you want me to beat Baizu? No problem. I agree. Yuzuke nodded, and directly agreed, an unsurprising condition. Well, when you fight with Baizu, I will cut off the dragon veins. However, I also have one condition. Before Sarah finished speaking, Yuzuke suddenly interrupted. Yuji's face under the mask didn't know what the expression was, and said to the two of Bofeng Shuiman, you two don't follow. After all, I don't need the person who is dragging my legs. If Longmai is really in the city center, I will help you solve it. 100 feet. I admit that you are very strong, but if we are dragging our feet, it would be too arrogant. Sarah was a little unhappy. As the princess of Lulan, she was able to control the switch of the dragon veins, but Yuzuke said that she was a hindrance. I am never arrogant, because all the bulls I have boasted have come true. Yuzuke glanced at Sarah and said coldly, next is advice. If you don't want to be affected by the battle, you'd better stay away. After speaking the last sentence, Yuzuke ignored Sarah again, and suddenly disappeared where he was. Sarah was just about to say something, but the other party had already left, so that Sarah's next words choked directly in her throat. Princess Sarah, since the other party has said so, why not let us stay here and see his actions before making plans? Bofeng Shuiman pondered for a while, looked at the direction of the city center, and proposed to Sarah in a deep voice. Although he helped us just now, do you believe in him so much? Sarah looked at Bofeng Shuiman in surprise, but she didn't expect Bofeng Shuiman to believe in that person so much and directly let herself wait in place. Although I haven't fully trusted him yet, his breath is a bit similar to someone I know, and his strength is unfathomable. A figure appeared in Bofeng Shuiman's mind and said, if this person is about the same as his strength, we are indeed a drag, and we can't help much at all. Well then, since you have said so, then I will wait here for a while. Sarah sighed. Since Bofeng Shuiman has said so, she has no choice but to wait here for a while. Anyway, it was originally two people. If Yuzuke didn't have any information, it would be fine as long as he hadn't shown up. Chapter 231. The 100 feet incarnate as a puppet. This is the city center. Is Longmai in the middle building? On the roof of a taller building, Yuzuke took off the mask from his face and looked at the buildings in the city center. There, it should be the location of Baizu and Longmai. The two puppets flying in the sky noticed Yuzuke standing on the top of the building, pointed their sharp blade at Yuzuke, and swooped down toward Yuzuke from the air. Glancing at the puppet rushing towards him, Yuzuke drew out the white tooth blade, and the thunder chakra attached it to the blade, lightly slashed it out, and easily cut the two puppets in half. Boom boom, suddenly there was a strange sound, and the ground exploded. A huge centipede rushed out of the ground and slammed into Yuzuke. Oh, giant puppet! Yuzuke raised his brows slightly. The giant centipede was not a living thing. Its body was made of equipment, and it looked like a giant puppet. Boom! With the force of his feet, Yuzuke jumped up, and the giant centipede puppet slammed into the roof of the building, directly knocking the roof down. Done. Tenlyin. Boom boom boom. Yuzuke retrieved the white teeth in the air, and quickly, a large amount of chakras gushed out of his body. Above the sky, several sturdy sky thunders blasted and slammed the giant centipede puppet's body fiercely. But the giant centipede puppet just froze. He quickly recovered. His body was intact and there was no damage. Yuzuke landed on the ground and was startled looking at the giant centipede puppet. Is this puppet's body so hard even with the power of Thunder Dune? Can ignore hard resistance? No, it's not hard resistance. The hundreds of legs that Yuzuke stared at the giant centipede puppet were all cast of steel and inserted into the ground to form lightning rods, which channeled all the power of the thunderbolt into the ground. Hee. You are a very powerful ninja, but it is a pity that you met me, the genius puppet master of Sand Ninja Village, Baizu. The giant centipede puppet looked at Yuzuke, and suddenly uttered a mechanical language in his mouth, calling himself 100 feet, which surprised Yuzuke. Oh, you are 100 feet, that's just right. If you come out to die by yourself, I will save myself and go into the building to find you. Yuzuke held the white tooth blade in his hand, and the thunder system chakra rushed out frantically, and the whole body was entangled with lightning, like the god of thunder. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. The puppet I now incarnate is invincible. 100 feet laughed and said, my body has extremely high resistance to ninjutsu, and if it is thunder-type ninjutsu, I will introduce it into the ground, and then slowly absorb the energy in it. Lulan said to me, only it's just a tonic. He who said that ninjutsu should be used to solve you? Yuzuke sneered coldly, holding the white tooth blade tightly in his hand. His figure flashed, and the next second he appeared on Baizu's back, slashing towards Baizu's body. Boom! Under the blessing of Raiden Chakra, the blade of the white tooth, which is a common product, also became extremely sharp at this time. It slashed on the body of the 100 feet, like cutting tofu, and directly cut the body of the 100 feet into two halves. The remaining sword energy slashed on the ground, and it burst out in an instant, and the ground was cut into a deep gully. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 232 The Massive Chakra. Although Yuzuke was able to absorb chakras from the tail beast, that, after all, it was not his own, and there was nothing more important to hold his power in his own hands. Unexpectedly, the amount of chakras in the dragon veins is so huge, it seems that the rewards are still quite generous. Yuzuke felt the amount of chakra in his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Although he has the chakra amount of the thousand-handed clan, chakra is completely enough. The more things there are, the better. No one will dislike his own power. At this time, the puppet dangling inside also found Yuzuke, holding a sharp blade in his hand and rushing towards Yuzuke. Thunder done, Thunderbird. With a wave of the white tooth blade in Yuzuke's hand, the invisible sword energy rippled through the air, and then turned into countless thunder and lightning birds, attacking several puppets. Boom! Countless thunderbirds bombarded the puppets, and the power of lightning raged on the puppets. These puppets did not want to be attacked by ninjutsu like Baizu, and were instantly destroyed by Yuzuke. Because of the purity of the dragon vein chakra, the power of ninjutsu seems to have increased. Feeling the pure chakra in the body, Yuzuke showed a hint of joy. Boom! Just when Yuzuke was happy, the temperature of the ground suddenly increased, and then burst open. A ball of flame erupted from the ground, and instantly swallowed Yuzuke. In the distance, Both Shuiman and Sara are looking at the central building. The building burst into flames just now, and now it is slowly collapsing. Is it so intense? Both Shuiman frowned, and wanted to see what happened, but he couldn't take Sara with him. After all, Sara was just an ordinary person, and he had to stay here to protect her. You said, can he do it? Sara looked at the collapsed building in the distance and had to admit Yuzuke's statement. But then I thought, can Yuzuke go alone? Can he really fight against the 100 feet who have dragon veins? It seems that there was thunder over the just now. If it is really that person, it should be okay. Shuiman's brows were almost wrinkled. If it was that person, he would definitely be able to defeat Baizu easily. Who is that person you are talking about? Sara looked at Shuiman questioningly. Shuiman had mentioned it several times. Who made him so confident? His name is Yuzuke. The angle of view is pulled back to Yuzuke. At this time, the building has completely collapsed. There is a large hole on the ground. A lot of flames are burning around the hole, and there is even magma moving in the middle. It can be seen that the temperature of the flame just now is high. HMPH. It should have turned into it. At the bottom of the hole, there is a giant humanoid puppet with a humane smile on his face. The dragon vein that Baizu was diving into the ground just now is under Lulan. Because Baizu relies on the power of the dragon vein. As the 100 feet are closer to the dragon vein, the power of the 100 feet is stronger, and it is easy to change the shape of the puppet. Why, you want to defeat me by relying on the power of the dragon veins? Don't you wake up? A hoarse voice suddenly came down from above, making Baizu stunned for a moment, and looked up. Yuzuke is standing by the cave. The body is covered with a dark red chakra, with 4 tails behind him, and he enters the 9-tailed mode. This kind of ominous chakra, you are the human pillar of the tailed beast. When seeing the tailed beast chakra on Yuzuke's body, Baizu showed a look of shock. Although the chakra of the dragon vein is comparable to the tail beast, Baizu does not have the confidence to deal with the tail beast. I'm not uncommon with things like Renzulai, since I dared to attack me just now. Yuzuke's voice gradually became cold, and he said, in other words, you have completed the death consciousness. Ha ha ha, whatever are you humans, you lie. As long as I stay with the dragon veins, I am invincible. Even if it is a tail beast, I have the power to fight. Ha! Before Baizu finished speaking, his voice choked in his throat, and the scene in front of him continued to rotate, and finally smashed to the ground fiercely. Yuzuke did not know when he had come down from above, stood on the shoulders of the puppet giant, and slowly retracted the white tooth blade in his hand. Quain noise. Who cares if you can fight the tail beast? Why do you talk so much bullshit? Yuzuke glanced at the puppet's head on the ground disdainfully. Even if 100 feet could defeat the tail beast, he could hold the 9-tailed hammer with one hand, not to mention that Yuzuke could hold the 1,000 hands hammer. Just as Yuzuke retracted the white fang blade, the giant puppet under his feet suddenly moved and hit Yuzuke on his shoulder with a punch. Boom! Yuji frowned slightly, throwing out God of Thunder and leaving instantly. The puppet hit his shoulder with a punch, directly smashing his shoulder to pieces. However, the closer you get to the dragon vein, the stronger the puppet's repairing power, and within a few seconds, the puppet's arm will be repaired. Hee, I have seen it. This is the power of dragon veins. Even if you destroy my body and find the core, I can repair it instantly. The giant puppet didn't know when he had repaired his head. Baizu smiled triumphantly, as if he had a chance to win. Then, as long as it is connected to the outside body and chopped with the core. Holding the white tooth blade, Yuzuke's eyes flashed with a cold light, and Baizu was almost like a Xioqiang, making Yuzuke feel a little irritable. If I remember correctly, in the original book, after Baizu turned into a humanoid puppet, the core seemed to be in the chest. Yuzuke exhaled a suffocating breath, staring closely at Baizu's chest. A violent electric current wrapped around Yuzuke's body, and then turned into an electric light, rushing towards Baizu. Crack! It seemed that there was a sound of shattering something, and Yuzuke stood behind the giant puppet and slowly retracted the blade of the white tooth. Behind Yuzuke, the giant puppet slowly fell, and a smooth crossing gradually appeared on his chest, exposing the broken core inside. Boom! The core has been destroyed. The puppet has lost the power of the dragon veins, and various parts have fallen from above, turning into a pile of waste products. Okay, after slaying 100 feet, a layer of white light appeared on Yuzuke's body, exactly the same as the white light when Yuzuke passed through. At the same time, long may I suddenly violent, the ground kept shaking, the ground began to collapse, and the building outside began to collapse. Chapter 232 Lulan almost destroyed. Oh, it seems you have to close the dragon veins. Yuzuke's brow furrowed. In the original work, the dragon veins that were fighting with 100-foot had been closed by Gaara, and nothing happened afterwards. And now, the dragon veins have been activated. After losing the control of Baizu, if the energy in the dragon veins burst out, I am afraid that Lulan will not even leave the ruins, and will be directly razed to the ground. Although Lulan will be destroyed sooner or later, if the dragon veins are directly exploded, it is afraid that it will bring some serious consequences in the future. But Yuzuke didn't know how to close the dragon veins. She had to ask Gaara to come over. No solution anymore. Yuzuke frowned, and Feng Shuiman should have a special kunai written on Fulshan's technique, so he could only use Fulshan to rush over and bring them over. Throwing out the flying thunder god with a magnetic escape, Yuzuke senses the special kunai of the flying thunder god around, looking for the wave wind water gate in the distance. Oops, time is too late. Yuzuke frowned, and the white light on his body became more and more bright, and he was about to return to the original era. Konoha's yellow flash, can't you use time-space ninjutsu? Take me to the dragon vein center to close the dragon veins, otherwise the chakra inside will burst out, and the radius will be raised to the ground. In the distance, Gaara perceives the situation of the dragon veins, and looks anxiously at the Feng Shui gate. I can't help it. Time and space ninjutsu is not omnipotent. If there is no special kunai of Fulshan, I can't rush over. Feng Shuiman looked helpless. Without Fulshan's special kunai, he couldn't reach the center of the dragon vein instantly. Even if he used Fulshan to drive the road now, it was too late. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed behind Feng Shuiman, and then Feng Shuiman and Gaara disappeared in place. Well, this is the dragon vein center. Feng Shuiman and Gaara only felt a flower in front of them, and suddenly reached a strange illusion. Gaara recognized this as the center of the dragon vein at a glance. It seems that someone used time and space ninjutsu to bring us here just now. The masked ninja Haefeng Mizuman frowned slightly, and he, who was good at space ninjutsu, instantly reacted. Someone used space ninjutsu to bring the two people here. It should be the ninja with a mask just now. But now there is nothing here, except for a huge fallen puppet. There is also a special kunai of flying thunder god. Is it really Yuzuke-sama? Suddenly noticed that there is a special kunai on the ground. At present, there are only 3 people who can use thunder god 3. The dead second generation Hokage thousands of hands, and the Bofeng water gate and the elimination method. Then there is only the case. The masked ninja is Yuzuke. No matter who he is, I have to shut down the dragon veins, otherwise we will all die here. Gaara is not interested in Yuzuke, but if you don't close the dragon veins, wait, the erupting chakra will consume the 2 of them. In the empty room, a white light flashed, and Yuzuke suddenly appeared in the room, still not taking off the mask on his face. Just now, seeing that Yuzuke was about to go back soon, Yuzuke found Haefeng at the very moment of his death. The location of the water gate brought the 2 to the center of the dragon veins, and then Yuzuke was sent back without even having time to retrieve it. Yuzuke looked around, and the surrounding environment seemed to be the same as before. In that case, Feng Shuiman and Gaara should have solved the dragon vein problem. I probably guessed the answer. Yuzuke was not overly entangled. Anyway, the reward for signing in, Yuzuke has already been obtained, and the others have little to do with Yuzuke. The mission of the Lulan ruins has been completed, and Yuzuke did not want to continue to stay in this windy and sandy ruins, and took out the flying thunder god kunai and rushed towards Konoha. After Yuzuke left, the Lulan ruins fell into silence again, as if no one came from the beginning to the end. However, what no one noticed was that in the empty room where Yuzuke passed through, there was an extra broken core. In Konoha village, it was late at night, and Tsunade was lying on the bed with a look of despair, and next to him was Yuzuke, who had just returned from the ruins of Lulan. Originally, Yuzuke didn't intend to toss Tsunade, but learned that this prodigal lady had lost tens of millions in the casino, so that Yuzuke stopped fighting at all, and came back directly to fight Tsunade for 300 rounds. Speaking of which, there seems to be someone in the ninja world who is catching the tail beast. Tsunade was lying on the bed, and suddenly seemed to think of something, so he said to Yuzuke, "Goto has been arrested by two ninjas wearing red cloud robes with a black background, and he has not caught those two ninjas yet." Yuzuke, the red cloud on the black background, was stunned. The red cloud on the black background was Xiao. Didn't she expect that she had only solved the undead duo not long ago? And Xiao continued to act again, and also directly arrested the Five Tails. In that case, Itachi and Shisui have already acted. Their goals are the Four Tails and the Five Tails. Yuzuke frowned. It seemed that Akatsuki was a little anxious lately, but she caught Goku in such anxiousness. Itachi and Shisui are the undercover agents that they have set up. They all have to catch the tail beast. Pain should have given the order. They already have 5 tails and 7 tails in their hands. They don't know what they want to collect the tail beasts. They will never go to war against the big ninja villages. Tsunade frowned, thinking about why they collected the tail beasts, but couldn't think of it. Hee. It's really possible. Yuzuke smiled slightly. Now Akatsuki's leader is still the boy Nagato, and that guy should still be the same concept that makes everyone feel painful. That is to say, are they planning to provoke the Fourth Ninja World War? Tsunade was stunned, seeing that Yuzuke seemed to know something, and quickly asked Yuzuke, "It's okay, don't worry about them now. They want to collect tail beasts and collect them as they please, as long as they don't hit me on the head." Yuzuke chuckled. Now Yuzuke is the leader of the shinobi army, and it is not easy to take action against Uin village, but if things become serious later, Yuzuke has a reason to take action against Uin. It is estimated that they will come to Union village to catch the tail beast sooner or later. It is best to prepare first. Tsunade stretched out and showed that seductive figure to the fullest, causing Yuzuke's lower abdomen to rise again with an evil fire, and tossed Tsunade again. See the underlined version. Please download Felu. Chapter 214. After solving Lulan, Yuzuke stayed in Konoha for several days. Akatsuki hadn't taken any action in the past few days, so that Yuzuke could take a good rest in Konoha these days. Master Yuzuke, Master Tsunade wants you to go to the Hokage office. While Yuzuke was strolling around the street with Red, an Anbu suddenly appeared in front of Yuzuke. "Red, let's play by yourself first, you'll see what Tsunade can do with me." Yuzuke nodded to Anbu, and then ordered Red. His figure flashed and disappeared in place. In the Naruto office, Tsunade was looking at a scroll in his hand. His brows were tightly furrowed, and it seemed that he was in trouble. Here, Tsunade, what happened?" Yuzuke pushed open the door of the office, strode in, and asked Tsunade. Shane village was attacked by 2 ninjas, wearing clothes with red clouds on a black background. It looks like Akatsuki has acted. Seeing Yuzuke appeared, Tsunade handed the scroll in his hand to Yuzuke, who took it and took a look at it. It was Sunin Village's request for help. "Catch the tail beast." "I actually hit the Sand Ninja Village for help." "I know, then I'll take a look." Yuzuke nodded, and threw the scroll back to Tsunade. Then his figure flashed and disappeared into the Hokage office. Drink. Boom. In Sand Ninja Village, a small spider on the ground suddenly exploded, blasting several ninjas around in an instant. Well, Artisan explosion, a big bird flew across the sky, and Deidara stood up, looking at the ninja who was blown up with satisfaction. That's it. Suddenly, a huge arm made of sand rose from the surface and grabbed Deidara on the big bird. Deidara raised her brows, and the fucking bird drew away from the giant sand hand, but there. Giant sand hand chased after him reluctantly. Drink boom. Deidara stretched out his hand and took out a few clay birds and threw them toward the giant sand hand. After that, with a loud shout, the clay birds exploded and blasted the giant sand hand to pieces. Well, still a human being. It looks like an opponent worth falling under the art. Deidara looked at Gaara, who was slowly rising up on a cloud of sand not far away, and reached out again to take out a few clay birds. You are there. Organization that specializes in catching tail beasts. If you want to catch me, try it if you can. Gaara didn't talk nonsense with the other party, gently raised his hand, and the sand on the ground formed countless balls and shot towards Deidara in the sky. It's really tricky to be able to manipulate the sand freely. Deidara looked at shooting sand balls at herself, feeling a little tricky, and controlled the giant bird under her feet to fly quickly into the distance. Don't want to go. Gaara saw the other party suddenly flying away, immediately manipulating the sand under this foot, and the countless sand balls chased up. Hee, let you taste my art first. Seeing Gaara chasing after him decisively, Deidara smiled coldly, and stretched out his hand to take out a piece of special clay in his pocket, squeezing it into the shape of two little birds. Deidara threw the bird made of special clay, and the two little birds made of special clay flapped their wings and rushed towards Gaara. Gaara frowned and controlled a few sand balls to intercept the flying bird, avoiding it from getting close to himself. Chapter 235. The Scorpion's Shot. Have you become more cautious? But you have already left Shane Village. You can almost do it, right? Deidara looked at the Shane Village below. It is now a distance from Shane Village. It will take some time for Shane Village to send people to reinforce it. The dragon. Deidara threw out a clay dragon the size of a basketball. After letting go, the clay dragon grew rapidly and instantly rose to a height of 5 or 6 meters, turning into a clay dragon. With a flap of its wings, the clay dragon flew up into the sky, and opened a huge mouth at Gaara, with hundreds of clay balls in it, and it shot at Gaara in an instant. It rains even when you play sand. Gaara waved, and the sand on the ground condensed into sand balls, shooting into the air like a machine gun. Boom 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 boom. The clay ball and the sand ball were handed over and exploded in an instant. Countless bombings made waves of black smoke float in the sky, and countless fires shone from inside, and the explosion was extremely intense. When the clay dragon confronted Gaara, Deidara was not idle, reaching out into his pocket, ready to take the opportunity to attack Gaara. Well, the detonating clay is almost gone. Deidara frowned, and he usually carried 2 copies of clay on his body, one of which was spare. Now that he has used up 1 copy, he can only use the spare clay. In other words, Deidara must solve Gaara as soon as possible, otherwise the clay will not be enough. Deidara grabbed a piece of the spare clay, squeezed out 2 biplanes, and threw them towards Gaara, and the 2 biplanes rushed towards Gaara at high speed. Sand monster wrist. 2 tined birds rushed from the side. Gaara stretched out his hand and waved, and the special sand entwined around him formed 2 hands that looked like a crane, and pinched the 2 clay-tined birds in one hand. Boom boom, the 2 biplanes were squeezed. Directly, Gaara glanced at Deidara, separated part of the sand that had been blasted by the clay dragon, and attacked Deidara. Is it disgusting? This sand is really easy to use, so let you see the real art. Seeing Gaara divided a part of the sand and came out to deal with himself, Deidara cursed and reached out to his pocket. The time to fight Gaara seems to be a bit too long. Deidara must fight quickly, otherwise Deidara will not have any chance when the reinforcements of Shane Village come over. After all, one person has to fight the entire Shinobu village. and Deidara is not Yuzuke, but he does not have such a strong strength. Deidara directly exploded the remaining clay, pulled off a small piece and kept it, and all the rest was squeezed into a doll-like clay bomb. At this time, Gaara's sand also flew, forming several sand shurikens, and attacking Deidara. Seeing the sand shuriken flying over, Deidara jumped directly onto the giant bird, and fell to the ground. Damn it! Do you want to run? Gaara saw Deidara falling to the ground and waved his hand. The sand shuriken that was flying towards the big bird turned around and shot Deidara into the air. Suddenly, the clay dragon above suddenly stopped running and spraying clay balls, its wings flicked, and its huge body leapt directly towards Gaara. Gaara originally planned to chase Deidara, but when the clay dragon pounced directly at him, he had to use sand to attack the clay. The dragon launched an attack. The sand formed sand balls and shot towards the clay dragon. The clay dragon still did not evade, and rushed towards Gaara. Bang bang bang. The sand ball formed by the sand is also very powerful. After hitting the clay dragon, it instantly penetrated the body of the clay dragon, and beat the clay dragon to the ground. Although it was already full of holes, the clay dragon seemed to be unaffected, and quickly narrowed the distance with Gaara, and then the energy in the body began to become irritable. Seeing that the clay dragon began to riot, Gaara secretly said, "It's not good," quickly took back the sand around it, wrapped it around it, forming a ball, and wrapped Gaara in it. Boom! The clay dragon exploded, and the invisible air wave raised gusts of wind. Under this extremely strong impact, the air also made an overwhelming blast, and the flames produced by the explosion spread out, and instantly wrapped it in the sand. Gaara swallowed the ball in. Gaara wrapped himself in the sand ball, and naturally heard the bombing outside, and then an impact force knocked Gaara's sand ball out. After waiting for a few seconds, the outside seemed to have quieted down, and the explosion seemed to have ended. Gaara removed a part of the sand, causing a gap in the sand ball, allowing Gaara to see the outside scenery. Outside the sand ball, there was a puff of black smoke floating in the sky, and there was still the heat left by the explosion in the air. The surface of the sand ball that Gaara used to protect himself has been shattered. Even if Gaara did not see the previous explosion, you can also feel the power of the explosion. Suddenly, the sand on the top of the head made a noise, as if something had fallen on it. Gaara raised his head to take a look, then his pupils shrank, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. A big white clay bird stopped on Gaara's sand ball. Just now Deidara left the big clay bird before he jumped down. However, it wasn't this giant clay bird that made Gaara panicked, but this giant clay bird behind it, and this tumbler-like doll, a doll larger than the clay dragon. Without the slightest hesitation, Gaara waved, and the exposed gap of the sand ball was quickly blocked, and the surrounding sand also flew towards Gaara and attached to the surface of the sand ball. Drink. At his explosion, boom boom, there was a low drink from below. A big and a small explosion sounded, and the sky seemed to appear as a small sun, with two suns hanging in the sky. The flames of the explosion once again swallowed Gaara's sand ball. Compared with the explosion of the two dragons, the power of the 38th was obviously more than dozens of times higher. Well, this fleeting explosion, sure enough, this is the real art, Brother Scorpion. Are you right? Deidara on the ground looked at the small sun in the sky, nodded in satisfaction, and said to the scorpion next to it, "It's boring, the beauty of eternal immortality is real art, and, just now you made me wait for so long, I am very upset now." The scorpion that appeared in the form of the scorpion gave Deidara a glance, and his tone was full of dissatisfaction. After all, there are two things that the scorpion hates the most: waiting for others and letting others wait. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 236. One tail catch successfully. Haha, don't say that, Brother Scorpion, at least I have finished the task. Haven't I already caught one tail? Deidara chuckled and looked at the explosion that had ended in the air. The sand ball no longer existed. Gaara was full of blast scars all over his body, barely manipulating the sand and letting himself lie on it. Although Gaara was manipulating the sand continued to leak slowly. After a few seconds, Gaara finally couldn't hold it anymore, passed out, and fell down with the sand that had turned into loose sand. It seems that you can't kill Renzulai, then he'll pick him up, huh? Looking at Gaara, who was falling continuously, Deidara took out the last piece of clay and squeezed it into the shape of a bird, and then threw it forward, and the clay bird quickly grew bigger and turned into a clay giant bird. The clay giant bird flapped its wings and flew towards Gaara, who was falling into the air, accurately supporting Gaara, who was in a coma, and then flew towards Deidara. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps approaching. Deidara and Scorpion turned their heads to see. Temari, Kankuro came over with a few kamen from Sanshinobu village. Deidara, you dragged it for too long, and other people's reinforcements came over. Scorpion stared at Deidara extremely displeased, and his tone gradually became colder. Well, don't say that, Brotherxy. My clay has been used up. These people will leave it to you. Scorpion's tone became cold, and Deidara was not angry. After smiling, he rode on the big bird and prepared to leave. Damn it, don't want to leave. Seeing Deidara and Gaara want to leave, Kankuro's figure moved and wanted to catch up. Your opponent is me. Xi spit out a faint word, directly manipulated the tail behind Fliu, and slammed it at Kanjiro, who was trying to rush forward. Puff puff. Kanjiro gritted his teeth, took out three scrolls and laid them on the ground, and injected them into the chakra. After a burst of smoke, 3 puppets appeared in front of Kanjiro. Oh, you are also a puppet master. When I saw Kanjiro's puppet, Scorpio's tone was a little surprised. The main reason was that Kanjiro's puppet was too familiar to Scorpion. Kankuro's 3 puppets, the black ant, the Sancho fish, and the crow, are all puppets invented by the Scorpion. How can you not be familiar with Temari? You chase Gaara first, and I will hold him. Kankuro controlled the 3 puppets and rushed towards the Scorpion, preparing to drag the Scorpion alone, so that Temari and others could chase Gaara back. Okay, then you be careful. Temari nodded, and took the few Shangren behind him, bypassing the Scorpion, and rushed in the direction where Deidara flew away. HMPH, I said, your opponent is. Scorpion saw Temari and others ignoring him, and the tail behind Fliu flicked, and the sharp blade with a whistling sound of breaking air, directly cut to the waist of the hand Mari. Ding. Seeing that the sharp blade was about to cut the Temari in the middle, at this very moment, Kankuro's puppet crow came up and blocked Fliu's tail. Ha, actually use such a puppet to deal with me? The Scorpion snorted coldly, and he controlled Fliu's tail to quickly click on the crow. The crow disintegrated in an instant and turned into a pile of parts. How come? Kanjiro's eyes widened. After a few clicks on his puppet by the Scorpion, he was directly dismantled by the Scorpion. Seeing that the Scorpion could dismantle Kanjiro's puppet in an instant, Temari frowned, and it seemed that Kanjiro couldn't hold the Scorpion anymore. The forward-rushing steps also stopped. Are you surprised? With a hint of joking in his tone, Scorpion said, this is a puppet I invented. Although I haven't touched it for a long time, I know exactly where his weakness is. The puppet you invented. Can it be said that you are the genius puppet master who defected back then? Scorpion Kanjiro's pupils shrank, and he knew the origin of his puppet as well. Unexpectedly, the one in front of him was actually the defected puppet master, Scorpion from Serenin village. We don't have time to talk nonsense with him, Kankuro. It seems that we must defeat him before we can buy Gaara back. Temari also knows the origin of the Scorpion, and the Samsung fan in his hand is unfolded, ready to fight the Scorpion. Wind escape, Scythe Weasel. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. Wind escape, wind cut. Temari and several other Shangren attacked at the Scorpion at the same time, and several Fengden ninjutsu attacked the scorpion with the sound of cutting the air. However, the scorpion was also a mission to kill 3 generations of Feniying, and he was also a shadow rank. If he couldn't beat a few Shangnin, the scorpion could quit Akatsuki. A minute later, Kankuro, Team Ari and others fell to the ground. There were no fatal injuries on their bodies, but there were some small wounds. The blood flowing out of the wounds was black, which seemed to be extremely poisonous. HMPH, let you go now. Go back and taste the pain of poison. Slowly looking at the Team Ari and others who fell on the ground, Xi smiled coldly, ignored them, turned and left. Scorpion was born in Sand Ninja Village. With the strength of Sand Ninja Village, Scorpion is confident that no one can solve his poison unless Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, comes. These people will undoubtedly die. After Deidara, Scorpion and others left, Konoha received a request for help from Shane Village, and Yuzuke immediately set off to Shane Village, with the God of Thunder on his way. It took 2 or 3 days for Yuzuke to arrive in an hour and a half. In a room in the Shane Village hospital, Yuzuke's murderous aura continued to leak out, and the invisible air pressure enveloped the entire room, and a vase next to it was directly crushed and exploded. Opposite Yuzuke was a medical ninja dressed as Nina, and when the murderous intent broke out on Yuzuke's body, the Nina was so scared that she collapsed to the ground and didn't dare to look directly at Yuzuke. Anyway, the poison on Team Ari can't be solved by Sand Ninja Village. You need to ask Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, to come over, right? Yuzuke took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, withdrew the murderous aura from his body, and asked Sanshinobu, who collapsed in front of him. Yes, yes, the conditions of our treatment in Serenin Village are relatively backward, and it is a new type of poison, so we need Master Tsunade to come. Sanshinobu shuddered to answer Yuzuke's question, but before he finished speaking, a light flashed, and Yuzuke disappeared in an instant. Xio's scorpion. Right, very good. Anyone who dares to hit me. Yuzuke was full of suffocation, and quickly used Fulshen to rush to Konoha, and silently remembered the name Scorpion in his heart. Chapter 237 Sealing Technique. The Seal of Magic 9 Dragons. Poor Scorpio still doesn't know that he has been targeted by Yuzuke. Now Scorpio has just arrived in a cave, and Deidara and Gaara have been waiting for a long time. Next, Scorpio and Deidara had to extract one of the chakras, and it would take 3 days to extract all of them, so the 2 immediately. So he used the ring to contact other Akatsuki members. Oh Deidara and Scorpion, it looks like you have caught a tail. In the ring space, Pain looked at Gaara on the ground and nodded in satisfaction with Deidara and Scorpion. Is it so fast? Shishui was a little surprised. It is said that Deidara and Scorpion were still yesterday, investigating the intelligence of a tail, but he did not expect to be caught directly today. Well, no matter what, let's start to draw a chakra first. The chasing soldiers of Sand Ninja Village may have to chase them later, so quickly use the magic 9 dragons to seal them up. The Scorpion didn't talk nonsense with them, and directly sat on the ground, preparing to start sealing a tail. The sealing technique Magic 9 Dragons is completely sealed. This sealing technique can directly extract the chakra from the tail beast and put it into another container. However, this technique also has great disadvantages and requires a lot of time and chakra. Moreover, after pulling out the tail beast, Ren's Yulai would die on the spot. Gaara in the original book also died because of being pulled out, although I was replaced by a 1000-generation mother-in-law at the cost of life. When Akatsuki and his party were at the end of the seal, Yuzuke continued to use Thunder God along the way, had returned to Konoha, and rushed to Sandine Village with Tsunade. When Yuzuke returned to Konoha, Tsunade was in the office reviewing the documents, and a light flashed. Before Tsunade could react, he stood at the door of Konoha's gate. Tsunade was dragged by Yuzuke with a dazed expression, and he kept moving through the forest of the country of fire, and soon rushed to the village of Cheyenne. Anyway, a new type of poison has appeared, and Serenin Village cannot be solved. I need to come, right? After listening to Yuzuke's explanation, Tsunade looked helplessly at the gate of the Sunin Village Hospital. He was still there just now, reviewing the documents, and half an hour later, he ran thousands of kilometers to reach the Sunin Village. Well, the treatment conditions in Shane Village are too backward, and the medical ninjutsu is too bad. I have to let you come over. Yuzuke nodded, strode into the hospital gate, and walked to the ward where she and the others were. Well, this poisoned Tsunade just walked into the ward, saw the black venom from the wounds of Temari and others. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he quickly stepped forward to check. This is indeed an unseen poison, and it is very tricky. The venom melts directly into the blood, and the toxin must be extracted from the blood. Tsunade glanced briefly. As a healing ninja, Tsunade saw the solution to this poison at a glance, and Yuzuke was relieved. Don't be too happy. I was just now. This poison is very tricky. It is not a simple thing to extract from the blood of the body. In case of failure, it will increase the erosion of toxins. Tsunade looked solemn, seeing Yuzuke breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly reminded Yuzuke. This kind of thing is particularly challenging for chakra's manipulation. If you are not good at controlling chakra, it is impossible to extract toxins. I see, you do your best. Let me do something first. Yuzuke nodded, his face was so gloomy that it could drip out, and he walked out quickly. There are some things, it's time to settle the accounts. If you dare to poison your own people, the Scorpion is afraid that after you change yourself into a puppet, you will also lose your mind. Yes, the new type of poison will be on your behalf, Lord Kyondai. As soon as Yuzuke made the door to the hospital, he heard a conversation and turned to look at the source of the sound. Not far away, Chio and the medical ninja dressed up as Shinobu walked towards the hospital gate, and Chio naturally saw Yuzuke and his expression sank. For Chio, Tsukumo Hajiki is the enemy who killed his own child, and Yuzuke is the disciple of Tsukumo Hajiki. The two have also fought on the battlefield, and naturally they have no good faces. Hey, old man, if I remember correctly, Scorpion is your grandson, right? Yuzuke stared at Chio, there was no expression on his face, and even his tone was calm and frightening. HMPH. This is an old man's family affair, it has nothing to do with you. Chio didn't answer Yuzuke, but directly crossed over with Yuzuke, and walked to the ward of Kamari and others. Really? Haha, then it's okay. Wait, I will deal with the Scorpion personally, hope you don't stop me. Yuzuke smiled coldly, showing a trace of murderous intent on his body, and walked slowly towards the outside of the village. Even if you have one tail taken away, this is also a matter in our Sunin village. It is not your turn for an outsider to intervene. Seeing that Yuzuke was going to kill the Scorpion, Chio was anxious all at once. Although the Scorpion had defected, he was also his grandson. How could Chio watch Yuzuke going to kill the Scorpion? Oh, it's not my turn to intervene. Killing a traitor, Sunin village has no reason to stop it. Yuzuke raised his brows and asked, or, the elder Chio of Sunin village, you want to protect a traitor from Sunin village, and you have no reason to protect him, right? Chio still wanted to say something, but opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Yuzuke was indeed right. Yugong, as one of the elders of Sand Ninja village, was snatched by Scorpion and Deidara. It is natural that Kyondai could not protect the Scorpion. He should immediately go kill the Scorpion and take back one tail. Yushe, ninjas don't need feelings. At the moment Scorpio defected, Chio should draw a clear line between Scorpio, and there is no reason to cover Scorpion. HMPH, I don't force you to take action from Shane village. As long as you stay here obediently, don't make trouble. Seeing that Chio was speechless, Yuzuke ignored Chio and turned and walked outside of Shane village. Chio looked at Yuzuke's back when he turned and left, with mixed feelings in his heart, and he didn't know what to say. With Yuzuke's strength, dealing with a Scorpion is simply a breeze. Chio's son and daughter-in-law died at the hands of Hagai Tsukumo, and Yuzuke was a disciple of Hagai Tsukumo, and now his grandson will also die at the hands of Hagai Tsukumo's disciple. Could it be that the people of Tsukumo Hagai and his party can't live with him like this? Yuzuke doesn't pay attention to what Shio thinks, and walks out of the gate of Shin village, ready to start looking for the trail of the scorpion. In a place like the desert, things are printed on their footprints and they will disappear in a few minutes. The scorpions have been away for a few hours, and it is almost impossible to find them through their footprints. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 238. Duplicating dolls. However, based on his impression, Yuzuke remembers that in the original work, Scorpion and Deidara caught one tail and headed to the Konoha border. At the junction of the country of fire and the country of wind, there is a country of river sandwiched there, where there is a secret base of Akatsuki, where the Scorpion and Deidara are sealed. Looking around in the same place, Yuzuke determined the direction of the country of river, and Yuzuke disappeared in the same place in an instant. Continually using time and space ninjutsu on his way, Yuzuke has dragon veins and the chakra volume of the Kaienzu clan in his body, and he is not afraid of consumption. After 10 minutes, Yuzuke stood in the canyon of the country of the river. If I remember correctly, it should be nearby. Chakra perception. Yuzuke radiated the chakras in his body and spread out to the surroundings. Using the amount of chakras of Yuzuke, the entire valley of the country of Kawa was included in the range of perception in an instant. Is there an enchantment with 5 enchantments? Suddenly, Yuzuke sensed that there was something wrong, as if an enchantment was blocking Yuzuke's chakra perception. There should be 5 enchantments used to shield perception. Deidara and the Scorpion should have sealed one end in the enchantment. After confirming the direction of the 5 enchantment, Yuzuke retracted chakra, turned around and prepared to walk in the direction of the 5 enchantment. Kaka. Suddenly, there seemed to be a sound not far away, and Yuzuke stopped and turned his head to look. In a clearing, the soil on the ground began to condense, slowly forming a human shape, and then the head slowly changed. This is Yuzuke raised his brows slightly, and his face showed a hint of surprise, only to see the one not far away. The clay doll kept changing, turning into Yuzuke's appearance. The clothes are exactly the same, the faces are exactly the same, even the short knife behind him and the blade of the white tooth are exactly the same. Can even the white fang blade be copied? Yuzuke raised his brows and became a little interested. This doll seems to be able to imitate all the ninjutsu of others, but it will not be updated. Only the imitated version. It is similar to Beiju's ability, but it is much stronger than Beiju in strength. Beiju can only transform his face. This doll can perform all the ninjutsu of the replicator. At that time, Kai's group was with these dolls, but it was unexpected that Yuzuke would meet them now. However, since the copy has Yuzuke, can the strength of the strength be the same as Yuzuke? Yuzuke is a little curious. Thunder Flash. Yuzuke attached the thunder chakra to the white tooth blade, and the blue thunder and lightning continued to jump on the sharp blade, and then Yuzuke slashed towards the cloned doll. Ding! The 2 blades of the same white teeth were intertwined, and the lightning broke out in an instant, and the knife chi drew a ravine on the surrounding ground. Yuzuke and the cloned doll fought for a few seconds, and the doll was cut and flew directly, and the victory or defeat was divided. Although the duplicating doll can duplicate Yuzuke's ninjutsu, it can't completely duplicate its power. Thunder Flash's ninjutsu is equal to the level in Yuzuke's hands, and it can only be hit in duplicate duo. It seems that the upper limit of the ability to copy a doll is at most only about, it can't be copied from above. Even if it is copied, it can only exert its power. But also, if there is no upper limit of the copying ability, just send a few copy dolls when you play Hui. Why not waste so much effort to copy the dolls? How to copy? The strength is only about Shangren. Yuzuke shook his head, and stepped forward to cut the copied doll that had been shot out in half. Swish! Yuzuke smashed the clone doll with a stab in the middle, but the white fang's blade hadn't retracted yet, and suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air 3 times behind him, making Yuzuke frown. Done. walk on the ground. Yuzuke decisively discarded the white tooth blade in his hand, and quickly formed a few marks in his hand, leapt forward, and pressed one hand on the ground. Boom! As soon as chakra plunged into the ground, violent thunder and lightning erupted centered on Yuzuke. The ground exploded directly, and the sound of breaking air behind him stopped. Yuzuke looked behind him, and the three replica dolls were paralyzed. Half of their body was stuck in the ground, and the white tooth blade in his hand was facing Yuzuke. It seems that it was these three replica dolls that attacked Yuzuke just now. Yuzuke raised his eyebrows. When Kai took the 5th class, he dealt with 444 dolls. Unexpectedly, when he came alone, he had to deal with 444 dolls. Duo done. Long Yan sings. Yuzuke condensed chakra to his throat, spouted 3 fire dragons, and rushed towards the replica doll that was unable to move due to paralysis. Boom boom boom, with 3 explosions sounding, Yuzuke easily solved the 4 replica dolls, and he didn't know how the original Kai was entangled by these things. However, if Kai doesn't open 8 doors, his strength is only about Shinobu. If he opens 8 doors, Super Shadow with proper strength. After all, Kai is the man who almost kicked the ending. Kaka. Just when Yuzuke thought it was over, the ground made a noise again, and dozens of dolls emerged from the ground and transformed into Yuzuke's shape. Hey, it's not over yet, right? Yuzuke raised his brows, picked up the white tooth blade and retracted it into the scabbard behind him, condensing the chakra in his body, and quickly forming several marks in his hand. The fire escapes. The arrogant fire is extinguished. In an instant, a large amount of flames rolled towards the dozens of dolls. The temperature of the flames caused the surrounding ground to lose water at a rapid rate, and it directly dried and cracked, showing the high temperature. Water escape, waterfront wall. More than a dozen dolls displayed water escape at the same time, and a large amount of water formed a thick water wall in front of the dolls, trying to prevent the violent fire from extinguishing. The fierce fire extinguish is a level technique, which can exert the power of the level in front of Madara, and the power of Yuzuke will naturally not be low, even far beyond Madara's arrogant fire. Madara's arrogant fire needs a squad of water to resist, but Yuzuke's arrogant fire is extinguished. But this group of dolls can resist. When the flame met the water current, a large amount of water vapor burst out, and instantly enveloped a half-kilometer area. If viewed from the sky, it would appear as if the same white cloud appeared in the forest. It would be spectacular. Wind escape, tornado hurricane. Suddenly, in the center of the large amount of water vapor, a tornado suddenly appeared, and the surrounding water vapor was instantly blown away, revealing the situation inside. Yuzuke stood on the ground and let go. The hand that had just finished the tornado hurricane mark looked towards the other side. On the opposite side of Yuzuke, all the replica dolls lay on the ground. Their body was scorched black, and a few dolls were exposed on the ground torn by flames, and Yuzuke had destroyed them before they came out. Chapter 239. Fighting with the Scorpion. Okay, when Xiao and the others were using the magic 9 dragon seal, Deidara frowned and looked out of the cave. Deidara, don't be distracted. Get out all the chakras of One Tail as soon as possible. Deidara suddenly turned his head and looked outside. Others also noticed Deidara's behavior, and pain reminded Deidara aloud. The sound of art seemed to be coming from outside just now. I shouldn't have misheard that fleeting explosion. Although the cave was blocked by huge rocks, Deidara, a bomb expert, was very familiar with the sound of the explosion. Even if there was only a small sound, Deidara could recognize it. In Deidara's words, he has a pair of ears looking for art. Is there an explosion sound? Is it that Shinobu's troops rushed over? Pain frowned, but the secret base that Akatsuki was looking for was extremely concealed. It took a long time for Sand Ninja Village to find impossible. I still know how powerful Sand Ninja Village is. With their search force, I think to find us at least. Xi shook his head. He was born and raised in Shane Village and knew the strength of Shane Village, and directly asserted that Shane Village could not find it here. Hey, Scorpion and Deidara. If you two come out by yourself, I still want me to go in and find you. Suddenly, a voice came in from outside, and Xi and Deidara were startled. They didn't expect to find the door so soon. Forget it, let's stop here this time. At least I have already obtained a part of the chakra. Scorpion and Deidara will go to meet the enemy first, and wait for the next opportunity to pull out all the tails. Disband first. Ben, sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up. Although he did not pull out all of his tail, he could obtain a part of chakra, which was enough to drive the outer golem. Yuzuke stood outside the cave and yelled, but not half of them came out. It seemed that Scorpion and Deidara didn't plan to come out. In the 5 enchantment, there will be 555 spells in the middle and 444 corners. You need to remove all the spells at the same time to unlock the 5 enchantment. As long as the 5 enchantments exist, they can add extremely strong defense power to the gate, and it is impossible for ordinary people to open the gate. Although this cave didn't have a gate, it was blocked by a huge stone with a spell on it. It seemed that the scorpions used this huge stone as a gate. However, Yuzuke didn't plan to get the charm, and pulled out the white tooth blade behind him, ready to start violently breaking the door. Done, Tenlin. Yuzuke jumped up, and the chakra on his body burst out, and countless thunder and lightning entangled his body, like a sky thunder, slashing towards the boulder fiercely. Boom! Under the protection of the 5 enchantments, the boulder resisted Yuzuke's attack, but it only resisted for a second. The boulder shattered directly, scattered all around, and raised a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, several wind-breaking sounds sounded, and a few flying needles attacked Yuzuke, who wrinkled his brows, raised the blade of the white tooth, and blocked all the flying needles. Well, this is the flying needle that came straight was easily blocked, and suddenly, Yuzuke noticed that there was a flying needle that seemed to be rolled up with a piece of paper. That is the detonation talisman. Boom! The detonating talisman lit up, and the flame dissipated the smoke, directly swallowing Yuzuke, and then Yuzuke was instantly rushed out by the explosion of air. Well, it's really a battle full of art, Brother Xi. You also know art very well. Deidara walked out of the cave, felt the residual heat in the air, and nodded to the scorpion with satisfaction. Yuzuke Scorpion looked at the person who was knocked out, his face sank. The name of the butcher, Scorpion had naturally heard of it, but he didn't expect to encounter it today. Yuzuke steadied his body in midair and landed easily on the ground. The lightning entwined around his body was like armor, protecting Yuzuke. Just now, at the moment when the detonation talisman exploded, Yuzuke opened the armor of thunder escape. Although he has not learned it, Yuzuke, who has the change of chakra nature, can naturally be used easily. Yuzuke, why did you appear here? I don't think we know each other. The scorpion hiding in Fliu stared at Yuzuke with a gloomy expression. Tsukumo Hagai killed his parents, and Yuzuke was a disciple of Shumo Hagai, and the two were naturally enemies. Yuzuke killed Kokaku. Are they all theirs? Deidara looked at Yuzuke, and it didn't seem to be a big deal. How did he kill the horns? Dufeidens he. Have you forgotten what you did for a few hours? Yuzuke made no secret of his murderous aura, staring at the scorpion like a torch, and his white teeth were also entangled by lightning. Is it the same for the previous thing? As the leader of the shinobi army, it is normal for you to take action. Xi was startled, and glanced at Gaara, who was still there. Gaara lying in the cave, thinking that Yuzuke was coming for Gaara. No, if it's just a catch, it's not worth it for me to find you personally. What's important is that you moved my people. After Yuzuke finished speaking the last sentence, he shook the white tooth blade, and disappeared in place with a move. Your people. Scorpion feels a bit inexplicable, but the current situation does not allow Scorpion to think about it. Scorpion must work hard to deal with Yuzuke. Then, Brother Scorpion, I have run out of clay, and I have no fighting power. I rely on you to deal with this guy. Deidara saw that the two were fighting, and his clay had been used up, and he didn't have the slightest fighting power. Staying here might drag the Scorpion, so it is better to leave here. Ding ding ding! Scorpion had no time to answer Deidara, controlling Fliua's tail in front of him, and constantly resisting Yuzuke's white fang blade. If it was just an ordinary slash, the Scorpion could easily resist it, but Yuzuke's white tooth blade also had a thunder chakra attached to it, which was not only fast, but also extremely powerful. Thunder flash. Suddenly, Yuzuke slashed, and the instant increase in speed made the Scorpion unable to react, and Fliua's head was directly chopped off. However, Fliua is not the body of the Scorpion. The Scorpion quickly emerged from Fliua's body, and at the same time controlled Fliua's tail to stab towards Yuzuke. Hell stabs, a consistent hand. Seeing the Scorpion running out of Fliua, Yuzuke condensed chakra on a finger, and the Scorpion that ran out stabbed. The strongest ninjutsu of the 3 generations of Reikage was called the strongest spear. The moment Yuzuke used it, the Scorpion immediately, feeling the threat of death, he quickly pulled the chakra line that controls Fliua and blocked him with Fliua. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 240 The Fallen Genius Puppet Master. Ding! The first thing I came into contact with was Fliua's blade-like tail. Even if Fliua's tail was sharp, it was only an iron tool. How could it withstand the hand of Fliua, known as the strongest spear? The tail broke apart, and the iron pieces flew away, but they could not stop Yuzuke for a moment, and continued to rush towards the Scorpion. Fliua's tail can be regarded as the strongest place on Fliua's body. After losing the tail, Fliua is nothing more than an ordinary puppet, directly torn apart with a consistent hand. Iron Sand Boundary Law. He didn't know when he had taken out the 3 generations of Fenning's puppets, and roared. Countless iron sand shot towards Yuzuke, leaving no iron sand to resist Yuzuke, as if they were going to die together. Yuzuke's brow furrowed. Although the armor of Lulan can withstand a lot of damage, Yuzuke's body is not as terrifying as the 3rd generation of Reikage. If it continues, it will inevitably suffer from a loss. In desperation, Yuzuke could only give up and continue to attack the Scorpion, retracted chakra and quickly jumped back, avoiding the iron sand attack. Boom! Countless iron sand blasted on the ground, and the ground was blasted out of a large pit in an instant. Looking at this power, Yuzuke's body must be unstoppable. After all, the iron sands are together. There are 7 or 8 tons. It is estimated that only 3 generations of Raking can resist with the flesh. Virtual Dog Cannon. Yuzuke mobilized the chakra in the air, and the 9-tailed chakra instantly attached himself to the surface, and a virtual dog cannon shot at the Scorpion hiding behind the iron sand. You are also Renzuli. Seeing the red-tailed beast chuck on Yuzuke's body, he was stunned for a moment, but he didn't neglect it. He quickly manipulated the iron sand to form a shield and stood in front of him. Boom! The virtual dog bombarded the iron sand, and instantly made a deafening blasting sound. The shield formed by the iron sand was directly recessed into a large pit, and a large amount of iron sand was blown out. In the end, there is only a thin layer of the iron sand shield. If the power is higher, it can directly penetrate the iron sand shield. Looking at the thin layer of iron sand shield, Xi looked at Yuzuke with a look of horror. He didn't expect that even 7 or 8 tons of iron sand could almost stop the virtual dog cannon. Next, you have no chance. Yuzuke fell on the ground. The chakra on his body turned dark red, and the tail behind him grew to 4, entering the 4-tailed state. Yuzuke opened his mouth wide in the state of tail beastization, and the red and blue chakras continued to condense, and quickly formed a dark red ball, which contained more energy than the virtual dog cannon just now. Damn the tail beast jade! The Scorpion's pupils shrank, and he quickly took out a scroll from behind and threw it into the air, and countless puppets rushed out of the scroll. The last puppet came out of the scroll, plus 3 generations of Fenning. A total of 297 puppets were in the air, and the Scorpion directly turned on the switch on the chest, and countless chakra lines stretched out from the chest and entangled in the air. On the puppet, it should be impossible to run, The scorpion gritted his teeth, and several puppets rushed towards Yuzuke, and all the rest stood in front of the scorpion, trying to pile up a protective shield with the corpse. 3 generations of Fenning condensed all the iron sand to form a very small semicircular cover, which stood in front of the scorpion. Chapter 241 Chasing Deidara. Yuzuke dissolved his tail beast, and looked at nothing, the smoking pit, and there was a falling scroll next to it. Is this the scroll that the scorpion didn't have time to use just now? Yuzuke raised his brows and picked up the scroll on the ground. It seemed that the scorpion was planning to use this scroll, but as soon as he took it out, the iron sand shield was destroyed, and the scorpion was directly bombarded with no residue left. Yuzuke unrolled the scroll, with a series of characters drawn on it, with a seal written in the middle. The word seems to have something sealed in it. Puff. The chakra is condensed on the hand, and then poured into the tape reel. The seal on the reel. The words lit up with a faint light, and a large cloud of smoke emerged. This is Yuzuke's pupils shrank, revealing a surprised look. Only a few puppets appeared in the smoke, and all of them were people Yuzuke was familiar with. The 5-tailed man Zilihan, who was captured by Shisui and Itachi, the 7-tailed man Zilifu, who was captured by Kakuto and Hiden, the 8-tailed man Zariki Rabbi, who died at the hands of Yuzuke, and the last 9 tails of 9 tails Renzulai, Whirlpool Mito. However, although all of them are puppets made by the tail orcs, only Han and Fu are in a complete state. Kairabi and Uzumaki Mito have only one head, not even a body. However, compared to the puppets made by Renzulai, Yuzuke was more curious about where the scorpion got the materials. However, the scorpion has no scum, and it is impossible to ask for information. Yuzuke drew out the white tooth blade, and cut the puppet in front of him into pieces with a few strokes. Earth escape. Huangquan Marsh. Yuzuke made a few seals in his hands, pressed his hands on the ground, and the ground instantly became as soft as a swamp, swallowing the fragments of those puppets. Just lost it, and then I have to go to Deidara. Yuzuke glanced at the swamp on the ground. The puppet fragments had been swallowed up. Anyway, it was nothing important, and it didn't matter if it was left here. It was Deidara, who took Gaara with me when I ran just now, and Yuzuke casually went to chase Gaara back. Although one tail is weak, it is also a tail beast, so Yuzuke is not happy to give it to Akatsuki. Looking around, I didn't pay attention to where Deidara ran when he was fighting the scorpion just now. It would be a bit troublesome to find Deidara now. However, the battle with the scorpion was only a few minutes, and Deidara's clay bird could not fly far, no matter how fast it flew. There is no way, I can only use chakra to perceive it again. Yuzuke closed his eyes and controlled the chakra in his body to slowly release it, and chakra continued to spread out, covering the surrounding 360 degrees. The huge amount of chakra instantly covered the entire canyon of the country of the river, and in Jai's perception, there was an object moving at high speed in the air, and that should be Deidara. Well, the sound of the explosion just now is really full of artistic flavor. I didn't expect that Brother Scorpion also likes fleeting art. Deidara was sitting on the clay giant bird, and Deidara naturally heard the explosion of Yuzuke's beast Jade just now. But Deidara thought it was caused by a scorpion. Just as Deidara was feeling the explosion just now, a ray of light flashed, and Yuzuke appeared in front of Deidara. Deidara hadn't reacted yet, and the clay giant bird below him straightened. Then it was divided into two, revealing Gaara wrapped in it. DSK. Did you say that Big Brother Scorpion was defeated? The giant clay bird at his feet was suddenly chopped in half, and Deidara instantly reacted, with a shocked expression on his face. However, Deidara was shocked that it was not Yuzuke who came after him, but that Scorpion actually lost, and only a few minutes later, that is to say, Yuzuke almost crushed Scorpion. The sound of the howling wind poured into his ears and mouth and nose, causing Deidara to react at once. The clay bird under his feet had been cut in half, and he was still in the sky, at least 500 meters in height. Deidara made a scream like a pig, and fell directly from the air. Now Deidara has no clay or means of stagnation. If you fall from here, I am afraid it will directly become meat sauce. On the ground, Yuzuke looked at Deidara, who was falling fast not far away, shook his head, ignored him, turned his head and glanced at Gaara lying on the ground. Originally, Gaara should have been going to Gaimangwan for a trip. Due to the influence of Yuzuke, Akatsuki's action of drawing one tail had to be ended early, so the first tail was not drawn out. Although it was not taken out, it seemed that a part of the chakra was missing in one tail, indicating that Xiao still got a chakra, but she didn't know if it was enough to drive the outer golem. Hey, don't sleep, wake up. However, one tail was not taken out, and Gaara was not dead. Yuzuke had no plans to carry him back to Shane village, so he kicked Gaara directly to see if he could wake Gaara. But Gaara didn't wake up, instead rolled over and fell asleep groggy. Due to the entailed relationship, Gaara has basically never slept peacefully, and this time he passed out in a coma, so naturally it is not so easy to wake Gaara. I was sleeping, and the water fluttered. Yuzuke looked upset. Gaara was still asleep after being kicked, and Yuzuke directly smashed a water ball on Gaara's face. Gaara woke up instantly and saw Yuzuke standing in front of him. Gaara, who hadn't reacted yet, thought that he was still the fighting Deidara, subconsciously manipulating the surrounding sand towards Yuzuke. Thunder flash. Yuzuke raised his brows and slashed at Gaara's face with a knife, and a bloodstain on Gaara's face made Gaara wake up instantly. Boy, I will not attack you if you are thought to be a human being. Wait a minute, if you provoke me, be careful, I just cut your head off. The blade of the white tooth was tightly against Gaara's neck. Yuzuke's face was full of displeasedness, and the faint murderous intent on his body made Gaara miss a beat. Obviously he saved him by himself, but he actually shot himself. What is this thing? Yuzuke stared at Gaara, and when he saw Gaara, he didn't continue to take action, and Yuzuke didn't pay attention to Gaara anymore, and took the blade of white fang back to the knife in the sheath. Where is this and why am I here? Gaara looked around. It looks like a canyon somewhere. I lost the battle with Deidara before, but how could I appear here? The canyon of the country of the river, Akatsuki is going to end it. Pulled out of you. But it was interrupted by me. Yuzuke glanced at Gaara and replied faintly, to see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 222. Xiao's new member. Not far from the location of Yuzuke and Gaara, Deidara was hung on a tree with Akatsuki's trench coat hanging from the branch to prevent Deidara from falling to the ground and becoming a pile of meat sauce. I have to say that it is good to have a good dress. Hey, Deidara, are you dead? At this moment, suddenly emerged from the tree and asked Deidara, HMPH, you are dead and I am not dead yet. Deidara gave a blank look, reached out and grabbed the branch behind him, and barely climbed up. Where is the tail? Desperate to the clay giant bird that was chopped in half on the ground not far away, Gaara was not there. I was snatched away by the guy from Yuzuke just now, and he also caused me to fall off. Damn it, I must let him taste my art next time. Deidara gritted her teeth, and she was almost killed by Yuzuke. Deidara secretly vowed in her heart that she would blow up Yuzuke next time. Is that right? Also, Scorpion is already dead. Next, Akatsuki will rearrange players for you. It just so happened that someone has joined Akatsuki recently. It is estimated that your new teammate will be here soon. Suddenly remembered something, and said to Deidara, he took out the Scorpion Jade Girl ring in his hand, which was covered with mud. That. The guy who always said that eternity is art is dead. Sure enough, the fleeting explosion is the real art. Deidara glanced at the Jade Woman's ring and snorted coldly. Although Deidara is incompatible with the Scorpion and the concept of art is the opposite, they are both artists, and they still have a good impression of each other. Well, I thought he couldn't die even if you died, but the art of that guy Scorpion left us a nice gift in the end. Speaking of the gift left by the scorpion, he definitely made a sly smile, as if it had taken some advantage. What gift does Brother Scorpion leave behind? A gift when he died. Deidara looked suspicious. Based on Deidara's understanding of scorpions, it was so possible for this product to give gifts to others before death. It's just some puppets left by the scorpion, don't worry about it. He never answered Deidara, only gave an ambiguous answer, and let Deidara guess for himself. Then I will go first. I definitely just came to take a look at Deidara's situation, confirm Deidara's life and death, and see that Deidara is okay, and prepare to escape into the tree and leave. Wait, absolutely, another friend will come over later, right? That. Who is the new teammate? Zhuigang was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Deidara, and Dido asked. If you remember correctly, the scorpion is the same as the rebel of the Sand Ninja village, and also the puppet master, but his specific information has not yet passed the examination, and you will know it later. He never told Deidara's breath. Then he escaped into the trees and slowly disappeared. Shane village and puppet master an artist like Scorpion? It seems a bit interesting. Deidara pondered for a moment and defined the first impression of his teammates as being the same as the Scorpion. But if it is really the same as the Scorpion, then I will look at it when it is time. However, Deidara still has a problem. He who is not good at physical skills. How should he climb down this tree? Half an hour later, Yuzuke and Gaara appeared in the sand, near the entrance of the hidden village. I saw 1,000 generations standing at the entrance of the village from far away. When Chio met Yuzuke, immediately, upon welcoming him, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Seeing Yuzuke coming back so early, Chio showed a hint of joy on his face, thinking that Yuzuke had not found Scorpion and Deidara, and returned directly. However, when he saw the battle marks on Yuzuke's body and Gaara behind him, Chio was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Yuzuke still found Scorpion and Deidara, and after the battle, he regained a human pillar power. However, even at this time, Chio had a trace of luck in his heart. In case Yuzuke failed to kill the Scorpion and let the Scorpion and Deidara run away. Although knowing this situation, the hope is not great, and the strength of Yuzuke is known to Chio. I'm sure, but Yuzuke is a bit messy, but there is no blood stains. Maybe there is still a chance. Elder Kyondai, if you don't treat the people in your Shinobu village, why stay here and your people are healed? Yuzuke raised his brows and saw Chio greeted him. Although he knew what Chio wanted to say, Yuzuke was more concerned about the safety of Team Ari. There is Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. On detoxification, she is far superior to me, and I don't need to stay there. After Chio finished explaining, he asked Yuzuke with a glimmer of hope, did you catch the traitorous ninja from Sand Ninja Village? My hand on returning has already told Gaara once, you can ask him. Yuzuke was too lazy to answer Chio's question, ignored Chio, and walked directly into Shane Village. The traitorous ninja from Shane Village has been killed in the canyon of the Kingdom of the River. This is the puppet he left behind. Gaara did not pay attention to Chio's feelings, and said it directly, and took out a scroll and spread it out on the ground with a seal written on it. Word. Puff inject the chakra into it. The ceiling above the word lit up with a blue light, and after a burst of smoke, the puppet of the 3rd generation of Fenning was released by the scroll. Before Yuzuke pursued Deidara, he suddenly saw the puppet of the 3rd generation of Fenning collapsed behind a tree. Half of his body was missing, and it should have been knocked out by the tail beast Jade. Just now, there was a scroll in Yuzuke's hand, so he broke it. The 3 generations of Fenning puppets picked it up. This is the 3 generations of Fenning that have long been missing. Chio's pupils shrank. Although the puppet in front of him was missing half of his body, looking at the face on the puppet's face, Chio recognized it instantly. Unexpectedly, the 3 generations of Fenning who had been missing long ago were actually made into puppets, and according to Gaara's words, this is a scorpion puppet. In this way, the 3 generations of Fenning did not disappear suddenly, but were killed by a scorpion and made a puppet. Looking at the puppets made of 3 generations of fenning on the ground, Chio sighed. Even if he wanted to attack Yuzuke, there was no reason to attack. Others regained the body of 3 generations of fenning for Shane Village, and helped Shane Village to get rid of a betrayal. Shane Village is too late to thank. How can it make things difficult for Yuzuke? And strength is also a problem. Even if Chio forcibly attacked Yuzuke, it is estimated that he has been defeated before Yuzuke's 5 moves. However, if Yuzuke knew about it, he would laugh out loud. Chapter 243. The 5 strokes of Chio are too high for himself, and he has not gone through 2 of them, and I am afraid that he will be cut by Yuzuke. Ignoring Chio, Yuzuke quickly rushed to the hospital, and Temari was also his own woman, and it was impossible for him to watch her accidentally crack. Yuzuke pushed open the iron door of the ward. Tsunade was putting his hand on the wound of Temari, releasing green chakras continuously. Tsunade, how are they doing now? Yuzuke came over and looked at the situation of Temari. Although Tsunade hadn't said anything, from the ruddy face of Temari, it could be seen that Temari was no longer dangerous. Tsunade glanced at Yuzuke, did not answer Yuzuke's question, turned his attention back to Temari, and concentrated on using medical ninjutsu. This little girl has no problem. There is still a little bit of toxins in the body. I will extract all of them later, but the few over there don't have time to treat, so I can only buffer the toxins through the Aku points first. After half a minute, Tsunade withdrew his hand from the wound on Temari's body. Now the wound has completely returned to normal, with only a trace of black blood remaining in it, and Yuzuke's eyesight almost didn't see it. It took nearly half a day to extract a person's toxins. Yuzuke frowned, and didn't know what poison the scorpion used. It was so difficult. If I knew that I would not blast the scorpion into scum, I should leave a whole body to see if I can find a few bottles of antidote. Then it is estimated that it will take another 2 or 3 days. Later, I will arrange someone to handle the affairs for you. You can stay here for treatment these few days. Seeing that the efficiency was so slow, Yuzuke asked Tsunade to stay here first, and arranged for Narashikuiza to go to Konoha to handle the affairs. However, Yuzuke turned to think about it. It was the people from Sandyora village, but Tsunade was tired. Although he was the leader of the ninja union, he still felt very bad. The treatment of Temari is fine. As for the others, hey, some medical ninjas outside, come in for me. When he came in, Yuzuke saw that there seemed to be a few medical ninjas from Sandyak village at the door, and called the medical ninjas in. Tsunade, you teach them to extract the toxins from the blood, so that the efficiency is faster and it can share some burden. Yuzuke looked at Tsunade. If Tsunade could teach them to extract toxins, then the efficiency should be much faster. The few medical ninjas heard these words, and their faces unanimously showed joy. After all, it is possible to let the Slug Princess Tsunadeheim, one of the 3 ninjas, be able to guide, and there is no doubt that fainting is a great good thing. It's okay, it should be cured soon, and I can return to Konoha's casino as soon as possible to play. Tsunade nodded, and if he could teach these people, his efficiency would be much faster, but Tsunade didn't think of curing them as soon as possible, but to find a way to gamble on Konoha. Then you should treat it slowly here, don't go back to Konoha. Yuzuke rolled his eyes. This prodigal lady knew about gambling. It is estimated that if Yuzuke is not there, Konoha's boss will have to gamble for her. Tsunade taught several medical ninjas to treat toxins, but Yuzuke didn't bother them inside, and walked out of the hospital to wander around in the village of Sagara. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 246. Going to the snow country at noon. Yuzuke and Santao-sama were standing at the door, and a group of crew members were preparing to head to the country of Kawa, and from where to go to the country of snow. Only Feng Wuxiexu, because she didn't want to go to the country of snow, was dealt with by an illusion by Yuzuke, and fell asleep directly on the carriage. Due to the horsey-drawn carriage, we departed from the country of wind at noon and arrived in the small country, the country of Kawa. which is sandwiched between the border of the country of wind and the country of fire in the afternoon. Since the crew has already contacted the ship, Yuzuke and his party immediately. He set off and headed in the direction of the snow country. Well, here it is in a room on the ship. Feng Wuxiexu woke up leisurely, and the surroundings were a bit dim. Feng Wuxiexu opened the curtain next to it, and the blue sea came into view, and the port was getting further and further away. Looking at this scene, Feng Wuxiexu instantly knew where she was. Santaya-sama, Yuzuke and Santao-sama were chatting on the deck, when suddenly a roar came, making Santao-sama's expression stiff. It looks like Master Feng-Wu is already awake. I'm going to get scolded first. Santao-sama showed a wry smile on his face, and walked dingy toward Feng Wukoyuki's room. I don't know what Mitafuasama said in the end. Feng Wuxiexu seemed to accept this reality in the end, but even if he didn't accept it, there was no way. Now the port is getting farther and farther, and it is no longer possible to return. Yuzuke, come here for a while. Santao-sama walked out of Fuka Koyuki's room and waved to Yuzuke. What's happening? Yuzuke raised his brows and walked towards Mitafuasama. His Royal Highness, this is the ninja I am talking about. His abilities are very powerful and he can definitely help us defeat Feng-Wu and Rage. Santao-sama nodded to Fuka Koyuki, and pointed to Yuzuke to introduce to Fuka Koyuki. Ninja, you can go back. I will not give you the treasures of the snow country. Feng Wuxiexu pulled her face, with a hint of anger in her tone. She seemed to have great opinions on her use of illusion yesterday and in the morning. Don't be angry, the princess has this character, please do Heian. Seeing Feng Wuxiexu coming up and directly making things difficult for Yuzuke, Santaya-sama hurriedly came up to clear Yuzuke. It doesn't matter. How can adults and children care about it? Yuzuke chuckled. Yuzuke didn't care about Feng Wuxiexu's childlike character, and he didn't plan to ask for the treasures of Snow Country. Moreover, my purpose is not your treasure, just to find the location. Yuzuke didn't plan to ask for the treasure either. After all, the treasure of the Snow Country was a geothermal generator, and it was still a semi-finished product. And it was useless if Yuzuke asked for it. Forget it, Mitafuasama, I want to tell this ninja something. Feng Wuxiexu snorted coldly, and asked Mitafuasama to go out first, as if to tell Yuzuke something confidential. I know. Santaya-sama nodded, exited the room, and closed the door for both of them casually. Then, the Princess of Snow Country, what do you have to say? Yuzuke raised his brows, and Mitafuasama is Fuka Koyuki's closest guard. There is something that can't be done in front of Asama-san. The husband's face said that Feng Wukoyuki did not answer Yuzuke, and reached out his hand behind his neck to feel for something, then untied a rope and drew a long gem from his chest. Yuzuke raised his brows. If Yuzuke remembers correctly, this gem should be the key to the treasure of the Snow Country. Why does Feng Wuxiexu take it out now? This is my father's relic, and at the same time, he is also the treasure of the Snow Country. The key. Feng Wuxiexu handed the gem to Yuzuke and said, if you can get the treasure, you can get it yourself, but on the contrary, you have to agree to a condition. What conditions? Yuzuke raised his eyebrows lightly, did not receive the gem that Feng Wuxiexu handed over, leaning on the wall and waiting for Feng Wuxiexu to make a request. Mitafuasama's plan cannot be successful. Although he has some troops in the Snow Country, he wants to fight the entire Snow Country even if you add you. Seeing that Yuzuke had not received the gem, Feng Wukoyuki didn't care, and continued, my condition is that after arriving in the Snow Country, you can leave the rest alone, but you must protect the safety of me and Mitafuasama. I know. Yuzuke nodded, took Feng Wuxiexu, handed the gem, and agreed. Anyway, he has agreed to Mitafuasama to help him overthrow the Snow Kingdom regime, and naturally will protect their safety. Fujita Koyuki is totally unnecessary. In fact, Feng Wuxiexu just didn't believe that he could succeed. Giving the gem key to Yuzuke was just a peace of mind, and Yuzuke directly accepted the key. Although that treasure is completely useless for me except being able to sign in. Boom! As soon as Yuzuke put the key away, the ship swayed violently. Yuzuke felt his center of gravity moved forward suddenly, and suddenly he couldn't stand firmly, and directly pressed towards Feng Wuxiexu sitting on the bed opposite. Yuzuke pressed on Feng Wuxiexu. Feng Wuxiexu also fell on the bed, and the two eyes were facing each other, and a blush appeared on Feng Wuxiexu's face, causing an evil fire to rise in Yuzuke's belly. Crack dash. Master Feng Xu, are you okay? Suddenly, Mitsuosa's voice rang, and there was a noise from the hinge of the door. Yuzuke suppressed the desire in his body, quickly climbed up from Feng Wuxiexu, and nodded toward Mitsuo-sama who walked in. When Santao-sama walked in, she didn't see the scene where Yuzuke was pressing on Fukakoyuki, but there was still a blush on Fukakoyuki's face. But Santao-sama didn't notice at all. What happened just now? Why did the ship sway violently just now? Seeing that Mitsuo-sama was a little anxious, it was probably something that happened. Yuzuke frowned and asked Mitsuo-sama. Suddenly several pirate ships appeared on the sea in the distance, and shells were fired at our ship. We have to hide Her Royal Highness first, Mitsuo-sama said quickly, and Yuzuke nodded. If he said that, the sloshing just now was caused by the shelling of the pirates. Forget it. There is no need to hide it. I'll go and solve it. Yuzuke shook his head and walked out of the room. However, there are a lot of pirates outside, and there are 7 or 8 ships. Our ship has a few sailors besides the crew. Can you do it alone? Chapter 244. Help. In the original world line, Fujikaze's father was murdered, and then because of Fujikaze's young age, her uncle Feng Wu Rage came to the top. However, after Feng Wu and Rage were in the upper position, because there was no key to the treasure of the Snow Country, immediately sending someone to kill Fujikaze and take the key, but was later prevented, and Mitsuo-sama took Fujikaze to escape from the country of snow. Later, under Mitsuo-sama's plan, he returned to the Snow Country with Fujikaze and the protagonist, and overthrew the power of Feng Wu Rage and regained the Snow Country. Yuzuke looked at the two people next to him coldly. The two of them should have appeared in Konoha before the ninja test and took the ninja to the Snow Country. Why are they now coming to the sandy village? Shut up. It's not like here. Place for these things. When Santao-sama talked about the princess of the Snow Country, Fukakoyuki's pupils shrank and looked around, but no one seemed to notice this. Also, I said one last time, I won't go back to die. Maybe it was because Mitsuo-sama was really annoying. Feng Wuxiexu stood up and walked outside. Santao-sama went to chase him and said something, but opened his mouth and couldn't say it. Finally, he sighed, appeared and sat back. Hey! It seems that it is too early for the princess to bear it alone. Mitsuo-sama sat on the seat and shook his head, showing a trace of loneliness on her face. It seemed that Fujikaze's reluctance to go back to inherit the throne was a big blow to Mitsuo-sama. Brother, are you planning to go to the Snow Country? Mitsuo-sama was sighing and felt that when it was too late to bring Fukakoyuki back to the country of snow, Yuzuke suddenly sat up and asked Mitsuo-sama. Well, yes, for reasons recently, I needed to go to Snow Country to make a movie. Mitsuo-sama nodded. Although I don't know why Yuzuke suddenly came up to talk, Mitsuo-sama randomly found a reason to fool it. However, Santao-sama is not completely fooled. Fukakoyuki is currently an actor by profession. The crew originally planned to go to Snow Country to film a fight scene, but was rejected by Feng Wuxiexu and now plans to change places to film. Forget it, I won't circle with you. Feng Wuxiexu is actually the original princess of Snow Country, the next heir to the throne. Fujikaze, right? Yuzuke raised his brows, and had no plans to continue to circle with Santao-sama, but directly clarified the identity of the other party. Who are you? Seeing Yuzuke see through his identity, Santao-sama's eyes flashed with cold light, and a look of wariness appeared on his face. It doesn't matter who I am, the point is that I can help you. Seeing Santao-sama on guard, Yuzuke smiled mysteriously. but didn't tell him his identity. "Oh, then tell me. How would you help me?" Look at Yuzuka-sama, frowning, and putting one hand on the saber quietly. "This is Shane Village. Even if you want to do it, I suggest you find a place where there is no one before you do it." Santousama's actions came from Yuzuke. After seeing Yuzuke see through, Santousama withdrew his hand, but the vigilance on his face still did not fade. "I know everything about you. You are now planning to return to the Snow Country under the name of filming, and then overthrow the Snow Country's regime." Yuzuke smiled slightly, and again burst out a fierce material, which made Mitsuosamas look shocked. Only he and Fukakoki knew about Santousama's plan, and they hadn't told anyone about these things. Even the crew did not know. "Now the Snow Country is ruled by wind, flowers, and raging waves. I can help you overthrow the Snow Country's regime and send your princess to the throne." Yuzuke's tone is extremely flat, as if it is not a problem to overthrow a national team. But Yuzuke really didn't lie. In a country of snow, wanting to overthrow the government is as simple as crushing an ant to Yuzuke. However, if a stranger tells you that it can help you overthrow their regime of a country, do you believe it? Just what do you use to prove that you can overthrow their regime of the Snow Kingdom? The precautionary color on Mitsuosama's face dissipated, and she even wanted to laugh a little. Although I don't know where Yuzuke got the information from, Mitsuosama now regards Yuzuke as a guy who can only speak big words. "Do you want to prove that? Is that enough?" Yuzuke raised his brows. It happened that there were a lot of people in this sushi restaurant. Illusion, the technique of Nirvana abode. A large amount of feathers suddenly fell from the sky. When everyone in the shop saw the feathers, immediately, then he fell asleep. In an instant, except for Yuzuke and Santousama who were awake on the road of the whole shop, everyone fainted on the tabletop. This although Santousama is a samurai and does not know any ninjutsu, he still knows about ninjutsu, and can control so many people with illusion in an instant. Yuzuke shouldn't be too weak. Snapped. Afterwards, Yuzuke snapped his fingers, and the people around him woke up instantly, as if nothing had happened, talking and laughing, and continued to eat. This way, can I prove my strength? Seeing the surprise on the faces of the person controlled here and Santousama, Yuzuke raised his brows slightly and asked about Santousama. "So, what are your conditions?" Santousama stared at Yuzuke. Although he didn't know why Yuzuke wanted to help himself, he definitely didn't want to do charity. If he wanted Yuzuke to help him, he might have to pay some price. "Hey, talking to smart people is convenient." Yuzuke nodded, and it seemed that Mitsuosama could bring Fujikaze out of the Snow Country and protect her from growing up. It seemed that he was not a fool. "It just so happens that I want to go to the Snow Country. I will borrow your boat and use it. Also, tell me the location of the treasure in the Snow Country." Yuzuke chuckled, and said his condition. Although the condition is said to be big and not big, it is said that it is not small. And I don't know if Mitsuosama will agree. It doesn't matter if Santousama disagrees. If he refuses to tell the position, he can go to the Snow Country to find it by himself. It will take a little more time at most. "Well, I know, we will go to the Snow Country at noon tomorrow, so please prepare." Originally, Yuzuke thought that Santousama would hesitate, so Santousama nodded without hesitation and gave the time to go to the Snow Country. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 245. Accidentally hit one's own person. Just tell others about this kind of stuff. Is it really okay? Don't you need to discuss with your princess? Yuzuke raised his brows slightly and looked at Mitsuosama in a little surprise, but he didn't expect the other party to agree so simply. "Anyway, the Kingdom of Snow is not in our hands. If we can exchange the treasures for the Kingdom of Snow, it will undoubtedly be extremely cost-effective." Santousama nodded. "If the Snow Country is not in the hands of the princess, then no matter what it is not his own." "It's true." Yuzuke nodded, and the two negotiated to meet at the gate of Shane Village at noon tomorrow, and then left separately. Before leaving, Mitsuosama and Yuzuke reached a secret agreement. If Fukakoki is unwilling to go, he will trouble Yuzuke to change the illusion technique and force her to take her. In the words of Santowa-sama, Master Fengwu is no longer a child, and should take on his own responsibilities. The person in front, get out of the way. Yuzuke just separated from Santowa-sama, and was about to go to the hospital to see the situation. When passing an intersection, a horse turned out from the road next to it and rushed towards Yuzuke. Yuzuke raised his brows, and the one sitting on the horse was not someone else. Just now, Santowa-sama said he would forcibly take away Fengwu Koki. Behind Fengwu Xiexu, these people in black clothes were riding horses to chase Fengwu Xiexu. Seeing that Fengwu Xiexu was about to be overtaken, Fengwu Xiexu saw that Yuzuke was in front of him, but she was about to be caught. The horse was not a car and had no brakes. Fengwu Xiexu gritted her teeth and rammed into Yuzuke directly. Hope he can avoid it. Fengwu Xiexu prayed silently in her heart. But things backfired. Yuzuke seemed to be frightened and stupefied, standing still, watching Fengwu Koki riding a horse against him. Now it was too late to slow down, and the horse under Fengwu Xiexu rushed to Yuzuke in an instant. Yuzuke still did not respond, and Fengwu Xiexu couldn't help closing his eyes. What suddenly, Fengwu Xiexu, who closed his eyes, only felt that the sky was spinning, and then his feet seemed to be on the ground, and the people behind made a few wailing. Fengwu Xiexu opened her eyes, and the horse that was under her crotch was now next to her, making Fengwu Xiexu instantly confused. Yi Ren had fallen to the ground with a wailing in his mouth, and Ma Dong next to him was lying on the ground staggeringly, seeming to have fallen off his horse. His Royal Highness Fengwu, are you all right? Suddenly, Santowa-sama came out without knowing what to do, and saw a few people in black lying on the ground wailing, and hurriedly came up to check Fengwu Xiexu's situation. Don't worry, she's okay. Just saw her being chased by several people, so she helped her deal with it. Suddenly a voice came, and Yuzuke didn't know where he was on the road, and next to him were the fallen men in black. Looking at the man in black on the ground, Santowa-sama was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. What's the matter? These people are not enemies. Naturally, Yuzuke also noticed the subtle expression on Santowa-sama's face, as if he had misunderstood something. That is Master Fengwu's bodyguard, because after I talked to Master Fengwu about the plan, Fengwu, they went to chase after Master Hua was about to escape. Illusion, the technique of Nirvana abode. Before Santowa-sama finished speaking, Yuzuke directly shot illusion, and a few feathers fell down, and the moment he saw the feathers, Fengwu Koki fainted. I just misunderstood. I thought it was someone else who wanted to catch Fengwu Xiexu, but now she can't run. Yuzuke looked embarrassed, but he didn't expect that he was an enemy, but he turned out to be an ally. It seems that the original world line Naruto has done this kind of thing. It's okay, but tomorrow they probably won't be able to go to the snow country. Santowa-sama looked indifferent. These were just temporary hired guards, and originally planned to go to Snow Country to serve as a bit of combat power, but Yuzuke was here, and it seemed that he couldn't use it. Although it has gone through a small episode, it is not very elegant. Anyway, if you go to Snow Country, Yuzuke is enough, and you don't need so many people. Tsunade, how are they? Tsunade was resting in the ward, when Yuzuke suddenly opened the door and came in, frightening Tsunade. The few medical ninjas just now have learned how to extract the toxin with chakra. Now they are treating other people, but it may be a little slower. As for the little girl, there is basically no problem. I guess I will wake up soon. As soon as Tsunade spoke, Temari's hand suddenly moved, and then slowly opened his eyes, staring at Tsunade and Yuzuke for a moment. Where is this place? Temari sat up from the bed. It seemed that he passed out because of the toxin when he was fighting with the scorpion. Why are you here now? This is the hospital in Shane Village. You have been infected with a toxin that is difficult to treat, although you have basically taken it out now. But there may still be a little bit left. What do you think of your body now? Seeing Temari wake up, Tsunade stood up and asked about Temari. Except for a bit stiff, nothing else. Temari moved the arm, but it may be because of lying down for too long, making it a little difficult to move the arm. From day to night, you have been lying down for almost a day. It is normal to be a little stiff, just exercise later. Tsunade nodded, turned his head and said to Yuzuke, "It's already night. Let's take a rest at Sandagara village today. I will check their situation tomorrow. If nothing happens, it will be fine. Then just sleep in the ward for one night, there are many beds anyway." Yuzuke nodded. No matter where he slept, it didn't make any difference. Even if Akatsuki sent out to attack Cheyenne village tonight, Yuzuke could keep Cheyenne village unscathed. By the way, Yuzuke-sama, are you planning to sleep here? Temari looked at Yuzuke, who was standing in the room, seemingly not planning to leave. Hey! Didn't Tsunade also said just now that he needs to exercise? Yuzuke smiled, making Temari's face a ruddy face, and it is clear that Tsuno is still here, and Yuzuke actually intends to exercise. But Yuzuke won't really start. After all, Temari's body has just recovered, and Yuzuke held his hands to go downstairs for a round, and then it was very late, and nothing happened. However, Temari seems a little disappointed, and I don't know if it is Yuzuke's illusion. Chapter 247 Annihilation of Pirates. Although Santowa-sama had seen Yuzuke put down a bunch of people at once, can one person fight against Chiba, a pirate ship? Who knows? Try it. Yuzuke was too lazy to answer Santowa-sama, who wanted to prove his strength, and said that it was useless. The best way is to show it and let them come and see for themselves. Hey! The photographer took pictures of the group of pirates. If I can go back, I must put this clip in the new movie. As soon as Yuzuke walked out, he heard a loud roar. The director of the crew was yelling at the photographer, his face full of enthusiasm, and the photographer was helpless carrying the camera to shoot the pirates in the distance. The 8 ships in the distance have skull flags hanging on them, and they are constantly approaching, but they are still shooting. Ignoring that. The fanatical director, Yuzuke looked at the 7 or 8, the pirate ship, who was constantly approaching here in the distance, with the muzzle pointing here, as if as long as the ship dared to escape, they would immediately sink this ship. Water escape, the technique of water dragon bombs. Wow! Yuzuke quickly formed seals, and several whirlpools suddenly appeared on the sea. Several huge water dragons emerged from the whirlpools and rolled towards one of the pirate ships. Boom! One of the pirate ships was instantly entangled by the huge water dragons. As the body of the water dragon continued to shrink, the pirate ship burst open and sank toward the bottom of the sea. The remaining pirate ship on the opposite side seemed to have found something wrong. The ship had a powerful ninja, and nearly a dozen muzzles directed at Yuzuke's ship, launching a bombardment, and black artillery shells attacked the ship. Water escape, waterfront wall. Yuzuke jumped off the splint, attached chakras to the soles of his feet, stood firmly on the water, and then patted the water with both hands, and a monstrous water curtain blocked in front of the boat. Boom boom boom, a large number of shells bombarded the water curtain, but they did not penetrate the water curtain, let alone penetrate the water curtain. Some shells hit the water without exploding and sank directly to the bottom of the sea. Don't you have 7 ships left? Yuzuke looked at the 7 pirate ships that had not left in the distance. Boss, are we really not running? On the pirate ship on the opposite side, a group of pirates shiveringly looked at the monstrous water curtain on the opposite side, as well as the wooden planks floating on the sea, with a retreat in their hearts. It's just a ninja. For more than 100 of us, he can tell the other ships that one enemy is impossible to achieve. We will shoot separately and see if he can protect himself 360 degrees. A fated pirate stood behind, looking at the monstrous water curtain in the distance, and the water dragon that destroyed a ship. Although he also wanted to retreat, if he is so easy to be a pirate, then he should not. This film is still up mixed. The fat pirate looked at the opposite side, and after sinking a ship, he did not continue to attack, but chose to defend, indicating that the opponent's strength did not reach the point of guarding the sky. and perhaps it could still fight. The remaining pirate ships quickly disperse, and wrap around Yuzuke and others' ships, seemingly not planning to escape. I didn't bother to care about you, but since you are going to die, don't blame me. Up. Looking at the pirate ship that was gradually being packaged, a cold light flashed in Yuzuke's eyes. Originally, Yuzuke was going to show his hand to Santo-sama and the others, but since the other party is unwilling to retreat, let's make a plan to explain everything here. Water escape, whirlpool current. Yuzuke quickly formed a seal in his hands, patted the water with his hands, and a large amount of chakras poured into the water, creating a huge high-speed vortex on the sea in front of him. What happened at this time? The fat pirate was commanding the pirate under him, and suddenly the hull shook violently, and the fat pirate directly smashed his face on the floor, and his entire nose was swollen. It's not good, boss. There is a huge vortex on the sea. We are leaving at full speed, but we are still slowly sucked in. At this time, a pirate looked panicked and stumbled over to report to the fat pirate. The fat pirate was also surprised when he heard it, and walked to the side of the ship to look at the sea. On the surface of the sea, a giant vortex did not know when it had appeared on the surface of the sea. A strong suction force came from the vortex, and the 7 pirate ships that had just dispersed around it also continued to approach the center of the vortex. What smile? Why is there a whirlpool here to speed me out of here? Seeing the giant vortex on the sea, the fat pirate was immediately anxious, shouting loudly at the pirate sailing. As a pirate, this fat man can be regarded as an old fritters. He knows the power of the giant vortex in the sea. No way, boss. The pirate sailing the boat was also roaring loudly, saying, "This vortex is too big and the suction is so big, our boat can't get out at all." The fat pirate looked at the vortex that was getting closer and closer, and there was a trace of despair on his face. He just saw a ship and wanted to go up and looting, but he didn't expect to kick the iron plate. Boom! After struggling for half a minute, the 7 pirate ships sank one by one. In the end, when Fatty and another pirate ship, they smashed directly and were buried deep in the seabed. On the ship that Yuzuke was riding in, it started with Yuzuke's display of the water wall, and the people on it had already watched. The people in the crew are basically people who have nothing to do with ninjas, but they still know ninjas. But Yuzuke's the ability directly refreshed their understanding of ninjas. It turns out that ninjas are so powerful, and the people above all came up with the same idea. Only Mitao-sama and Koki Fuka had complicated faces. One was once a princess from a country, and the other was a princess guard. Naturally, they knew more about ninjas than others, and ordinary ninjas would never reach this level. In the Kingdom of Snow, there has never been a shadow rank powerhouse. Shanran is already the strongest combat power in the Kingdom of Snow. Now Yuzuke's ability has far surpassed their imagination. Your Royal Highness, we seem to have hired an incredible guy. Sama Santao looked at Yuzuke, who was standing on the water with his back to him and the others. The shock on his face couldn't dissipate for a long time. Where did you find someone? If they are so strong, there may be hope of regaining the throne of my father. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 248, Arriving in the Snow Country. Feng Wuxiexia looked at Yuzuke. If such a powerful ninja was willing to help herself, it wouldn't be difficult to regain the Snow Country. The pirates have all been wiped out, and there are still a few people with better water quality who are struggling on the sea, and it is estimated that they will not live long. Yuzuke ignored the remaining pirates, jumped onto the ship. Hey! Did you take that battle just now? After the battle was over for a while, the director came back to his senses and turned to ask the photographer next to him. Let me take a look and take it. The photographer also reacted, checking the video in the camera, and there was a hint of excitement on his face. The actual scenes just now are rare materials, and if they can be recorded, they will definitely make a good movie. You actually have such strength, and you didn't expect that the people in Shane Village are so good at water escape. Yuzuke jumped onto the splint, and Santao-sama and Fukakoki immediately, welcoming him, Santow-sama said to Yuzuke with emotion on his face. Shin village is okay. All kinds of ninjutsu are good. Yuzuke originally wanted to say that he was not from Shin village, but after another thought, Shin village also belongs to the Ninja United Army, and it is part of the Ninja United Army, so he can barely be regarded as a member of Shin village. That Mr. Ninja suddenly. The director's voice came from behind Yuzuke, and Yuzuke looked back and saw the fanatical director and photographer standing behind him. Just now we recorded your battle scenes. Our battle scenes are added to the new movie. Of course, we will also give corresponding rewards. I don't know if it will work. The director greeted Yuzuke with this smiling face, and handed Yuzuke a bag of money. He wanted to record Yuzuke's battle scenes into the new movie, hoping to get Yuzuke's consent. Whatever you want, it's not an important thing anyway. Yuzuke nodded, accepted the money bag handed over by the director, and agreed to the director's proposal. But Yuzuke was not for money, it was just a video, and Yuzuke didn't use any ninjutsu cards, so he didn't bother to deal with it. Even if it was leaked, it didn't matter. After getting Yuzuke's consent, the director looked happy, and took the photographer aside to adjust the script, trying to insert this battle into the new movie. In the distant sea, because Yuzuke stopped providing chakras, the whirlpool has stopped. A pirate is holding a wooden board and drifting out with the flow. After dealing with the episode of pirates, Yuzuke and his team went to the snow country without stopping. Although there was a delay on the road because of the shooting, I arrived in the snow country the next morning. Move down the equipment and prepare to shoot the battle. After the protagonist arrives in the snow country, the director directs other people to carry equipment, and the protagonist is Fang in a scene in the movie. Although the director also asked Yuzuke to help with the filming and expressed his willingness to pay, Yuzuke did not want to participate in these boring things, so he refused. Standing on the splint, Yuzuke looked at the busy crew on the coast of Snow Country, and shook his head. If I remember correctly, the Snow Country has arrived early and the information of Fang Wuxiexu's arrival has been arranged for people to ambush nearby. Bing done? Yan Shuxiu. What? As soon as Yuzuke flashed this thought, Fang Wuxiexu immediately, after being attacked, a few blue ice swallows screamed towards Fang Wuxiexu with a whistling sound. Seeing Fang Wuxiexu's body was about to be pierced through several holes, Fang Wuxiexu couldn't help but scream in shock. Stand up. Fire escape. Phoenix Fairy Fire. Yuzuke quickly seals the seal. Although the Phoenix Fire is a first-class ninjutsu, it can emit a first-class strength in Yuzuke's hands. Condensing the energy in his throat, Yuzuke opened his mouth, and huge fireballs sprayed out of Yuzuke's mouth and attacked the ice swallows. Hey! When the high-temperature flame met the extremely cold ice swallows, it instantly produced a violent reaction, and a large amount of water vapor emerged, and the ice swallows directly turned into a pool of water and sprinkled on the ground. Damn, there are ninjas too on the top of an iceberg. Not far away, a ninja wearing a weird armor and a snow ninja forehead looked at Yuzuke, who was standing on the boat, gritted his teeth, and quickly formed a seal in his hand. Bing done? Ice crystal shuriken. Beside that Gzren, chakra condensed into a handful of ice crystal shurikens floating in the air, and then shot towards Yuzuke. Yuzuke didn't evade, watching the ice crystal shurikens shooting at him in the air. The speed of the ice crystal shurikens was not slow, and he rushed to Yuzuke in an instant. It hits. That Xurn just came up with this idea, but the next second, Yuzuke disappeared in place, and at the same time, he put Q on his neck. Don't move. If you dare to move, your head will fall to the ground. The Xren just wanted to resist. The sound from behind made her body stiff, and her raised hand was also let go. If you remember correctly, you should be called Heichuksu. The three companions with Yuzuke didn't know when he was standing behind Heichuksu. The full god specially made Kima in his hand was holding Heichuksu's neck, ready to gather some intelligence. The name Yuzuke in front of Yuzuke is called Jiruwing Fubuki. In the original work, He attacked Kakashi along with the other two ninja Spike Avalanche and Winter Bear Freezing Rain, but in the end he failed. It looks like you know a lot of information, but it doesn't matter if you tell you. They are right below. Hey Chuksu smiled coldly, glanced down at the bottom. Yuzuke was startled and looked down at the place where the crew was filming below, because they were suddenly attacked. Everyone ran towards the boat, and Santow-sama also ran towards the boat with Feng Wikoki. The two had just arrived on the boat, but suddenly, two people on the boat did not know where they took out a handful of kunai, and slammed it towards Feng Wikoki's neck. No one thought that someone would come in, and Santow-sama didn't react. Seeing Feng Wikoki was about to lose his jade on the spot, he flew over. That is Flushin's special kunai. A ray of light flashed. Yuzuke appeared in an instant, quickly kicked out with both feet, and kicked accurately on the wrists of the two men. Kaka, the two people only felt a burst of power from their wrists, and their palms couldn't grasp Kyuwu at all. Kyuwu flew out directly. With two clear sounds. Their wrists also showed irregular twisted shapes. Chapter 249 The Gap of Strength. The wrist fractured instantly, and it was impossible to assassinate Feng Wikoki. But the two of them were also trained to forcibly resist the pain and retreat. Transformation. You are the Wolfang Avalanche and Winter Bear Freezing Rain, right? Yuzuke raised his brows slightly. Seeing the two of them drew a distance, they did not catch up. Anyway, with Flushin in their hands, even if they wanted to escape, they could still use 2 feet to run past Flushin's unpredictable identity. The two looked at each other. At a glance, the transformation technique on his body was lifted and his original appearance was restored. Damn it, it's a guy who knows time and space ninjutsu. Boss, what should I do just now? Yuzuke's hand flying thunder god, Dongchen Frozen Rain also saw that it was time and space ninjutsu, but seeing through it does not mean that it can be dealt with. But he can only ask Lang Feng's Wibao. You should not be able to run. Fight with him. Crane Wing Chuksu. Lane Yuxbing gritted his teeth, escaped from Kyuwu and wanted to go shopping with Yuzuke, but suddenly realized that there seemed to be a missing person on his side. Oh, did you say that? Yuzuke raised his brows slightly and said, wait a minute, I'll get it to you. Yuzuke's figure flashed and disappeared in place, but in less than a second, Yuzuke appeared in front of the two of them again, seeming to be holding something in his hand. Here, connected. Yuzuke lost the object in his hand and threw it towards Lane Yuxwibao. Lane Yuxwibao subconsciously took it over and looked intently. The head of this crane wing blowing snow. When Lang Feng's Wibao and Dongchen Freezing Rain looked at that object, their pupils instantly shrank into needle-like shapes and threw the head in their hands directly. Bing done. A white whale. I don't know if it's because of fear. Bing actually twisted his wrist. His hands barely made a few seals. Boom! Suddenly, the ice behind Yuzuke cracked, and then burst open in an instant. An ice whale with a sharp horn jumped up from behind Yuzuke and pressed against Yuzuke fiercely. Hee, it's pretty good. Looking at the huge ice whale that wanted to suppress him, Yuzuke chuckled, not panicking at all, and slowly forming a seal in his hand. However, at that slow speed, even the naked eye can see the mark of Yuzuke's knot, and the wolf-tooth snow avalanche was stunned. Why, the few marks are a bit familiar. Ice done. A white whale. Boom! With the same ninjutsu, the ice surface in front of Yuzuke suddenly exploded, and a larger white ice whale rushed out of the exploded ice surface, using its pointed horns toward the top of the whale that was pressing in the air. Boom! The sharp horn is in contact with the body of the ice whale in the wolf-tooth avalanche, and the body of the ice whale is directly pierced by the sharp horn, turning into ice cubes and breaking apart. This Fang's Wibao looked at Yuzuke's ice whale, and was stunned. The ice whale was twice as large as his own. Yuzuke Jaiin's technique is very unfamiliar. It should have been slow to Jaiin himself just now, and he was directly learned by Yuzuke before Yuzuke used it. But a white whale is the best ninjutsu of Spike's Bang. and it can't be compared to a novice. Is this the difference in strength? Looking at the beluga whale that pressed against him in the air, Spike's Bang showed a bitter smile on his face. As if frightened and stupefied, he stood still and did not move. Dongchen Frozen Rain looked at a beluga whale in the sky, turned his head decisively, and ran towards the country of snow. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. Chapter 252 Fengwa and Rage Waves appear. This kind of guy who doesn't even want a small life for the purpose of shooting material is similar to the guys in Raw Konoha, but one is brainwashed by the will of fire, and the other is driven by profit. Asama, you guys are here. So, are you going to start acting? When Yuzuke entered the village, a fellow with the appearance of the village chief greeted him and said to Asama, well, of course, I have notified you in advance, and everyone on your side is ready, right? Asama nodded to him and asked, ha, that's natural. Everyone has gathered, so I'm leaving you. The village chief laughed and drew a samurai sword from his waist. The villagers behind him also gathered, with weapons in their hands, samurai swords, sickles, and hoes. This is your army preparing to overthrow the snow country. Yuzuke raised his brow. Although some of these people were holding samurai swords, most of them were holding some farm tools. Not to mention the armor, it looked like a group of farmers gathered to rebel. Ha, don't underestimate them. They used to be samurai. The ninjas of the snow country have already returned to the wind and flowers. Asama laughed and explained to Yuzuke, but Yuzuke didn't see it anyway. They looked like samurai. How many people are there besides here? Yuzuke looked at the number of these villagers. Although it was a little bit small, about 50 or 6,506,506, but it shouldn't be all of them. Nothing, that's all. Asama was also a bachelor, and told Yuzuke without any secret. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Yuzuke was full of black lines and shook his head. Yuzuke suddenly understood why Fengwa Xiexu was reluctant to return to the country of snow. He wanted to overthrow the country of snow with 50 and 50 farmers. Do you want to die? Don't say anything else. Just picking one of the three snow kingdoms Shangren, just pick one can easily solve these 50 people 50, let alone overthrow the snow kingdom. Forget it, just stay here, or go on the boat to protect the princess, and I will deal with the snow country. Yuzuke shook his head, and letting them come to 50 ordinary people is completely dying. It is better to let them stay here and save trouble. But boom, Asama just wanted to say something, but a roar suddenly sounded, and the words of Asama were stuffed in his throat, and everyone looked in the direction of the roar. Not far away, Yuzuke and the others had just crossed the road, and a train was approaching here, constantly approaching. Speaking of which, how can your base be built on a train? Looking at the approaching trains, Asama asked, shouldn't you find a cave or something like this? Although the tracks are very close here, there is a cliff next to it, so there are usually no people coming to such a dangerous place. In caves and other places, it is easy to be discovered by people passing by. Asama explained to Yuzuke that there is a cliff nearby. If the enemy comes, he can only come from the front and cannot sneak attack. Moreover, there are basically no people coming, so it is not easy to be spotted. Shoo, who suddenly? Dozens of darts were shot at Yuzuke and others. Yuzuke, throwing a few trigeminal kunai backhands, slammed into the darts. Clang clang clank you and the darts handed over, countless sparks burst out, all the darts were shot down to the ground, and none of them could hit Yuzuke. Oh, as a ninja, the basic skills are quite solid. I don't know what the train was used to start. The train drove in front of everyone, and slowly stopped, and a tall man walked off the train. Why are you here? Looking at the tall man, Asama's pupils shrank, and Fengwa's face was so familiar to Asama that he could recognize him at a glance. Ha, actually asked me why I am here. Do you think your stronghold is very hidden? Fengwa Nutao laughed loudly and said, I found out here a long time ago, but it's just a group of ordinary people. I didn't bother to pay attention to it. I didn't expect you to bring Feng Wuxiexu back, so I came over today to take a look. But well, Feng Wu's angry wave turned and stared at Yuzuke and said, although it is a mob, this ninja should be excluded. Oh, how to say. Seeing Feng Wu and Ao Tao mentioned himself, Yuzuke glanced at Feng Wu and Ao Tao with interest, and asked Feng Wu and Ao Tao, I threw more than 10 hand swords at a time, but your excellency only used 2 or 3 kunai. When kunai hit the shuriken, the rebound produced and knocked down the other shurikens. From this point of view, your excellency is definitely not a weak one. Feng Wu Rage smiled slightly and said, moreover, the 3 Shangren who I sent to ambush the princess have no news yet. I'm afraid they are no longer in this world, right? It's very keen. So what are you going to do? Yuzuke raised his brows slightly, and I have to say that Feng Wu and Raging Waves are not a fool to be the ruler of the Snow Country, but there is one thing Yuzuke can't understand. You can clearly see that Yuzuke is very strong. Why are you still here to force Layla to think that you can defeat Yuzuke? However, Feng Wu and Rage really think that you are strong, but I think I will not be weak. I dare not say that there is an 80% chance of winning, but there is still a 70% chance. Feng Wu Rage looked at Yuzuke, his face was full of confidence, and he didn't know who gave it the courage to say this. Yuzuke smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Originally, Yuzuke thought he was quite smart, but now he has taken back this idea. The 2 of us have never fought. You take the head and feel that you and Yuzuke Sanki are open 373. You must be a sensible person. If you can surrender to me, when I get the treasures of the Snow Country, you will definitely divide yourselves. 1 serving. How? Seeing Yuzuke's smile, Feng Huanyutao thought that Yuzuke had also acquiesced that he had lost to Feng Huantao. So he tried to persuade Yuzuke to come down. Hee, the treasure of the Snow Country? That feels pretty good. After listening to the big pancake painted by Feng Wu and Rage Waves, Yuzuke chuckled, not to mention what the treasures of the Snow Country are. Even if it is a valuable thing, you will wipe out Feng Wuxiexu and his party at that time, and you will give me the things. Hee. The reason why the Snow Country became poor is because the last person in power hid the treasures of the Snow Country, which is a great wealth.